because the Wolf King had several 100,000 lesser wolves. Finding the pack's location was not too difficult. Yang Monli delivered the information to Han Sen within a couple of days. The wolf pack was easy to find, but hunting the alpha amidst several 100,000 other wolves would be a task that required proper strength. This is indeed a gift that God has prepared for me. Han Sen looked at Yang Monli's research and made immediate preparations to take off. He didn't bring Wang Yuhang along because he was afraid something might go wrong if the man was present. Alphas or kings of large packs of creatures were always far greater than their lesser counterparts. But in regards to super creatures, it entirely depended on their body. Their powers would be weaker, but they would be smarter. For Han Sen, this was the perfect opportunity. The silver fox was coming along, so that'd be enough to keep the wolves at bay while he took on the king one-on-one. Han Sen happily ran across the northern fields. Before he went into battle, he wanted to test the power of the flaming Rex spike first. The wolf pack was enormous. After asking around, Han Sen knew where it was currently going. He went straight there, wanting to get to the king before Lu Hui and his people did. Han Sen raced there, running throughout the day and subsequent night. Finally, he arrived. They looked like ordinary gray wolves, but it was their numbers that made their presence so intimidating. To prevent the Wolf King from escaping, Han Sen ran straight to the center of the pack with the silver fox in hand. As expected, the wolves along the way parted and formed a path for Han Senator. None dared to get close. Han Sen walked 100 miles and finally found the Wolf King atop a small hill. It didn't look particularly striking, and it had no remarkable features. It looked almost like an ordinary gray wolf, save for being a bit larger and having a blue mark branding its forehead. There didn't seem to be any elemental attributes to its pelt, either. When Han Sen saw it, it was lying down in a grassy outcrop atop the hill. It squinted its eyes at the challenger that had come for it. It's no wonder Lu Hui wants to kill this thing. It looks far too easy. Han Sen summoned his flaming Rex spike, a 2-meter-long lance-like weapon, which he held with one hand. The flames that blazed across it made it look frightening. But before Han Sen approached the Wolf King any closer, it stood up and howled to the sky. "My little gray thing, simmer down. No other wolf will come and save you, no matter how loud you howl." Han Sen looked at the Wolf King howling and laughed. The next second, Han Sen's smile froze in place. A chorus of howls joined in, coming from all around him. He could see the shadows of other wolves inching closer from every direction, and the glare of their hungry eyes watched him intently. Impossible! How can these gray wolves not be afraid of the silver fox's presence? Han Sen was shocked. There were now a few 100,000 wolves snarling at him. There were countless mutant-class wolves and a lot of sacred blood-class wolves. Even if Han Sen stood there, ready to kill them, there were too many and he'd run out of stamina and become too exhausted to continue before being able to slay them all. But Han Sen quickly understood, as he looked at the blue symbol on the Wolf King's forehead. The eyes of the other wolves were all starting to turn a menacing shade of blue, and even their fur was beginning to adopt the tint. Rage, cruelty, violence. These words were apt to describe each and every wolf that snarled in Han Sen's direction. The Wolf King was still quietly standing on the hill as it peered down at Han's senator around it. A dozen sacred blood gray wolves formed a circle. Han Sen, without hesitating, summoned his wings and tried to escape. He could kill sacred blood creatures, but his fitness was only a little bit better, which meant they could damage him. Plus, with the wretched number of wolves that were there in support of the Wolf King, even the queen and little uncle wouldn't have been enough assistance, and the chance of victory would still have been slim to none. As Han Sen took off into the skies, the Wolf King began howling upwards, too. The blue light on its forehead shone even brighter, like a beacon. His gray body began to shine blue now, too. Hull! All the wolves began jumping up as high as they could, trying to capture the intruder. These ordinary wolves, though they did not possess wings, could still glide through the air. The wolf pack was like a tsunami, howling as they surfed the air in pursuit of their prey. Han Sen was again shocked, recognizing that he had underestimated the Wolf King. It was, after all, the king of a pack and a super creature to boot. How could he have expected things to be so simple? Han Sen now understood that a super creature that led a pack would not be any better than a super creature that roamed solo. In some ways, they were even scarier. Last time, Han Sen had watched Lu Hui command an army of soldiers to swarm an attacker, and now, the wolf was commanding an army to attack him. Han Sen was swinging the flaming Rex spike with great ferocity, but none of the wolves feared it. Every single one of them was glowing blue, their eyes a sunken sapphire as they jumped towards Han Sen. The flaming Rex spike swept and sent a grand multitude of wolves flying away like shooting stars, alight with fire. Their bodies were burnt black in seconds. Some managed to stand back up and resume their pursuit, uncaring for the flames that continued to ravage their bodies. Kill! 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 Han Sen kept swinging his flaming Rex spike in a bid to escape as they swarmed beneath him. As he went, he killed countless wolves. More and more he killed, but there was no end to the horde of wolves. Fortunately, Han Sen had practiced Long Live and Jade Sun Force, which constantly imbued him with the energy to sustain his hard-fought attempt of escape. For over 100 miles he went, leaving a trail of bloody, beaten, and charred wolf corpses in his wake. But still, they did not relent. Han Sen noticed that most of the wolves he had killed were just ordinary ones. But there was nothing else he could do. The gray wolves were like well-trained soldiers. They were using a formation to surround Han Sen, and their precision and cooperative cohesion made him unable to escape the higher-class variants of wolves. The silver fox had been lying on Han Sen's shoulder the entire time, unmoving. It coldly looked back in the Wolf King's direction, as if something had just alerted it. The Wolf King did not come after them, or at least, Han Sen could not see the shadow of the Wolf King. He had no idea what was wrong with the other wolves, however. It was as if they had no fear of death and they could perfectly react to all of Han Sen's moves. He continued for 300 miles. Han Sen thought he was going to drown under the waves of gray wolves when the horde finally began to thin out and eventually retreated. Just as Han Sen thought he could be spared some respite and recovery, he heard a sound from not too far away. Across the fields in another direction, a stampede of horses came running towards him like the waves of the sea. Above them all, a handsome horse king commanded the skies, flapping its angelic wings as it surveyed the lands around it. Holy smokes! I escaped the territory of the wolves only to end up in the realm of horses. Han Sen was glum as he watched the winged horses, the Pegasi, approach. He wanted to slap himself, thinking, why did I even come here in the first place? I should have stuck to searching for solo super creatures. Trying to take advantage of others will get me killed. Han Sen sighed. Fortunately, there seemed to be a no-man's land between the pack of wolves and the soaring Pegasi. They didn't come his way, which gave him the opportunity to rest for a brief while. Han Sen did not dare fly in the sky. There'd be no advantage up there, considering that Pegasi were flying creatures. He landed on the grass and took a good look around. There was nothing remarkable about the place, as it was just a grassy field. For dozens of miles around, there was no sign of the Pegasi or wolves. After Han Sen took a closer look, the grass was shorter than elsewhere. Some of the grass was even yellowish in color. It was very different than the fresh, long green grass that was in the fields to the left and right of the one he currently stood in. Aside from that, there was nothing special. There wasn't even a lake or pond, just a grassy field. The wolves and horses stared at him but kept their distance. They weren't leaving, so Han Sen decided to stay put while he was safe. He didn't think the wolves or horses could be bothered watching him like that for a long time. But quickly, Han Sen realized something was wrong. The horses and wolves really did stay there, taking turns with others in their own groups to watch Han Sen. Luckily, Han Sen had brought many provisions with him, including nutrient solutions. He could remain in this field for 2 months if need be. But even if he did stay where he was for the next 2 months, what was the point? The wolves and horses did not want to leave. 2 weeks passed and they still remained outside the field watching Han Sen, not allowing him to leave. Silver Fox, you're going to have to do something and help me find a way out of this mess. You're not going to wait until I'm dead before you run off, are you? Han Sen put the silver fox in front of his face and said, "This is not right. There's not much difference between a fox and a wolf, is there? Can't you go and talk to the Wolf King on my behalf, and tell him it was all just a big misunderstanding? Han Sen put him down and the silver fox lay on the ground, blinking at Han Sen. Han Sen felt as if he'd be better off talking with a rock. So he circled the entire field multiple times, evaluating what options there were for escape, but did not discover anything viable. If escaping won't work, then so be it. I'll have to fight my way out. I definitely can't leave through the Pegasi side, as their numbers seem greater than that of the wolves. They can fly too. That'll surely be the more dangerous way. Han Sen then looked at the wolf side. He observed the wind blowing through the grass, which revealed the gray backs of hidden wolves. Heaven knew how many lurked in the tall grass, waiting for Han Sen. Han Sen could only watch their movements, waiting for the right moment to slice his way through the hordes and make a daring escape. It would be best if he could confirm the location of the Wolf King, so at least he would have a chance of taking a shot at it. But alas, he could not spot it, and such a move could not currently be made. After a while, Han Sen saw the horses in a state of mild unrest. In the group of horses, a red pony appeared. They parted and formed a path for it, not daring to touch it. Is that the child of a super creature? Han Sen took a look and was surprised. The red pony did not seem to have been born very long ago. It looked rather curious, and even the sacred blood class Pegasi avoided its approach. If I kidnapped the red pony, could I use it to escape the crowd of horses? Han Sen's heart birthed this evil thought, wondering if he could put a knife to the red pony's neck and broker a deal with the Horse King. But Han Sen quickly dropped the idea. Creatures were not humans, and if they saw Han Sen threaten the red pony, they'd probably opt to kill Han Sen rather than negotiate. Although the red pony was small, it was a super creature. Han Sen was not entirely sure he could deal with it solo anyway. The red pony seemed curious about everything. It opened its eyes wide and looked at Han Sen and the silver fox with great interest. The red pony tried to enter Han Sen's field on numerous occasions, but each time, the Horse King stopped it and sent it back. Before the red pony was taken away, it looked back and almost seemed upset. That's a shame. If that red pony came here on its own, perhaps I really could kidnap it. Han Sen thought, disappointed. That night, Han Sen lay on the grass observing the night skies. He counted the stars that glistened above. It was quite boring, so he summoned the angel and Princess Yin to talk. As they were talking, they heard noise from the horse crowd. Looking over there, Han Sen saw the red pony sneak his way, with its eyes fixated on him. Han Sen was happy when he saw it, but it caused a commotion in the horse crowd. They neighed repeatedly, as if they were trying to convince the red pony to return to them. But no matter how much noise they made, they did not dare to enter the area like the red pony had. The Horse King was nowhere to be seen, however, and Han Sen did not know why. The red pony ignored its brethren and continued to approach Han Senator. It looked to its left and right up until it was about 20 meters away. Then, it stood where it was and just watched Han Sen and his companions. Come here, little child. Come here. Han Sen's face was crowned with a strange smile. He reached out both arms to the red pony, as if he was calling for a baby to crawl to him. But the red pony took a few step backs, and its eyes looked alert. It didn't trust Han Sen. Han Sen noticed that his behavior was like any old, creepy uncle that wished to kidnap a child. Quickly, he put away his grinning face and put on his look of innocence as if he were swapping masks. As he did, he thought of how he might be able to attract the red pony towards him. Han Sen threw some jerky on the ground and bid for the pony to eat it, but it was ignored. Do horses only enjoy eating grass? Han Sen's heart felt bad. He looked in his pockets and there was nothing he could use to attract the red pony, so he wasn't sure what to do. But the red pony, after a while longer of looking, seemed to drop some of its apprehension. Slowly, it began to walk closer and closer to Han Sen. The crowd of horses was in a frenzy, as countless horses surrounded the area, crying repeatedly. It was like they were pleading for the red pony to return and for Han Sen not to hurt it. Han Sen suddenly thought something had to be wrong. If the wolves and horses were avoiding each other, maybe that was why they did not come any closer? But now that the red pony was inside, why did the other horses not come? The red pony was hesitant to approach at first, but after circling them for some time, it acknowledged there was no danger. After coming to this realization, it was happy to stay in Han Sen's company. Although Han Sen still wanted to kidnap the red pony, he wasn't going to rush things until he was sure it was comfortable. He watched it walk around and waved to it occasionally, appearing as friendly as he could. When its fear had totally disappeared, it came close to Han Sen and sniffed him. Han Sen was ambivalent right now. He wasn't sure if he should take the pony now or not. This was his best opportunity, but he was uncertain whether capturing a super creature, regardless of its age, was a wise thing to do. Besides, the red pony seemed to be a little antsy. The horses on the perimeter of Han Sen's little sanctuary were still in a frenzy, too, neighing with madness. If eyes could kill, Han Sen would have been nothing but bits. But the silver fox looked a little upset. It jumped into Han Sen's lap, gritted its teeth, and growled. The red pony was unnerved by this, which displeased Han's senator. He was afraid that the silver fox would scare off the red pony, so he put it down on the ground. But the red pony was only given a jump scare. After taking a few steps, it looked at the silver fox that continued to growl and stare back at it with hostility. Strangely, it looked happier now. The red pony approached Han Sen and buried its head into Han Sen's chest and rubbed it. This made the silver fox really mad. If Han Sen didn't shut him down now, the red pony would, quite literally, be in for a shock. Han Sen reached out his hand to stroke the mane of the red pony. The pony remained where it was, allowing Han Sen to touch it as much as he wanted. It seemed to enjoy the strokes. But when Han Sen touched it, the Pegasi that continued to watch looked even angrier. They started flapping their wings, taking off into the skies, circling the field. There were so many of them, they blocked out the sunlight, and they all continued to neigh with rage. It looked as if they would swoop down any second and crush Han Sen. But they didn't. Good child. Come here. Come here. Let me hug you. Han Sen reached out his hands to hug the pony, which it didn't resist. In fact, it looked even happier. As comfortable as it looked, Han Sen still had a split mind. Now was most certainly the best chance for Han Sen to kidnap it, but he didn't know if the Pegasi King would let him go free with a hostage. If they didn't care and started attacking him anyway, it'd all be over for him. Eventually, he did not do it. He let the pony go, and it rested near him. It looked really naive. But Han Sen knew its behavior wasn't something that was likely to stay true over time. When it grew up, it'd most likely end up like the violent Pegasi above. While Han Sen mulled the idea a while longer, his heart suddenly jumped with alarm. He thought the red pony was going to get mad. He took a step back and looked at it, but the red pony was still being its cute self. The next second, vine-like tentacles pierced through the ground and moved towards Han Sen. The tentacles were extremely fast, but they seemed to mostly go for the red pony. Han Sen reacted and jumped into the sky. The red pony wasn't so lucky. No matter how strong it was, it hadn't been born for a long time and it lacked experience in the world. The vast number of tentacles grabbed it tight. Then, the field of grass split in two, unearthing a giant gully. The tentacles that had writhed around the pony started dragging it towards the pit. The pony began neighing with its lighter, younger tone. Its body shone red just like the ruby light of a police siren. The red light sliced through the vine-like tentacles, which then dropped to the ground spewing green blood. But more and more tentacles appeared, doing their best to choke the pony and drag it towards the hole. Han Sen looked at the pit and could only see red in there. Sharp teeth, lined up like cogwheels, circled its entirety. Han Sen was unable to fathom what manner of wretched creature had been lurking beneath his feet. It's no wonder why neither the wolves nor Pegasi dared approach me, with such a horrible creature lying here. Han Sen saw that the red pony was only moments away from being pulled into the hungry, exposed mouth. He frowned and summoned his flaming Rex spike and began swinging it. The flames burned brightly as the heavy weapon annihilated any tentacle it came into contact with, quickly incinerating them into charcoal. The broken tentacles dropped onto the ground on fire. Soon after, The red pony was free from the monster's grasp. The pony had not yet developed the ability to fly. Since it was still grounded, it looked like it was going to be grabbed again by freshly sprouted tentacles. So Han-sen picked up the red pony and flew off into the sky. The creature that had been lying beneath the ground was so strange. Han-sen was not sure why it seemed to show so much interest in the red pony. Han-sen and the silver fox had barely been given any attention. The subterranean monster seemed to only focus on the pony. Han-sen, with the pony in his arms, begun flying away. The unknown monster let out a soul-shriveling roar, which made the ground tremble. Tentacles burst forth from the ground, lifting the entirety of the grass field with it. It was like watching a creature emerge from the most rotten pits of hell. It was a giant worm that looked like a centipede. Only a portion of its body had been revealed, but it was already unimaginably big. Like a train, it was shooting out of a tunnel a few dozen meters into the air. The entirety of its back was hairy, and the tentacles had Han-san and the red pony in their sights. They were coming was too fast, far faster than Han-sen's berserk sacred blood wings. Furthermore, the hair on its back turned out to be tentacles themselves, and they were adamant in preventing the departure of their prey. Han-san let loose the power of his flaming Rex spike and hacked off a grand number of the monster's tentacles with a rage-fueled strike. Flames then shot across the sky. Casting arrow, Han-sen used it to soar through the air and dodge the monster's assault. The Pegasi were also in the sky. They rushed down, all of them neighing in anger. It looked as if they were super keen on protecting their master. Without fear, they rushed down towards the monster that had previously been lurking beneath the earth. The hair on the monster seemed to regenerate. After being shaved, the tentacles started to grow back. Many of the Pegasi that charged into battle found themselves tangled in the brush of tentacles. Many of the winged horses were ripped apart and thrown away, casting blood across the ruined land. The body of the subterranean monster was massive, at least 100 meters long. Its shell was purple and black, and countless little legs wriggled beneath it, each one possessing their own tentacles. The monster lifted up its terrifying body as the tentacles writhed in a ghastly dance. One by one, the Pegasi were being torn to shreds as it came after the red pony that was still in Han-sen's arms. Why is this thing so intent on coming after the red pony? There must be something quite special about it, if that is the case. Han-sen was surprised by the turn of events. The red pony he had planned to kidnap, he ended up carrying as he escaped using the skill arrow. As he went, he swung and waved around his flaming Rex spike, which burnt all the tentacles that came near into soot. A long scream came from afar, signaling the arrival of the Pegasi king. It was cloaked in clouds, evidence of the wrath it brought with it. The Pegasi king's clouds began to spread, falling down on the massive creature below like bombs. They clung to the tentacles, restraining them like glue. Caught within the thick, muculent clouds, the monster could not get its tentacles free. It struggled and thrashed madly, but to no avail. But the monster was too big and its body was extremely strong. After a grand push, it managed to tear the white clouds and continue its pursuit of Han-san and the red pony. The Pegasi and Pegasi King no longer cared for Han-san, and they diverted all their attention to the monster. They assaulted its body, tentacles, and legs, biting everything they could with great ferocity. Howl! A chilling howl shrieked across the grassy field. At great speed, a gray wolf was dashing towards the scene of the battle. Behind it, the tsunami-like wolf pack followed. The mark on the Wolf King's forehead shone like a beacon once more, which made the other wolves turn blue. Their fur shone with a blue light and their eyes were each like sapphires. It was like a ghostly wolf pack. Han-sen was shocked. He thought the wolf pack had come to attack the Pegasi. But the wolf pack, shrouded in a blue light, leapt into the fray with the monster of the Pegasi strife and began tearing into its legs. Instead of fighting the Pegasi or causing trouble, they had come to the aid of the Pegasi, helping them in their battle. The Wolf King looked up at the sky and howled again. The blue mark on its forehead was shining brighter than Han-sen had ever seen it. The light veiled many of the Pegasi above, and seemed to buff their abilities, too. The Pegasi appeared stronger and faster, and they fought with greater ferocity. The Pegasi king flapped its wings as white air swirled around it. Like arrows, short streams of white wind rained down on the monster, pegging down its tentacles and legs. The wolf pack and Pegasi attacked the monster without fear, which enraged it. It opened its mouth and swallowed a few horses and wolves. But it was no use, as it only resulted in more and more allies taking their places. The monster's body was covered with wolves and Pegasi, which hindered its mobility. With its agility suffering, the bites of its attackers came more frequently. Although most of the wolves and Pegasi were unable to hurt it, beneath the brutal suppression of their subordinates, the Pegasi king and wolf king were now free to enter the fight themselves. Han's son froze as he looked down from the sky. This was the first time he had ever witnessed such a large-scale fight between creatures take place. The fact that two different species were cooperating with each other in such a way was incredible. The fact that the Wolf King's abilities allowed it to buff the Pegasi surprised Han San to no end. He thought that the Wolf King was an incredibly special creature. Although the Wolf King's personal power was below average when compared to other adult super creatures, the support skills it had were extremely effective. The wolf pack could not fly, but with the buff, they were able to glide in the air with a power and speed that was almost unrivaled. It was an amazing skill. If I kill the Wolf King, I'll get the Aura Beast soul, won't I? Hansen wondered. The Pegasi King's power wasn't too far off the Wolf King's, either. Its power was mid-low on a chart of super creature strength. The white clouds that it fired were like glue, working to restrain the monster. It also dulled the fangs of the monster, as if they had been encased in plastic. This was a very special, very unique power. Han-san could not be sure which element it was associated with, though. The Wolf King's claws now shredded the shell of the monster, which had it shrieking and trembling in pain. The Pegasi King flew down from the sky, hitting the monster's belly. The horn on its head drilled into the monster's hide and left a deep wound. The monster was now incredibly angry, but under the constant assault of wolves and Pegasi, it couldn't do much. It was losing the fight, kept working its legs in a bid to return underground. The Pegasi King summoned a large white cloud to cover the ground, which trapped the monster's claws inside it. The claws lost their sharpness, which prevented the monster from digging its way back beneath the earth. The monster, however, had already dug itself into the ground a little. With the creature now stuck, unable to go any deeper, it made the fight even easier for the Pegasi King and Wolf King. The Wolf King ran along the monster's body, and wherever its paws touched, chunks of shell were torn off. The Pegasi King's horn was not weak, either. Every hit made the monster cry out in pain. It looks like greater numbers always prevail. If they fought alone, none of them would be able to beat the monster. Going up against the wolf pack and crowd of Pegasi, this wretched monster doesn't stand a chance, Hansen thought as he observed the battle. The red pony continued to rest in Hansen's arms. It had excitement in its eyes as it watched the fight unfolding below. Hansen's eyes turned, and he said, "The Pegasi King is battling the monster. This is the best time for me to escape with a pony in tow. Being able to escape and do so with a new super pony friend is a rare opportunity. And in many ways, I'll be hitting two birds with one stone." Hansen got excited at the prospect, so he turned around and prepared to leave. But as he did so, he discovered that not too far behind him, a group of Sacred Blood class Pegasi had been standing there staring at him the entire time. Cough! Hansen immediately gave up his plan of kidnapping the red pony. The Pegasi horde was far too big for him to compete with. If he really wanted to steal the red pony, it was unlikely he could escape whilst carrying it. It would be inevitable that the king would catch up and swiftly kill him. Hansen landed a good distance away from the battlefield and put the red pony down. He raised his hands and began to walk away, slowly. The Pegasi immediately swooped down to surround the red pony. Hansen tried to leave, but there were many more Pegasi blocking his departure. The red pony neighed in Hansen's direction, which prompted the Pegasi that prevented his departure to move aside and allow him to pass. Hansen was surprised by this. After today's events, he was well aware that there was far more to a creature's mind than he had previously believed there to be. He understood them a lot more, he felt. He turned around to look at the pony, waved, and then left. The monster was mostly dead by this point. Han-san was afraid that once the Pegasi King and Wolf King were done, they'd return to finish him off. Therefore, he did not plan on hanging around any more than he had to. The Pegasi crowd was dizzyingly large. There could very well have been 1,000,000 of them. It was no wonder why the monster could only hide underground. The only reason it came out was because of the red pony, which had been left alone. But even that attempt failed, which had the monster swiftly bombarded by the Pegasi and Wolf horde, leading to a quick death. Han-san thought Lu Hui's plan to kill the Wolf King was ridiculous. The wolf pack itself was incredibly powerful, but what if the Pegasi horde had also come to its aid? They'd stand no chance. The Wolf King's buffs were incredibly powerful, strengthening its pack more than anyone could guess. Han-san did not believe humans could kill the Wolf King for as long as the wolf pack lived. Han-san heard one final scream erupt from the maw of the wicked subterranean monster. And then silence. Han-san increased his walking speed, as a result, wanting to leave this area as soon as he could. After walking for a whole day, Han-san was finally away from the grassy plainlands. Suddenly, clouds formed in the air around him and a Pegasus flew by, carrying a red pony. The pony's head was lifted high in a look of pride. When Han-san saw the Pegasi King arrive, the first thing he thought to do was run. He stretched his legs and took off, but it was to no avail. He wasn't half as quick as the Pegasi King, and it caught up in no time at all. It landed in front of him. The red pony leapt off the Pegasi King's back and happily ran up to Han's senator with its head. It rubbed him as best it could. Then it spit something out of its mouth onto the ground. Han-san took a closer look and realized that it was a fist-sized dark purple crystal. The red pony used its head to nudge it closer to Han-sen. "Is that for me?" Han-sen, looking at the crystal, wasn't quite sure what to believe. He never thought something like this would happen to him in this world. Upon looking at it, Han-sen realized that it was a life geno-essence. It was most likely from the subterranean monster that the Pegasi and wolves had just killed. The fact that the red pony had brought it to Han-san was incredible. Han-san was feeling as if he had accidentally stumbled across a lottery ticket that paid out $5 million. The red pony did not understand what Han-san had asked it. When he didn't pick it up, the red pony grabbed it with its mouth and spit it into Han-sen's hand. "You are too kind to me. There was no need for you to give this to me," Han-san told it, but it was a different story in his heart. Inside, he was alight with excitement as he held the crystal tightly in his hands. The red pony rubbed Han-sen's leg until the Pegasi King neighed for it to return. Then it did. The red pony leapt back up onto the Pegasi King's back, looked at Han-san, and made a noise. It must have meant goodbye. The Pegasi King flapped its glorious wings and shot off into the sky, disappearing in but a few seconds. "Good things can just spring upon you. I thought my time out here would have been a waste. I couldn't have been more wrong. What a delightful surprise." Han-sen held the dark purple crystal in his hand. There was nothing special about it, and it most certainly wasn't like the life geno-essence of the fire-scale T-Rex that burnt so hot that no one could even touch it. "I should be able to eat this life geno-essence, no problem." Han-sen licked it. It did not melt as it had in the first god's sanctuary, however. The dark purple crystal was like a real crystal. It was hard. "That's strange. Why can't I eat it? Is this not a life geno-essence?" Han-sen licked it a few more times, but nothing happened. No matter which way he considered it, it had to be a life geno-essence. "It looks like if you want to eat a life geno-essence in the second god's sanctuary, you've got to do something special." Han-sen did not dare swallow the crystal whole. Clearly, randomly swallowing a crystal wouldn't be the solution. If neither the Pegasi King nor Wolf King wanted it, there had to be something up with the life geno-essence. As such, Han-sen didn't dare eat it just yet, on account of his suspicion. Han-sen already had a few guesses, but he wasn't too sure. He'd have to wait a while longer before proving whether or not his ideas were correct. He put away the life Geno essence and continued his journey. He resolved to return to Devil's Shelter to see if there was any news. He heard Lu Hui had made a deal with the master that resided in the north. They were cooperating to slay the Wolf King. Han Sen could only send prayers their way, for if the Pegasi King aided the wolves in their time of need, neither human party would return. Han Sen had witnessed the powers of the Wolf and Pegasi Kings. Han Sen noticed that although he had the flaming Rex Spike, if he wanted to kill a super creature like the Wolf King, doing it solo would be no small feat. Their fitness far exceeded ordinary humans. Due to its speed, Han Sen did not think he'd ever have a chance of striking the Wolf King with the flaming Rex Spike. And the Wolf King's power was medium-low, on the scale of super creatures. It looks like I'll still be needing help to make tackling super creatures efficient, Han Sen thought to himself. Although he could not find help at the drop of the hat, the least he could do was improve his own power. The Toxic Dragon Drill was clearly not strong enough to suit his needs, so he decided to modify it and bring it up to par with an S-class skill. If he did that, it'd be far more useful in his fights against super creatures. The best way to modify a Hyper Geno art was through combat, so Han Sen used the scanner to scan the flaming Rex Spike. He simulated it in the virtual community, planning to practice it in the virtual training camp and modify it there. Han Sen logged into the virtual military training camp and looked at his friends list. Xian Fei was not online, so he decided to matchmake. Hui Haifeng had been on a roll lately, and he had just taken first place in the military fellowship tournament. Although it was only for the league that used spears, he was still satisfied with the result. Even if it was just a single award, it wasn't something easily obtainable. Hui Haifeng had practiced his spear skills for a great number of years. It was nice to see it pay off somewhat. He logged into the virtual training camp, preparing to practice his melee skills. He hoped that, in the next tournament, his ranking could be even higher. Quickly, Hui Haifeng found an opponent through matchmaking. It was a person called Little Soldier on the battleship, and their ranking seemed to be normal. After entering the arena, Hui Haifeng was taken aback. The weapon his opponent was using was very strange. It was 2-meter-long giant sharp weapon. It looked like a big folder umbrella. The metal folds looked lethal, and the weapon itself was quite scary. What kind of strange weapon is this? It looks like a great sword and a medieval lance combined. But it looks so much cooler than they could ever look. How do you even use that thing? Hui Haifeng eyed it with curious wonder. Although lances could be used with one hand, that was best saved for riders. Riders would use the speed and power of their mounts to create powerful impacts. Battling on foot like this with a weapon held in one hand did not seem particularly useful. As a spear elite, he thought the weapon was a little too big as well. It was definitely not a weapon that could be used effectively as a spear, but neither could it be used as a sword. With its cylindrical body, few skills could be cast efficiently with it. The weapon interested Hui Haifeng greatly. He was looking forward to seeing what skills could be performed with such a weapon. Hui Haifeng, who had come here with empty hands, now summoned a big spear. It was 2 meters long and as thick as an arm. The point itself was 1 foot long and made of steel. The spear was called the Champion Spear. Many people were able to use a champion spear, but few could master it. Because the champion spear lacked the mobility of a lance, its effectiveness was placed in the power behind it. People who lacked the necessary strength or momentum could not use it as well. Han Sen noticed his opponent was using a champion spear, and at this, he looked happy. This was because the thrusting skill of his flaming Rex Spike was derived from that same weapon. Han Sen was wielding the Rex Spike, sprinting towards Sea Wind. The Rex Spike in his hand began spinning, the opener for Toxic Dragon Drill. Before, Han Sen had already learnt Screw, the lance skill, and this ability was cast with great finesse and power. The Rex Spike was heavy and hard. If cast against a great shield, the great shield would be broken into splinters. Sea Wind lifted his champion spear, knocking up the incoming, spinning Rex Spike. Unfortunately for Han Sen, his move wasn't as effective as he had hoped. Sea Wind then lashed out like a mad dragon, twirling around in the air with his waist. There was so much power in the strike. Han Sen had no choice but to pull down his weapon and block the attack. Dong! The spear and Rex spike collided. Han Sen was forced to take 2 steps back, and he frowned as he did so. Because the Rex spike was just a virtual object that the system had scanned, it lacked the real flame and toughness of the original object. The only characteristics that translated over were its weight and shape. The Rex spike should have been heavier than the champion spear. If this hit made the system determine that Han Sen had to take 2 steps back, it meant that his opponent was stronger than he was. This wasn't a ludicrous thing. If he was an evolver, then Sea Wind had a fitness of around 150. But Han Sen was far past that number. His weapon was heavier than his opponent's, and his power and strength exceeded his opponent's as well. Yet, for some reason, he lost the clash and had to fall back. Sea Wind did not move, and Han Sen sought to attack again. His spear skills are strange. Han Sen stared at Sea Wind's spear. He was at a disadvantage, and his inability to determine the unique skills his opponent employed must have been why he was beaten back. Dong! Another collision of blades, and Han Sen was beaten back by the champion spear again. The system couldn't be incorrect, and there was now no doubt that his opponent was stronger than he was. Sea Wind swung his spear towards Han Senator, aligning his Rex spike horizontally. He blocked the incoming spear. Dong! Han Sen could not withstand the force of the strike, which forced him a few more steps back. It was so powerful, he almost felt as if the Rex spike was going to be knocked out of his hands. Although Han Sen had already tried to use the Toxic Dragon drill against Sea Wind, he could feel the difference in the quality of their skills. His opponent was indeed a master of the champion spear. The spear skills were so strong that his strikes were like a dragon unleashing its wrath on an unsuspecting world. When he thrust, it was like the bite of a hidden snake. The attacks were incredibly fast and unpredictable. Han Sen was attacked by the spear continuously and wasn't given the opportunity to fight back. When Hui Haifeng started swinging his spear, the attacks came down like tsunami waves, unrelenting. Hui Haifeng was a little disappointed in his opponent. He thought Han Sen's weapon was something special, but now he was only using it like a big mutant spear. Aside from the screw attack he had performed, the rest of his performance was subpar. Although Han Sen was being brutally suppressed, he did not panic. His opponent's spear skills were powerful, but Han Sen's fitness was higher. It'd still be extremely difficult for Sea Wind to win. As Han Sen continued to block his attacks, he also analyzed the skills used against him. He wanted to do a deep dive on them all and learn their ins and outs. The powerful spear skills he was witnessing were ideal for a powerful weapon like his own, and if he could learn those skills, perhaps he could modify them to improve Toxic Dragon Drill. He remained like that for a while. Han Sen was eventually able to notice that the reason his opponent's attacks were so strong was because he was using a Hyper Geno Art for support. It wasn't purely down to the skills he used. If Han Sen could not watch the flow of his energy, then he'd be unable to learn anything from him. That would be a waste. Hui Haifeng's attacks escalated in their ferocity and strength. He wanted to end the fight out of boredom. The strange weapon Han Sen wielded did not surprise him as he expected it to, so he grew tired of the battle. After fighting for some time, Hui Haifeng's perception began to change. Although Han Sen's fighting skills were ordinary, he had a lot of stamina. Furthermore, his formation was strange and unique. Although Hui Haifeng had an advantage and was constantly on the offensive, he wasn't any closer to victory than when the fight first began. Interesting. Hui Haifeng raised his lips. A person's strength was not derived solely from their physical attack power. It came from their endurance as well. Under his wild attacks, Han Sen was no longer falling back. Han Sen was blocking to the best of his abilities. Blocking did not cost much, and it was a way to keep the fight going. His calm demeanor and relaxed judgment surprised Hui Haifeng, too. Although Hui Haifeng was a colonel, he was also in charge of teaching spear-wielding in certain departments. He was not only really good at using spears, but his personality as a human being was far better than other soldiers. From what Hui Haifeng could tell, his opponent had to be an aged soldier like he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm. This calm and calculated behavior was something that could only be honed by suffering many near-death experiences. It was not something that could be learnt in a classroom, or by simply having a power that was rarely challenged. If you cleanse your mind, you can be calm. This was something Hui Haifeng had only just learnt a few years ago. If his opponent could do the same, then it was evident he was no mere rookie. Then, he noticed that Han Sen's skills and abilities were slowly beginning to morph as they battled. He's actually creating new skills for this creepy weapon right here, in the midst of a fight. It's no wonder his movements were strange during the beginning, as he must have been applying the skills of another weapon, like a lance at first. But following these modifications, I can immediately tell that the skills are better suited for the strange weapon. Hui Haifeng now understood Han Sen's purpose. When he saw Han Sen attack now, it was like observing his own shadow. If my Daybreak Spear was that easy to learn, then it wouldn't be the best spear skill out there. Hui Haifeng's eyes flickered with a glint of evil as he changed up his moveset. The powerful spear skills from earlier suddenly became soft. The skills were so gentle and elegant. The heavy champion spear suddenly became like a needle in a little girl's hand. Every strike was so small and fast. It was like he was sewing beautiful embroidery on Jiangnan cloth. Han Sen was taken aback, thinking that such a change was quite strange. Not often did people stop being rough and recede into gentleness. The toughness and softness had totally changed, without error. He couldn't imagine how a person could use such a big spear with that much grace and finesse. The Rex Spike was a blunt, heavy weapon, and against those delicate spear skills, he wasn't quite sure what to do. The style was restricting his momentum, and the situation had just taken a turn for the worse. Han Sen was having a hard time under the oppression of Hui Haifeng's barrage of spear strikes. The fast-paced attacks restricted any use of his Rex Spike. If he used his dual skill, he'd have no trouble thwarting his opponent. But Han Sen was here for the sole purpose of improving his Rex Spike skills. As much as he wanted to, he had to forget using the dual skill and hold strong the way he was going. His opponent was a master spear wielder. Delicately, the man alternated between raging skills and gentle skills, which kept forcing Han Sen to retreat. The softer skills kept hitting Han Sen because of their speed. They came thick and fast, and with the Rex Spike's encumbrance, Han Sen could never guard against one of those strikes in time. Fortunately, the movement of Han Sen's body was as excellent as always. As a result, he had managed to avoid many lethal attacks. Still, he was getting hit and his health was dropping bit by bit. It had now dropped below 20. Han Sen's mood had become glum, but he never conceded his usage of the Rex Spike. If he wanted to use this weapon in the future, he'd have to tolerate situations like this. And it was better to be cruelly beaten here than out there, as that could lead to death. That was why he had to remain steadfast and train himself with the Rex Spike here. Han Sen racked his mind, trying to think of a way he could break the unceasing barrage of attacks. But he couldn't. The spear skills cast against him were too fast for his current lumbering usage of the Rex Spike. Further and further, Han Sen was pushed back. He was nearing the wall of the arena, still unable to turn the tides. His health had now dropped below 10 points and he could no longer dodge. For all intents and purposes, the battle was already lost. Hui Haifeng's champion spear then became a blinding flash of light, driven towards Han Sen with a speed that was greater than that of a meteor. Although Hui Haifeng admired Han Sen, if he insisted on sticking to that weapon and not using something else that would draw out his true strength, then Hui Haifeng had no choice but to end things here and now. Han Sen watched the flash of light coming and felt that it was unfair, losing a battle like this. It upset him. But he was here for the Rex Spike, and for that, he was not willing to throw in the towel. Not now, not ever. Han Sen did not want to lose the battle like this. If he had already lost, then it didn't matter. Dropping his defense, he lifted up the Rex Spike and swung it towards his opponent's head. Han Sen fueled the strike with all the anger and sadness that had welled up inside him. Even though it was highly likely his opponent would evade it and he'd still end up suffering the final blow. He was going to lose either way, but it was better to go out in a blaze of glory than to wither away after all. While he was attacking, Han Sen summoned the image of the bone elephant shattering rocks in two. That feeling of being able to break through the opposition with no fear was what Han Sen wanted, most of all. Han Sen, at that moment, wished he was the bone elephant. He wanted to smash Sea Wind into pieces and unleash all his anger. At that decisive moment, Han Sen felt his Dongxian Sutra kick into action. But the energy wasn't flowing along with Han Sen's body. It was adopting a simulation of the bone elephant's energy flow. Press. That was the only word that came to mind when Han Sen mustered the strength of the bone elephant he was going to mimic. It felt as if an elephant was indeed running through his body, and he was being given its strength. The power of the elephant coursed through his veins and was injected into the Rex spike. Hui Haifeng noticed as Han Sen suddenly abandoned his strained hope for victory and dropped his guard, putting everything he had into one last strike. He knew that it wouldn't hit him. Attempting an attack with such blunt, heavy weaponry was silly. It would be too slow. His champion spear could pierce Han Sen's heart and knock away that last remaining bit of health before the Rex spike was halfway through its swing. Hui Haifeng was holding his massive champion spear, yet he used it with the delicate precision of a needle. And his opponent's heart was where it was set to poke and weave the bitter tangs of defeat. But just as the tip neared his heart, his face changed. The weapon in Han Sen's hand accelerated. Whoosh! The mighty, heavy weapon split the air, producing a deafening sound as it soared. It made Hui Haifeng feel as if the world was shrinking, as the hideous weapon obscured his vision. In his eyes, its image became bigger and bigger. Hui Haifeng was shocked. He didn't understand how or why his opponent's skills had suddenly become so scary, but now was not the time for him to think. All he could do was attempt to block the monstrous strike. He clutched the spear with both hands and brought it before the incoming attack. It was not as if he did not want to pierce his opponent's body, but Han Sen's attack looked like an extension of the weapon and vice versa. They were one. It made him feel as if, were he to continue his attack without pulling back to block, he'd be smashed into dust. Dong! The powerful Rex spike smacked the champion's spear. The thick, steel body of the spear was broken into pieces. The Rex spike did not slow down either. On it went. Hui Haifeng had not expected his opponent to pull off such a powerful attack. He couldn't dodge it now either. The weapon was simulated by the system, so the toughness of weapons was equalized for both opponents to preserve fairness. But if he could wreck the resilient champion's spear, there was only one possible reason why: his opponent was too powerful. Pang! Hui Haifeng was like paper, cruelly smashed in half. 100 HP points were depleted in a single moment, and he was taken out of the arena. Holy sugar! Is this guy cheating? How can an evolver possibly possess such power? After Hui Haifeng exited the arena, he was gobsmacked. Han Sen himself was taken aback by the power he had summoned for that attack. He didn't expect to be able to simulate the bone elephant's energy so well, but by doing so, he had been given the power to defeat his opponent in a single, devastating blow. With such power, combined with the flaming Rex spike, there is no way I can lose to super creatures now. Han Sen was incredibly happy, but all of a sudden, his body felt incredibly weak. The bone elephant's attack was so powerful, it had drained his entire body of its energy. If Han Sen had not learned Jade Sun Force and Long Live, which worked to keep generating more and more, he might have collapsed on the spot. Han Sen tried to add Sea Wind as a friend. The power of the bone elephant was impressive, but it seemed like an attack of last resort, one that could only be used under the direst of circumstances. It made his body weak after all. Han Sen did not dare to use it freely, as he would still be better off practicing the Rex spike with skills for general usage. He'd only use the elephant's energy if he absolutely had to. Sea Wind's spear skills were masterful. If he was able to spar and practice with him a few more times, Han Sen imagined he'd be able to modify Toxic Dragon Drill a great deal. Hui Haifeng accepted Han Sen's friend request. He sent a message, asking, "What was that skill called?" Han Sen contemplated his answer for a minute, and then replied, "Elephant Rex Strike." Han Sen wasn't very talented when it came to naming things. For this name, he used the most basic of naming rules. He took one word from each component of the skill, one word from the flaming Rex spike and one word from the bone elephant whose power he had simulated. That was a very good elephant Rex strike. It really does have the power of an elephant and T-Rex. Hui Haifeng then went on to ask, "Are you an old soldier?" "Yes, I am." Han Sen had been in the army for a year, so he thought that qualified for an old soldier. Poor Han Sen. He didn't know the true meaning of old soldier. With Hui Haifeng already suspecting he may have been one, this confirmation led to no further suspicions on his behalf. "Do you want to practice with that strange weapon of yours?" Hui Haifeng asked. "Yes, I do. I managed to get my hands on this berserk sacred blood beast soul, and I want to become proficient with it. Unfortunately, I have been unable to find or formulate the correct skills to go with it," Han Sen answered. "Berserk sacred blood weapon, you say? That is lucky. It's a unique weapon, so perhaps you can create your own special skills for it. Come, let us practice once more." Hui Haifeng invited Han Sen into another match. "Brother, I appreciate it, but I cannot do this again. That elephant Rex strike cost me my entire reserve of energy, and I can't convoke it all back so easily. My bones are pretty brittle right now," Han Sen said. Although things weren't as bad as he made them out to be, he was pretty drained. He would be at a disadvantage right from the start, so there was no way it would yield decent training results. "That's okay. We've added each other as friends now. If you ever want to train, just hit me up," Hui Haifeng happily responded. "I'll be sure to. Thanks a lot," Han Sen said. "We are battle buddies. You are welcome. I am interested in your weapon," Hui Haifeng said. After Han Sen exited the virtual training camp, his mind kept drifting off to the bone elephant's qigong. If the Dongxian Sutra could simulate elements of a qigong, did that mean he could simulate the qigong of the black bear, silver fox, or even the weird gourd he owned? Thinking of this, Han Sen was pretty excited at the prospect. The bone elephant's energy possessed a raw, wretchedly kinetic power. He wondered what might occur if he were to simulate the qigong of other creatures. If I simulate the silver fox's energy, does that mean I would be able to cast lightning? Han Sen was leaping at the thought. If it worked as he had theorized, Han Sen believed that he had just hit the jackpot. If he could simulate the qigong of the children of super creatures, he could do whatever he wanted. He would become indestructible. Amidst this excitement, he tried to simulate the silver fox's qigong. Although he could feel his power increase under the simulation, no lightning manifested. Strange. Where's the lightning? If I can simulate it, where's the snap and crackle of electricity? As Han Sen thought about it, he came up with an idea. It must be because I haven't finished the first tier of the Dongxian Sutra. Perhaps I cannot summon elemental powers because I have not unlocked the first gene lock. Although it was just a guess, it was most likely the truth. Therefore, Han Sen's desire to finish the first tier of the Dongxian Sutra increased. And he hoped to do it so he could see whether or not he could summon elemental powers once it was done. But Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra had reached some sort of soft cap. After the rapid acceleration he had gained during his time underneath the peach tree, not much progress had been made since. If he could get over his current slump, he might be able to break the first tier. The peach flower smell increased my progress with the Dongxian Sutra by a lot. If I can nab one of the peaches from that tree, perhaps I can unlock the first tier. Han Sen was now deep in thought, pondering that wondrous tree. But thinking about it further, it would take another few months before peaches started to bloom there. It'd be a while before he could eat one. Han Sen rested the following day and later met up with Hui Haifeng again in the training camp. Han Sen asked him if he was available to help him train, and Hui Haifeng quickly agreed. Han Sen gathered a great many ideas from his observations of Hui Haifeng's skills, but his spear skills required the support of a hyper-geno-art and therefore, Han Sen could not copy the skills fully. Still, he was able to make great changes to the Toxic Dragon drill. Its power was far more pronounced than what it was previously, and it suited the Flaming Rex spike far better than it previously did. Over the next few days, Han Sen spent his time practicing with his Rex spike and honing his skills with it. But now, he thought it was time to ask around and follow up on leads for locating a solo super creature. For this, there were a few preparations he wanted to take care of first. If Han San fed a black crystal to the dead-eye peacock, it'd take a month for the evolution process to complete. He believed its strength would be delivered a great boon, however. The bolts he fired would be faster and stronger, and prove to be of great aid in his future hunting of super creatures. As Han Sen exited the virtual camp, his communicator rang. It was a strange number that was dialing him, one which made him furrow his eyebrows. It was a communicator given to him by the military. Ordinary people could not call it, so whoever was calling him had to be from the inside. He accepted the call, and the image displayed gave Han Sen a shock. It was Li Xingluan. "Why are you looking at me with such surprise? I am a high-level hacker, and breaking your defensive systems is easy-peasy lemon squeezy. Finding your information was effortless," Li Xingluan said, with a smug expression. "Then you should know that these calls are monitored, yes?" Han Sen responded with a wry smile. "If that concerned me, what kind of hacker would I be? Don't worry. No one can see us talking. No one will even know you were on your communicator," Li Xingluan said with much confidence. "You can look for me in the shelter. So why are you going to such lengths just to talk with me?" Han Xin shrugged his shoulders, not comfortable doing something that was against the law. Han Sen believed that if you kept your nose out of trouble, then no trouble would come to you. Illegal deeds were never wholly invisible, and there was always a trace that could be followed up on. Li Xingluan had never seen a better hacker. Therefore, he believed himself to be the best. "I'm contacting you because it's an emergency. You haven't been in the shelter for the past few days, so this was the only way I was able to get in touch with you," Li Xingluan explained. But seeing his expression, it didn't seem to be one of any particular concern. Han Sen didn't quite believe it was an emergency that prompted this unexpected call. Hacking military systems just seemed like a normal thing for Li Xingluan to do, and he was in the mood to chat with Han Sen without the fear of others being aware. "Well, what happened?" Han Sen asked. "I have unlocked a gene lock," Li Xingluan proclaimed, as he poked his own nose. "Congratulations." "So?" Han Sen gave Li Xingluan a strange look, unable to believe the quirky fellow had hacked military systems just to tell him this. "I heard you have created a team to hunt down super creatures, and I would like to join. I know where one can be found," Li Xingluan said. The super creature Li Xingluan spoke of could command the powers of ice and frost. It was a big white bear that made its home someplace in the ice fields. According to Li Xingluan's observations, the giant frosty bear, although frighteningly large, had powers that were of a medium level on the super creature scale. Its speed was slow, which meant they could keep up with it. Because the giant frosty bear could command the powers of ice, those that were attacked could incur frostbite. One of the debilitations such an infliction brought was reduced mobility. Reduced speed and slower reaction times would be some of the problems they'd have to face. After Han Sen read the information gathered on the giant frosty bear, he deemed it something he would like to give a go. Frosty powers didn't frighten him very much. After unlocking his first gene lock with ice skin, elementally, Han Sen had quite the advantage if he was to face this bear. This, in addition to the slower speed of the giant frosty bear, made it an ideal target. And if they failed in their task of killing it, they could at least fall back with relative ease. Han Sen found himself getting a little excited after discussing the details with Li Xingluan. Together, they decided to go test the bear out. When Han Sen returned to the shelter, he heard about what happened with Lu Hui and the Master in the North's cooperative assault against the Wolf King. It turned out that they failed and incurred great losses in their struggle. Word was, they gained the upper hand at first, and things were going relatively well until the sudden appearance of a legion of Pegasi. They arrived there and aided the wolves. The cooperative human armies were promptly wrecked, which forced them to retreat. At the end of the day, it was a loss. Han Sen sighed, as he had personally witnessed the capabilities of the Wolf King and Pegasi King. Han Sen didn't want to bother them, after his previous experience with them, so taking on solo super creatures was his current preference. He found Li Xingluan and Wang Yuhang making their preparations to go to the giant frosty bear. Han Sen did not bring the silver fox with him, as he was hoping to hunt some sacred blood creatures along the way. Li Xingluan told Han Sen that there were creatures that looked like penguins in the area they were headed. They were really small, and if he was able to hunt the sacred blood variants and eat a few of them, he'd rack up a lot of sacred genopoints in a short amount of time. The giant frosty bear lived against the ice sea. Along the coast, one particular part of the sea had wholly frozen over. And that was where the giant frosty bear tended to reside. When they arrived at the area they sought, it wasn't long before they found a sacred blood creature. They spotted it from afar, and it was a big white bird that just stood in one place, cleaning its feathers with its tongue. It looked like a red-crowned crane, but all the creatures around avoided it. They knew that the red-crowned crane was not something to be trifled with. There is no point in sharing such a creature, so how about a little wager? Whoever slays the bird first gets to keep the meat, Wang Yuhang suggested. Sure, that's fine by me. Han Sen smiled at Wang Yuhang. Han Sen's little uncle may have had terrible luck, but he enjoyed a good gambit. It was strange, however, for Han Sen had never seen him win. I'm okay with that too. Li Xingluan wanted a part of the fun as well. He had only just recently unlocked his gene lock, so he was keen to flex his newfound muscles. Let us all form a line. On the count of 3, we all rush towards the fiend together. After that, it will all be down to a balanced, hearty measurement of luck and skill. Wang Yuhang scratched a line in the ice for them to assemble on. The 3 of them then stood in a line. After that, Wang Yuhang counted to 3. After the count was up, Wang Yuhang and Li Xingluan were the only 2 that started running towards the bird. In Li Xingluan's eyes, it looked as if the galaxy was spinning. He accelerated at what seemed faster than the speed of light, racing towards the red-crowned crane. Wang Yuhang was no slouch either. He shouted and a light burst forth from within him. As this happened, his speed increased and he managed to catch up and trail right behind Li Xingluan. Like 2 meteors, they both skated across the ice in a great hurry. Han Sen slowly brought out the peacock crossbow that had just recently evolved. From the quiver, he loaded in a raven feather bolt. With a quick look at the crane, he raised his arms and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The blacklight bolt flashed and traveled 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It shot right past Li Xingluan and Wang Yuhang and lodged itself in the crane's cranium. Sacred blood creature hunted. Snow bird. The beast's soul was not acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred genopoints, ranging from 0 to 10. The familiar notification tone rang in Han Sen's head. He started laughing as he caught up to Li Xingluan and Wang Yuhang and told them, "Thank you very much. Holy sugar. You cheated. How can you use such an obscene weapon and think it was fair?" Li Xingluan and Wang Yuhang said, exactly at the same time. There was no rule forbidding certain weaponry. You said anything goes. Even you too could have used a crossbow, if you wanted to, Han Sen said boisterously, as he packed the snowbird's body into his backpack. He'd sort it out when he had a break. I was thinking of using mine, but I didn't think it was strong enough. Where'd you get your crossbow? How can a weapon like that possess such monstrous strength? Wang Yuhang asked, observing Han Sen. When they hunted the Firescale T-Rex, Wang Yuhang got a glimpse of the peacock crossbow there for the first time. He had always meant to ask more about it. He knew it was a powerful weapon, but he never expected it to be that powerful. To kill a sacred blood creature from 1,000 meters away was a frightening thing. Han Sen then thought to himself, of course it's powerful. A berserk super creature crossbow and super bolt tends to pack a punch. If it couldn't kill a sacred blood creature with a headshot, I'd just use this thing as firewood. Wang Yuhang did not make any more gambling suggestions, aware that Han Sen would most likely win every wager, with that crossbow in his possession. But after that, none of the 3 spotted a single other sacred blood creature. They spotted a group of the penguin-looking creatures that Li Xingluan spoke of, and as remarkably penguin-like as they looked, they did not see a sacred blood creature in their midst. Only mutant-class variants could be seen. The mutant genopoints of the 3 adventurers had been maxed out, so there was no point hunting them. They decided to leave them for others who might come their way. Li Xingluan and Wang Yuhang could only watch Han Sen dine on the sacred blood snow bird in delight, feeling slightly spurned. They didn't think it was fair, and as a result, vowed to never make another wager with Han San again. They were now drawing nearer to the place Li Xingluan had spoken of. At this point, they treaded the icy wastes with greater care and caution. The ice was relatively thin, and the blue sea was clearly visible underfoot. "Are you sure this is the place? Why have we not yet seen the giant frosty bear?" Han San and his crew spent half the day searching but did not see nor hear anything that suggested the local presence of a super creature bear. With suspicion, Wang Yuhang had to ask Li Xingluan about his intel. Just as he was going to speak, there were splashes from beneath the ice. A giant white creature had been swimming, and it was now returning to the surface with a 1-meter-long fish in its mouth. The giant frosty bear was 2 meters away from Wang Yuhang when their eyes met. The man and the bear stared at each other for 3 seconds. Then, Wang Yuhang screamed, turned, and started running away. The giant white bear heaved itself out the water, and with the big fish still in its mouth, gave chase to the running man. It ignored Han Sen and Li Xingluan completely. "That little uncle can really—" Li Xingluan was motionless as he watched the scene. Those words were the only few he could conjure. Han Sen had already summoned his peacock crossbow and loaded it with 7 raven bolts. Without delay, he was hot on the creature's heels. Wang Yuhang continued to scream aloud as he ran, and in the midst of his frightened flight, managed to plead, "What are you guys doing? Help me. If you don't, I'll be the bear's next ice lolly." The 8-meter-tall white bear occasionally jumped as it chased after Wang Yuhang, trying to pounce on him. Whenever it hopped, 1-foot-thick paw-shaped craters were left behind in the ice that separated those on top and the freezing waters below. Shards and chips of ice were cast about 10 meters after each paw returned to the pulverized ice. The chips of ice pelleted Wang Yuhang a few times, which caused him to shiver. His face was drawn of color and a white, frosty webbing formed on his skin. His situation looked dire, and you could see his joints stiffen and slow as he went on. With Wang Yuhang getting dangerously close to being pummeled by the wrathful bear, Han Sen could wait no longer. Although he could not aim at the bear's weak spot, he fired a bolt at it to aid Wang Yuhang. The bolt feather traveled 40 meters and struck the bear's leg. The tip of the bolt managed to get lodged inside, which surprised Han Sen. He had already assumed the pelt and hide of the bear was really thick, and despite firing the bolt to just strike anywhere, the fact that the bolt managed to pierce the creature was a testament to the crossbow's new strength. Its evolution was a worthy investment, and it was most certainly capable of slaying super creatures. But in the grand scheme of things, such small feathers were pointless when not fired towards a super creature's weak spot. The frosty bear roared, scratched off the bolt in its leg, and snapped it. Han Sen's heart died a little when he watched the bear do that. It meant that he only had 6 bolts left. The frosty bear forsook its pursuit of Wang Yuhang and turned its attention to Han Sen. Its eyes were full of anger, and it desired nothing more than to brutally murder the person who had just dealt it minor harm. Han Sen then summoned his flaming Rex spike. As the bear leapt towards him, he cast his toxic dragon drill. The 2-meter-long sharp weapon spun like a tornado and drilled into the bear's chest. Roar! The hide of its front chest was torn open by the ravenous Rex spike. Although the wound wasn't too deep, blood was drawn by the whirling blade. The flames singed the fur, too, lighting the borders of the wound like a ring of fire. This result made Han Sen's heart so happy. He felt confident in pushing even further, driving the weapon in deeper. The frosty bear's paws, however, slapped the flaming Rex spike. Dong! Han Sen felt a great force of strength hit his Rex spike, which made it tremble. The force built up until Han Sen's hands went soft, and the flaming Rex spike was knocked out his hands and sent flying for a good distance. On its descent, it crashed into the ice and slid into the murky depths of the sea below. Han Sen's hand was bleeding, laden with cuts. The brute power of the frosty bear was too much. Li Xingluan fired a few arrows towards the bear with a bow of his own. Its purpose was suppressive fire, which would allow Han Sen to fall back and recover. Han Sen summoned the flaming Rex spike back but decided not to target the bear head-on again, face to face. With his weapon in hand, He focused on dodging the bear's repeated attacks, waiting for the perfect opening. The frosty bear then rattled its body to shoot out a number of sharp shards of ice. The fire that scorched the bear's chest was then extinguished, as a white, icy fog masked the surrounding area. Fortunately, after Hansen unlocked his gene lock with Jadeskin, he had built up a tremendous resistance to the icy elements. His movement was not restricted in any capacity. The giant frosty bear was, on average, slower than most super creatures. Still, Hansen had to use everything he had to stay out of the way of the bear's paw strikes. But the situation became grimmer and grimmer as time went on, and he believed himself to have underestimated how powerful super creatures really were. Adult super creatures had a fitness level of around 300 on average. Hansen's fitness level was 170. With all the hyper-geno arts he had learnt, the most power he could muster was equivalent to a fitness level of 200. He was still far weaker than the super creatures he was anxious to hunt. Especially in terms of raw power. The frosty bear's power was far stronger than Hansen's, but its lower-than-average speed was the boon he needed. Its speed provided Hansen the perfect opportunity to fight back. Li Xingluan opened his gene lock and fired a few more arrows toward the frosty bear. One of the sacred blood arrows he fired hit the bear's ear, which enraged the creature. The bear then changed its target again, opting to pursue Li Xingluan. Li Xingluan's movement was quite good. He may have lacked the mobility and precise agility Hansen possessed, but Li Xingluan's speed was top-notch when going in a relatively straight line. This was what Li Xingluan now tried to do. Unfortunately, the frosty bear was not entirely outpaced, and it managed to remain quite close in its chase. Wang Yuhang's body was finally starting to get better. He quickly grabbed some ice and threw it at the bear to draw its attention back to himself again. The frosty bear then abandoned its hunt of Li Xingluan and resumed its pursuit of Wang Yuhang. Hansen's bolt hit the frosty bear's neck, but this time, it did not turn around and switch targets again. It remained fixated on its chase of Wang Yuhang, kept chasing him, ignoring the others. Oh heavens! I may not survive much longer. Somebody, I beseech your aid to save me from a wretched demise. Wang Yuhang slipped and fell. With only a second to spare, he managed to dodge the bear's next attack. He was in danger, and he could succumb to the creature's next, fatal strike any second now. His body was also accumulating further layers of frost, as his hair and eyebrows appeared to be painted white. Death was not far off for Wang Yuhang. "Run to me!" Hansen yelled to Wang Yuhang. Hansen was holding the peacock crossbow, with his finger on the trigger. Arm raised, he took aim at the bear and remained motionless. Wang Yuhang pulled himself up and ran towards Hansen, screaming for him to fire the bolt. But Hansen did not move an inch as he waited for Wang Yuhang to draw even closer. The bear came after him, unceasing, with its filthy maw wide open. Its tongue was lax out of its mouth, and it occasionally tried to lick up Wang Yuhang. Fortunately, Wang Yuhang was a powerful man. Even when he suffered from the frostbite that he had incurred, he still managed to stumble to where he was told to be and outpace the bear. Li Xingluan continued to fire arrows from a distance, trying his best to ease the pressure and relieve Wang Yuhang from the pursuit of his would-be killer. His eyes shone like starlight. He possessed a strange power, as each arrow was fired with impeccable aim. They may not have dealt any damage, but he had managed to strike the bear's eyes a few times. 2. To buy Wang Yuhang as much time as he could. Wang Yuhang had finally reached Hansen's position when he ducked and rolled along the ice to dodge one last attack. Hansen was facing the frosty bear that was now only 1 meter away. He pulled the trigger and fired at the beast with a rapid pace. All of the bolts were fired consecutively, each one set on an airborne voyage to intercept the rampaging bear. 6 raven bolts launched consecutively into the frosty bear's face. The beast tried to look away, to avoid them piercing any of its eyes, but it was too late. The bear had drawn too near to the launch point of the bolts, and it didn't have sufficient time to react. One of the bolts struck directly underneath the eye, which caused it to bleed. The frosty bear became incredibly angry. It threw itself back on its two hind legs and a frigid aura emanated from its body. Its paws came down, trying to strike Hansen. Hansen put the peacock crossbow away and evaded the frosty bear's lethal attack. He then jumped into the air, summoned flaming Rex Spike, and took aim at his foe's head. Pang! Fire and blood spewed everywhere as Hansen crowned the bear's head with an ugly scorch mark. Roar! Damage such as that was not enough to take the creature's life, but it did trigger its rage. Hansen was at the center of its attention now. It quickly lunged forward with its paws in an attempt to grab Hansen. Again Hansen dodged. He evaded the bear, but it was close. He scratched his arm and noticed the presence of a cut that was bleeding through his armor. Hansen retreated, with Frosty Bear still gunning for him. Luckily, this was Han's senator and he did not fear the fatal, chilly aura of the bear. If the roles were reversed and Wang Yuhang was on the run, he'd be dead right now. Big dumb bear, over here. Wang Yuhang had already run a great distance away. After his swift recovery, he noticed Hansen was in danger and so he did his best to provoke the bear. This simple touting always worked in the past, and its winning streak did not end this day. Despite the hatred the bear felt for Hansen, it was once again attracted by Wang Yuhang. It was as if Wang Yuhang had murdered its parents or something. Hansen knew that if this were to continue, they'd be unable to win the fight. The flaming Rex Spike was strong enough to wreck the bear's body, but Hansen wasn't. His fitness was not high enough, which meant he was unable to deal the deadly damage he needed to bring an end to the bear. But Hansen knew what to do. Without saying a word, he rushed after the Frosty Bear, and at the same time he cast the Dongxian Sutra to simulate the energy of the bone elephant. The overwhelming power of a super elephant now buffed Han's senator. His body almost imploded under the duress of handling such supreme power, as his muscles and bones struggled to maintain control. Wang Yuhang continued running forward. Li Xingluan continued firing arrows to aid how he could, but they were useless against the enraged beast. The Frosty Bear was closing in on Wang Yuhang. Hansen was pushing his potential power to the max, and it was reaching a tipping point. The bones inside him rattled and screamed for reprieve. With the bear still focused on Wang Yuhang, Hansen leapt into the air with both of his hands clutching the flaming Rex Spike. He swung his weapon and all the terrifying power that accumulated inside him was unleashed. It was as if space-time itself was dealt a blow by the attack, and the air thundered with frightening sound. Pang! The Rex Spike, blazing with fire, brought down a hideous, devastating blow against the bear's head. A deep, squelching thud accompanied its landing as the skull of its target sunk somewhat. The flames snapped in a dizzying crowd of embers as the fur of the bear's head turned to soot. After that hit, Hansen immediately summoned his wings to fly up to the sky. Most of his energy had been drained following the strike. If the bear was not killed by that attack and immediately retaliated, Hansen wouldn't have had the energy to dodge the foe. Hansen observed the field of battle from above and noticed the bear had stopped moving. Blood seeped from the wounds of its caved-in skull as its body wobbled. Roar! The Frosty Bear blasted, which shocked Hansen. Then the Frosty Bear ran off. Hansen's heart was brought much joy. He knew that his Elephant Rex strike must have dealt an insane amount of damage to the bear. Otherwise, it wouldn't have tried to run off. After it. We cannot lose it. Hansen called out from the air as he took off in airborne pursuit. Hansen's body felt weak, though. He couldn't attack the bear again for a short while. It was lucky that the flying beast's soul did not draw from an individual's strength. If it did, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with the fleeing creature. Wang Yuhang and Li Xingluan obeyed the command and also went after it. They tried to cut off and surround the escaping bear, but their attempts failed. They did not have Super Beast Soul weapons, so they could not even deal damage to the bear's pelt. But the Frosty Bear's brain must have been heavily damaged, as its judgment and movement made little sense. It did not try to jump into the sea for a quicker escape. Instead, it ran off towards the ice field. It still had speed, but its movements were shaky. Strike the wound on its head. Li Xingluan fired an arrow at the wound created by Han Sen's elephant rex strike. This caused the wound to gush out more blood, and the beast to cry out in pain. Wang Yuhang wanted to rush ahead, but he only had a single ancient sword, and thus could not get close. The frosty bear was managing to pick up its pace, despite the pain it was enduring. The three of them were in tight pursuit, but they eventually lagged behind and felt themselves losing it. Fortunately, the damage dealt to the brain was severe, and it wasn't working well as a result. The bear did not change direction once, maintaining its course the entire time. As a result, the trio didn't lose its tracks. The frosty bear ran deeper and deeper into the ice field. Eventually, its speed did slow down despite its desire to run. Move! Move! Li Xingluan rode a mount to catch up. He shouted at people on the ice field, telling them to move out of the way and not intercept the fleeing bear, lest they get grievously injured. Most people did avoid the bear, but one group didn't. Instead, they ran towards it, wanting a piece of the action. "Pa! Why do we have to step aside? Whoever kills it owns it. Plain and simple. I don't see your name on the bear, so why can't we kill it, huh?" The man leading the group said. Li Xingluan looked at the people and realized it was Qi Shouen's men from the Black God Army. Although they belonged to the goddess shelter, the four armies were individual and Li Xingluan didn't have the authority to tell them to stand down. After the people rushed towards the bear, others who were nearby noticed the possibility of nabbing an easy kill, too. They also sought to join the fray, but everyone thought Li Xingluan was only hunting a sacred blood creature, one that looked heavily damaged. The possibility of earning an easy beast soul was all too enticing. It was too late for Han Sen to stop them, however. He watched many people descend on the bear, to which the creature they were pursuing had a wretched reaction. It summoned its frosty aura and unleashed a hail of ice chips to pelt the fresh attackers, freezing the majority of them. The strongest of those who sought to join in were most likely of a fitness level of about 100. They had not even unlocked their gene locks, and as a result they had no chance of withstanding such an attack. The bear then pummeled the ground, which led to a cascade of blood. A few people were crushed, and none of their bodies were left complete. Severed limbs were strewn about, and organs were left exposed. One person was crushed into mincemeat. After the bear's manic slaughter of evolvers, bodies and blood lay strewn across the snow. Those who joined the fray looking for an easy kill, and had been left alive, were green in their faces. They wished they could grow an additional 2 legs to run off faster. There was something wrong with the bear's head. It didn't care for much of anything, and it sought to kill anyone and anything that crossed its path indiscriminately. With the bodies disfigured and slumped across each other on the icy drifts, heaven knew how many it had happily killed. Even though Han Sen wanted to stop it, he didn't have the strength right now. His energy had yet to recover from his first usage of Elephant Rex Strike, so he couldn't use it again just yet. And ordinary strikes were useless against the rampaging behemoth. Han Sen could only hope his energy would recover soon. If he could wallop the bear with one more Elephant Rex Strike, it would surely perish. Oh no! The frosty bear is headed towards one of my night class shelters. Li Xingluan's face changed. He called out to Wang Yuhang, saying, "Little uncle, you have to draw it away." Wang Yuhang, with a depressed look on his face, said, "I assure you, I am trying, but the fiend is no longer right in the head. It won't pay me heed as it once did." Li Xingluan's eyes turned red. He rushed ahead, attempting to evacuate the shelter that the bear was approaching. When the frosty bear saw it, the beast made no delay in targeting it. The people inside would not have enough time to escape. It was a shelter oriented around business, so most of the people inside didn't even know how to fight. If the frosty bear entered, it'd be a massacre. Blood would run up and down the walls as it hacked and hewed the people inside with little to no resistance. Many people inside the shelter had witnessed the bear's previous killing spree out on the tundra. It created mass chaos and panic, as people climbed over each other in a bid to escape with their lives. The halls were clogged with people as they rushed out in disheveled unison. The gates were congested with the maddened people, which made evacuation efforts even slower. Li Xingluan kept firing arrows at the frosty bear's wounds, but that only enraged it further. Its violence was only increasing, perhaps in response to its near-death state. It wanted to lash out in one last blaze of blood and terror before it succumbed to its wounds. Han Sen looked and frowned. Although the shelter belonged to Li Xingluan, every shelter across the ice field paid taxes, which helped to line Han Sen's pockets with cash. This shelter in particular was amongst the highest-paying shelters when it came to taxes. Han Sen didn't want his income reduced, and neither did he want to see people slain. His energy had yet to recover, so he couldn't use Elephant Rex strike again. The frosty bear drew near the shelter and threw its weight against the wall, as if it were trying to claw its way over. Its front paws created deep scratch marks on the surface of the wall. With its frosty air, it tried to climb the wall. The people in the shelter, beyond those walls, screamed in fear. The wall was all that separated them from the frosty bear. They could see it, though, all murderous and mad-looking. The caved-in skull and bloody face only made it look even more fearsome. It was like a scary giant that ate people, and any second now, it'd be over the wall and ready to dine on the buffet of helpless residents. Han Sen saw the frosty bear perched up against the wall of the shelter. He gritted his teeth, flapped his wings to pick up speed, and soared down towards his enemy. "Go to hell, bear! Eat my flaming asshole cracker!" Han Sen leapt into the air, his war cry emboldening his spirit. The fiery Rex spike was aimed at the butthole of the frosty bear, which was still up against the wall. With a tremendous thrust, Han Sen rammed his weapon up its anus. Fire blazed and blood gushed as the 2-meter-long drill ground inside the bear's posterior. Han Sen's heart was skipping like mad, and his bones groaned under the thundering power he had summoned. Han Sen had once again pushed his strength to the max, and with both hands clutching the weapon, he shoved it as deep as it could go. Half of the spinning Rex spike had been pushed in, streams of blood squirting into the wind like petals on the breeze. Everyone who watched this scene was frozen in place, without motion. The strike they had just witnessed made them extremely happy, though the muscles in their buttocks clenched tighter. Roar! The frosty bear let out a painful cry. It attempted to turn around and grab Han Sen. But Han Sen let go of the flaming Rex spike to dodge, and when he was clear, he kicked the handle of the protruding Rex spike 7 times. Every kick was like a hammer, malleting a peg deeper and deeper into the brown earth. After the 7th kick, Han Sen shouted to the sky. He drew what remained of his power to his fists and punched the handle of the Rex spike, the only part that had not been driven inside the bear. After that, the entire flaming Rex spike was inside its body. Blood cascaded from its behind, as the bear cried out. But its yelp was cut short as the body slumped down to the ground heavily. It resulted in a quake that vibrated the entire shelter. Super creature hunted. Giant frosty bear. The beast's soul has not been acquired. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Han Sen heard the familiar voice but was disappointed not to receive the beast's soul, despite the incredible difficulty he had in slaying the super creature. But Han Sen had to expect it sometime. Still, he did have a high drop rate of beast souls when it came to super creatures. Of course, no one would mind an extra goodie for performing a trying task, and the same applied to Han Senator therefore. He had been hopeful that he'd be able to procure the frosty bear's beast soul. Everyone's eyes opened wide in bewilderment, watching Han Sen return to the skies like a god. No one spoke a word, and the area was deathly quiet. But then, after a period of silence had passed, the evolvers inside the shelter began to celebrate his triumph. Someone shouted, "Hail to the leader!" The others who had just escaped death joined in, chanting, "Hail to the leader! Hail to the asshole cracker god!" The lead chanter changed the chant. Countless others followed suit once again, shouting, "Hail to the asshole cracker god!" The voices rumbled to the sky and Han Sen almost plummeted back down after hearing the joyous cries. He actually felt kind of awkward. If he still had the strength, he'd go back down, find out who started such a ridiculous chant, and kill him. The frosty bear's body disappeared. Han Sen grabbed the fist-sized ice crystal from where the corpse once lay and flew away. The news of Han Sen's triumph over the frosty bear spread far and wide across the ice field. But the news of Ji Qing's own slaying of a super creature had yet to be announced. Ordinary people did not know about the existence of super creatures. And so it was believed that Han Sen had only slain an extra-strong, sacred blood creature. No one knew it was a super creature. But the people who witnessed the fight that transpired on that day recounted the tale of Han Sen cracking open a giant frosty bear's anus many times. And this story is what earned Han Sen the title Asshole Cracker God. When people heard this story, they wanted to know more about it. Han Sen, Wang Yuhang, and Li Xingluan sat in a triangular formation in an ice cave. They placed the fist-sized life geno essence in the middle. Wang Yuhang gulped, asking, "Is this really a life geno essence?" Li Xingluan could not believe what they had accomplished this day, and so he said, "Did we really kill a super creature? Are we the first to ever do so in the second god's sanctuary? Bossman, are you going to sell the life geno essence? According to the contract I signed with you, I should receive a 30% cut of the proceeds. If you want, I'll pay you the additional 70% and purchase it off you entirely," Wang Yuhang asked, looking at Han Sen. From the contract that they had signed, it stated that Han Sen was to receive 50%, Wang Yuhang was to receive 30%, and Li Xingluan was to receive 20%. If Han Sen decided that he didn't want it, what happened with the life geno essence next fell to Wang Yuhang. "Of course I want it. I want super geno points," Han Sen replied succinctly. There was no way he was going to pass up such a treasure. Wang Yuhang coughed and said, "Bossman, from what I have heard, after the Ji family obtained their own life geno essence, no progress was made. They tried everything they could, but they were unable to obtain super geno points. If you return with this in your possession, it will most likely yield the same result. If you want, sell it to me, or foregoing that, provide it to me and the Wang estate. We can investigate its secrets on your behalf and see if we can learn how to obtain super geno points from the life geno essence." The Ji family's life geno essence was never consumed? Han Sen was surprised to hear this. He had assumed that Ji Qing had eaten the life geno essence a long time ago. He did not expect that they were still investigating how to obtain super geno points from the artifact, and couldn't simply eat it straight away. Yes, they have tried a great many different ways of eating it, but they were all to no avail. The life geno essence is like obsidian. It cannot be hewn in two, burnt, or drowned, Wang Yuhang said. Li Xingluan then chimed in to say, "It is, indeed. I hacked into the Ji family system and perused their records. They have tried countless different methods, but they were all hopeless. They're at their wits' end, trying to figure out how they might gain super geno points. They even called upon professionals from the Alliance, but that was futile, too. Zero progress has been made. That is most likely why the Alliance has yet to make an announcement about the super creature and super geno points." "Did they try swallowing it?" Han Sen asked. "They did. It was useless swallowing it as well. It came out whole and was not digested in the slightest," Li Xingluan said. Han Sen frowned when he heard this. This was different than what he knew about super geno points. He had just licked it and swallowed it whole. Why was Ji Qing's different? But it was not impossible. After all, the other two he had managed to collect here in the second god sanctuary were inedible too. They were different than the one he managed to get in the first god sanctuary. If the Ji family's life geno essence is unedible, then that is quite interesting, Han Sen thought to himself. He believed there had to be a problem somewhere. "Bossman, consider it. Lend it to me and the Wang family will do their best to investigate it. I promise you. The moment a discovery is made, you will be the first to know," Wang Yuhang said. "This is my first time getting a life geno essence as well. How about you let me investigate it first? The share you deserve. Do you want it now or next time?" Han Sen did not want to give it to the Wang family for research. But, if he really couldn't figure out how to consume the item, then he might have to reconsider. "Save it for next time," Wang Yuhang and Li Xingluan replied simultaneously. They didn't have any particular lack of finance, so they weren't willing to give up their share for money. And so, they decided to save it for next time. Han Sen brought the Frosty Bear's life geno-essence back to research. This life geno-essence was cold, and a striking opposite to the Firescale T-Rex's life geno-essence. But because Han Sen had jade skin, he was not afraid of its cold aura. Han Sen was in his room. As he held it in his hands, he repeatedly licked it. But no matter how many times he tried, nothing happened. He licked and licked, but it did not melt. I still can't eat it. What gives? What must I do to make this essence become super geno points? Han Sen held onto the life geno essence, continuing to observe it. Is it like those Western fantasy stories? Perhaps these are the cores of beasts. Do I have to practice the same element to absorb it? Whilst holding onto the icy crystal, Han Sen began running jade skin. He once absorbed Shui Kuang's frosted air. If he needed the same element to absorb the life geno essence, then could the cold air of the crystal be absorbed by jade skin? But no matter how many times or ways Han Sen tried casting jade skin, there was no reaction. Couldn't be absorbed or refined or anything. Nothing would happen. This is strange. For what reason is it like this? If the G family were unable to figure out this life geno essence, does that mean the first God Sanctuary and second God Sanctuary are the same? But if so, how was I able to eat a life geno essence whilst I was in the first God Sanctuary? And why can Ji Qing not eat one? Despite being in the first God Sanctuary, too, Han Sen just couldn't wrap his head around it. Han Sen now really wanted people in the first God Sanctuary to kill more super creatures, so he could find out whether or not others in the first God Sanctuary could eat a life geno essence. Han Sen was researching the life geno essence, and the rumor of him potentially slaying a super creature began to spread. After all, there were many witnesses, and there were many factions privy to the knowledge of the existence of super creatures. They were starting to believe what Han Sen had killed was a super creature of the second God Sanctuary. Han Sen is a special man. When the Wang family heard of this through Wang Yuhang, they were rightfully shocked. Mr. Han's child is special indeed. He has only been in the second God Sanctuary for just over a year. He actually killed a super creature there. The Ning family heard this news too, and they immediately took it as fact that Han Sen was the child of Han Jingji. The Ji family came forward first. Damn it! The Ji family's competitors heard the news, believing Han Sen belonged to the Ji family, and the Ji family members were confused. They did not know what to make of the situation. Ji Yanran's boyfriend did not have a background of any particular renown or any important ties. Some people in the Ji family did not like Han Sen very much, but now there was a rumor making the rounds that he had killed a super creature in the second God Sanctuary. At first, the Ji family did not believe it. After all, the Ji family had spent a lot on providing Ji Qing what she needed to slay a super creature. They hired 300 elite evolvers to help Ji Qing kill a super creature in the first God Sanctuary. It was a big price to pay to hunt a creature. And the rumor also stated that Han Sen pretty much took care of the super creature solo. And it was a super creature of the second God Sanctuary, too. It was difficult to believe. Even though members of the Ji family did not believe it was true, many others had come to ask them about Han Sen's obtaining a life geno essence. Many officers and organizations from all across the alliance came to ask them, all due to the belief that Han Sen was a part of the Ji family. Being in such a spotlight forced the Ji family to take the topic seriously. Words of the deed also reached the very top of the family, Ji Ruozhen. My baby girl, it looks as if you've found quite the man. Ji Ruozhen had a wry smile. As he perused the information concerning Han's senator, he picked up his communicator and gave Ji Yanran a call. Dad, you will be the president soon. How can you find time to give your lonely daughter a call? Ji Yanran said with a sulky voice. In the past 2 years, Ji Ruozhen had been running for an election to be president of the alliance, and because of this, his care and concern for familial matters had lagged. His time for Ji Yanran was one such consequence, but despite her sourness over the slight neglect Ion, she knew how busy such important matters made him. Don't say that. I'm only part of the election. Ji Ruozhen gave a warm smile, then continued to say, Your father has been really busy recently, but the reason I have come looking for you right now is a matter that concerns my future son-in-law. Why? What has happened with Hansen? Has something gone wrong? Ji Yanran's face changed. Something has happened, yes, and it's quite the shocker. Ji Ruojian stopped smiling to say these words with modest seriousness. What happened? Ji Yanran quickly asked. He might have killed a super creature in the second god's sanctuary. Could you aid me in asking around and evaluating the authenticity of this tale? And Ji Ruojian would not beat around the bush when it came to communicating with his daughter. He knew her well, and she preferred being told things straight, no matter how favorable or unfavorable the subject of discussion was. Ji Yanran showed a look of both shock and joy. She knew her boyfriend was good, but if he had achieved such a dizzying feat, that was way better than any of her previously lofty expectations. Because Ji Yanran wasn't very talented in fighting, she didn't care much for the fighting world or society. She didn't stay in the loop much, but as with everyone else, she knew a lot about Ji Qing and the aid she received in her own felling of a super creature. The finances involved were high, particularly so for a single kill. But for Han San to silently slay a super creature of his own volition, with little to no support, was remarkable and shocking. The second god's sanctuary's super creatures were much harder than the ones that populated the first god's sanctuary, so it was difficult for others to wrap their heads around how Han San could have accomplished such a task. Ji Yanran then sought to give Han San a call, but found that his line was busy. He was in a call with someone else. Ji Yanran hung up her communicator and did not push further. She knew it was only a matter of time before Han San would come looking for her. She was sure of it. When Han San returned to the Alliance, his communicator was ringing nonstop. When Han San took a look, there were countless missed calls. The person calling him right now was Qin Xian. Han San picked up his device and answered it. Qin Xian's image leapt out, immediately saying, I know you are busy right now, but I have to ask you this on behalf of my supervisor. Did you really kill a super creature? And if you did, are you looking to sell the life Geno essence? I did kill a super creature, yes. It was a giant frosty bear. And no, I have no plans of selling the life Geno essence. If I ever change my mind and have a look at flipping it, I'll call you up first, Hansen said, smiling. Qin Xian presented Hansen with a complicated look. She had watched Hansen grow up and always admired him, thinking he'd one day become someone quite special. That being said, she never dreamed Hansen would be the first person to slay a super creature in the second god's sanctuary. Countless other factions had vied to slay the first super creature, but none had managed it. Even right now, during the Ji family's most successful era, they had to pay a great sum of money to hunt and kill a super creature in the first god's sanctuary. But Han San had killed a super creature in the second god's sanctuary quietly, with no fanfare or support. Such a trial would have been unfathomably difficult in the first god's sanctuary, but far more so in the second god's sanctuary. Everyone believed Han San belonged to the Ji family, but Qin Xian knew that Han San didn't. She didn't think the Ji family gave him much help, if at all. He most likely slew the beast through the power of his own strength and abilities. It reminded her of the little boy who entered the shelter, back in the day. Right now, that little boy had ascended the social ladder and performed wondrous deeds that even the most financially superfluous nobles could not dream of achieving. This thought made Qin Xian feel strange, which was why she had a complicated expression. Sure, contact me if you change your mind. Then, you must be busy right now, so I shan't bother you further, Qin Xian told Han San, with a smile. Goodbye, Captain. Talk again soon, Hansen said. Han San hung up the communicator and then turned it off completely. There were too many people trying to get in touch with him. Half of these were people he did not even know, so he couldn't be bothered to answer the communicator every time it rang. Han Sen left his room to visit Ji Yanran's office. Now that the whole world seemed to know what he had done, he felt she deserved a more thorough explanation. As he was standing near her office's door, Han Sen saw Annie. The way she looked at him this day was not the same as it used to be. It was not cold, and it looked as if there was something on her mind that she wished to tell him. Annie was much stronger than Han Sen, as the two were not of the same level. But now, Annie did not dare underestimate Han Sen. She had heard the news of Han Sen's achievement, in which he had killed a super creature. Anyone who had performed a task as great as that should be respected. Han Sen did what he did without the support of other factions, yet people believed he had the backing of the Ji family. Annie knew the truth. She knew that the Ji family had not helped him in any way, and that he had never asked for any help, either. The only help Han Sen had ever received from the Ji family was when Ji Yanran exerted the influence of her position to obtain Daphne for him. It was because of this that Annie had always believed Han Sen to be a loser, leeching on the Ji family. But ever since that one time, Han Sen had not used Ji Yanran or her position as a way to receive anything. He killed a super creature solo, which was staggering. Annie knew how difficult it was to achieve half of what he had done, and that was with support. Han Sen had achieved this all without support and done something she had believed to be impossible. He shocked not only her but everyone else in the alliance as well. Now Annie could no longer deem the name Han Sen synonymous with the word loser. Han Sen was always so relaxed, calm, and gentle with Ji Yanran. She thought it was just an act to attract Ji Yanran, but all of her perceptions on his personality had been altered. She felt as if she did not understand him anymore. You really killed a super creature in the second god's sanctuary? Ji Yanran asked, with her mouth wide open in shock, as she looked at Han Senator. Even though Han San had explained the details of what transpired, she found it difficult to believe. So, she had to ask the question again. I said I killed it, didn't I? That means I killed it. Is it really that difficult for you to believe? Han Sun sat on Ji Yanran's office chair, holding her as she sat on his lap. Will you die if you don't bluff me? Ji Yanran jested, as she looked at Han Sen's boisterous and cocky face. She couldn't help but squeeze his waist in response. What did the family say? Han Sen smiled and asked. My dad told me to ask if you really did kill a super creature. He asked if you received the beast's soul and life geno essence, and whether or not you'd be willing to sell them. Ji Yanran explained to Han Sen without dilly-dallying. I killed it, yes, but I didn't receive the beast's soul. I did get the life geno essence, however. If you need it, I will give it to you. Han Sen smiled. Han Sen understood Ji Yanran, so that was why he said that. Ji Yanran loved what he had just said, and replied, That was my dad's idea. If you need it, you should keep it for yourself. You earned it. So don't worry. There is no pressure for you to give it up. And if you do end up selling it, please consider selling it to the Ji family first. After all, I am your girlfriend. Give me some more time to research this stubborn thing first. If I am still unable to consume it, I'll allow my wife to handle it, Han Sen said, smiling. Who is your wife? Ji Yanran rolled her eyes, but she was super pleased on the inside. Han Sen was in a rush, trying to find a way he could consume the life geno essence. If he still couldn't find a way, he wouldn't mind giving one away for the Ji family to research. After all, the Ji family was powerful and far-reaching. There was a high chance they might find the solution, and it'd make Ji Yanran happy. Han Sen knew that Ji Yanran had never complained about his status during their time together, but he knew that she had received a lot of pressure from her family regarding her choice to be with him. The life geno essence could earn Ji Yanran a lot of relief from her family. Of course, giving her the life geno essence was the worst-case scenario. Han Sen wanted to eat it, first and foremost. And if he was able to eat it, he wouldn't have to sell it to the Ji family. Han Sen had a few theories of his own regarding the nature of the life geno essences. He could not, however, prove them. If people could not eat the essence from the first god's sanctuary, that meant the life geno essences were the same between both shelters. For absorption, they'd need a special method. But Han Sen had eaten the life geno essence without trouble in the first god's sanctuary. Now that he thought back to his time there, the first god's sanctuary was different than the second god's sanctuary in a number of ways. The first life geno essence he ate was not obtained through hunting. It was because the golden growler spat the life geno essence to the baby golden growler, and Han Sen had stolen it. Ever since then, Han Sen had been able to absorb super geno points by slaying super creatures. It was only now that Han Sen realized that might have been the reason. Aside from that, Han Sen could not remember any other differences between now and the time he was in the first God Sanctuary. Everything he had in the first God Sanctuary, he had now, but even better. The only difference was his inability to consume the life geno-essences. Han Sen could only theorize that the reason he could absorb life geno-essences in the first God Sanctuary was the golden growler. But thinking of things this way, Han Sen could only hope that his predictions weren't true. There was no way he'd be able to find another super creature willing to spit out another life geno-essence for him. There must be a way to absorb a life geno-essence, but whatever it is, I just haven't found it yet, Han Sen thought to himself. After returning to his room, Han Sen replied to a few messages his friends had sent him. He told them about his success in slaying a super creature. Humans were getting better and better in this world. It was only a matter of time before someone else succeeded in the task of killing a super creature, especially in the first God Sanctuary. It was likely more and more would be killed there. Han Sen did not think there was a point in keeping it a secret anymore. But Han Sen knew that killing a super creature in the second God Sanctuary was a deed that no one aside from him would be able to accomplish for a long time to come. The super creatures in the second God Sanctuary were frighteningly powerful. No one could kill a super creature unless it was severely injured beforehand, without first having fully maxed out their super geno points in the first God Sanctuary. If others wanted to kill a super creature in the second God Sanctuary, they would have to wait until someone had maxed out their super geno points in the first God Sanctuary. Since the people in the first God Sanctuary couldn't consume life geno-essences, no one would be able to max out their super geno points before coming to the second God Sanctuary. No progress could be made with the current state of things. Right now, Han Sen was the anomaly. He was the only one who could make progress. Only he could hunt super creatures in the second God Sanctuary and exclusively obtain the resources such beasts would provide. But Han Sen was worried that if the second God Sanctuary's super creatures were so difficult to kill, then the creatures of the third God Sanctuary and fourth God Sanctuary would be unfathomably cruel. The Alliance forbade any news from the third God Sanctuary and fourth God Sanctuary. Very seldom would news about them be released, and most of those articles were useless and devoid of any concrete information. Han Sen could enter the third God Sanctuary with maxed out super geno points, but after that, would his ability to slay super creatures solo remain? He wasn't so sure. Without maxed out super geno points as a base statistic going into the second God Sanctuary, humans were weak there. If they did not max out super geno points in the second God Sanctuary, Han Sen was uncertain whether humans would stand a chance in the third God Sanctuary. Just existing in the third God Sanctuary as a faceless minority, without the talents to excel or make any progress, would be ridiculously hard. There's no use thinking about it now. I cannot even absorb the life geno-essence. Han Sen openly mocked himself. He was talking to everyone he knew, telling them each about his conundrum. Holy smokes, as you say. You really killed a super creature in the second God Sanctuary. After Tang Jinliu heard it from the horse's mouth, he couldn't help but yell. Strong. Yi Dongmu replied with only a single word. God. You are the strongest person in the second God Sanctuary. Without a doubt. Zhu Ting exaggerated. Everyone's reaction was different, but most were driven by simple shock. Zhu Ting told Han Sen that people from the Chun family had come looking for him. They told Zhu Ting to continue being friendly with Han Sen, to see whether or not he himself might one day be on Han Sen's team like Wang Yuhang and Li Xingluan. The Qin family also told Zhu Ting that they wouldn't be pursuing the matters concerning Chan Ran. They hoped if Han Sen was one day willing to sell the life geno-essences he collected, he would consider selling one to the Qin family. Zhu Ting was really worried, given his precarious situation. He didn't expect things to turn out this way, and the amicable turn of events made him quite excited. He really killed a super creature? After Lei Hengwu heard the news, he was shocked. It pained him to believe Han Sen and Wang Yuhang managed to do it, and that really annoyed him. Han Sen returned to the shelter. Near the Devil's Mountain, Lu Hui and the Northern Master Huang Yunlong sent someone over, hoping to cooperate with Han Sen to hunt another super creature. Han Sen neither accepted nor refused. He merely said, maybe one day. Even Philip had taken the trip over to see what it took to join Han Sen's team. Although Qi Shouwen did not want to bow his head to Han Sen, the person in Donglin ordered him to visit Han Sen and request the opportunity to cooperate with him also. Yang Manli was the busiest person around. As a result, Han Sen was a vacant leader, deflecting all tasks and leadership responsibilities onto her. So she was the one who had to attend to every request. In addition to that, she had to take care of the Special Forces business. This left no time to herself. It does not matter if you are the leader of the shelter or just the leader of the Special Forces, you should do something. It was difficult for Yang Manli to attend and finish all the work she had for the day. But when it was done, she had to pay Han Sen a visit. This was something important to discuss, but when she walked in, she saw Han Sen sitting on a chair, one hand holding a golden gourd and his other hand busy stroking his silver fox. There was a silver-haired lady behind him also. She was busy massaging his shoulders as another blonde-haired lady tended to his feet. She thought it wasn't fair on her, having to work so hard every day while Han Sen reclined in his chair getting waited on, hand and foot. "I am satisfied with the quality of your work," Han Sen said, smiling. Yang Manli had been busy, doing a lot of stuff at all times. She was practically in charge of the ice field. "You should at least write your own reports." Yang Manli could not cope with Han Sen's current attitude. She did not understand why a person who made so much money was so carefree and casual about all things. She also wondered why he let her be in charge of everything as well. With the position she was in, it wouldn't take much for her to bring down Han Sen's empire if she chose to. Lining her own pockets by skimming the books would have been easy enough, too. But Yang Manli found that Han Sen didn't care about the business at all. Being a leader of the ice field might have been a great boon of wealth for somebody else, but to a person who had just killed a super creature, the ice field were nothing. He actually became the first person to kill a super creature in the second god's sanctuary. Although Yang Manli was frequently surprised by Han Sen's deeds, this one took the cake. There was a 200-year history of humans occupying shelters, and yet in all that time, Han Sen was the first. Yang Manli struggled to believe it. Thinking back to how Han Sen used to be, she never thought he'd develop so far as to become the person who now sat in front of her. "What reports? I thought you always took care of my reports." Han Sen looked at Yang Manli with a fair look of surprise. When Yang Manli heard his words, she lifted up her lips to say, "How am I supposed to know how you killed the super creature? How am I supposed to know and write about that?" In that case, I will relay to you the details." Han Sen had no problem with writing reports, but he believed them to be a waste of time. And the last thing he wanted was ending up like someone famous in the force. As a result, everything came through Yang Manli's hands. Han Sen now had a problem. With Yang Manli helping him the way she was, he was free to do as he pleased. But if someone stole her away someday, where would he find another person like her? Someone who could do everything and love her job at the same time? Should I give Yang Manli a raise? Give her a higher percentage? Han Sen thought to himself. "I can help you write the report, but there is a mission you must attend to yourself," Yang Manli told Han Sen. "What mission would that be?" Han Sen looked at Yang Manli as he asked. "A young man has just arrived at the second god's sanctuary, born on the ice field. He requests that you protect him," Yang Manli said. Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "Where will I find the time to do such a thing? Let one of the other groups bring him into the fold." "I won't stand for that." Yang Manli lifted a smile. "Of course you will. Even if it was the son of God himself, he'd get the same treatment as everyone else," Han Sen proudly proclaimed. "He's not the son of God, but his surname is Qin, so you go attend to that. I am unable to help you in such a task." Yang Manli shrugged. "Qin?" Han Sen looked puzzled and asked, "What is his relation to Captain Qin?" "He is Captain Qin's nephew." Yang Manli smiled at Han Sen again. "Ah, I see. Then have him come find me." Han Sen's tone changed at the drop of a hat. The Qin family owned the special squad, and they had taken care of Han Sen's family a lot. For his relationship with Qin Xian, he had to accept this task. While he was waiting for Qin Wenjiao, someone followed him. This was a person that Han Sen was familiar with. Su Xiaoqiao. Han Sen looked at the person with surprise, not expecting that he too had become an evolver and arrived at the ice field. Brother Sen, I have finally found the organization. Su Xiaoqiao excitedly grabbed Han Sen, looking as if he wanted to cry. Han Sen chatted with Su Xiaoqiao for a bit, and then asked Yang Monli to give him a position in the goddess army. After that, he went on to see Qin Wenjiao. He looked barely 20 years old, and he exuded the image of a gentle, young man. He had a soft baby face, one that Han Sen thought women loved. Greetings, Uncle Senator, I am Qin Wenjiao. The young man was polite in greeting Han Senator, but in Han Sen's heart, he was taken aback, thinking, Uncle? Am I old enough to be considered so? I'm only in my 20s. A few years older than you. It seemed like Qin Wenjiao understood what discomforting thoughts now plagued Han Sen's mind. He said, My auntie told me to respect you, and since you both are of a similar age, I thought I'd call you uncle. If I didn't call you uncle, my auntie would think I was being disrespectful. I suppose that is okay, Han Sen responded, caring little for the intricacies of formalities. Overall, he looked at Qin Wenjiao and asked, Why do you want me to be your guardian? Qin Wenjiao replied, My auntie has always told me that you are a good and powerful man. It is my hope that one day, I can become like you. It was fortunate that I was sent to the ice field, so I came here hoping to learn from you. And do not fret, I won't be a burden or cause you unnecessary trouble. I will work and train around your schedule. Really? Your auntie really said that about me? Han Sen's heart was happy to hear that, and so he had to ask. Yes, she talks about you often. She frequently uses you as a role model in our teachings. Someone we should strive to be like. The young ones in our family really admire you, Qin Wenjiao said. Can you give me an example of how Qin Xian usually compliments me? Han Sen shamelessly asked. Qin Wenjiao was a young man who was polite and knew his place, so Han Sen had no problem with becoming his guardian. What surprised Han Sen the most, though, was how talented Qin Wenjiao looked. Now that super creatures had been found, Han Sen wondered why the Qin family allowed him to become an evolver so soon. He could have waited another few years to see if he could collect super geno points. Recently, Han Sen's schedule had been quite liberating. He couldn't find appropriate super creatures to slay, so most of his time was spent on practicing the Dongxian Sutra or in researching the life geno essence. But there had been no progress on either front. For the latter activity, being unable to achieve results on the life geno essence himself, Han Sen decided to lend it to the Ji family. For the entire time, it had been in his hands. He'd had countless eyes watching him like hawks, willing to bend over backward to secure the life geno essence for themselves. Giving it away to the Ji family would prompt others to stop pestering him, and Han Sen could go about doing his stuff freely. It would be best if they could find out how to absorb the life geno essence. If they figured it out, Han Sen could focus on hunting super creatures. Of course, if they did not find out how, then there was no loss. Seeing as he had absolutely nothing to do, Han Sen prepared to take Qin Wenjiao and Su Xiaoqiao out on an adventure and let them take in the glory of the second god's sanctuary. But in truth, Han Sen had a destination in mind: the Peach Forest. He had yet to achieve a breakthrough with his Dongxian Sutra, and he had no way of gauging how long it might take if he had to stick with it all by himself. If he managed to eat one of the mystic peaches from the giant tree, perhaps he could achieve the breakthrough he had been looking for and unlock the gene lock. He brought Qin Wenjiao and Su Xiaoqiao with him, and everything went swimmingly. Along their journey towards the Peach Forest, they managed to kill a good number of creatures. When they reached the eaves of the Peach Forest, Han Sen did not dare bring them inside. He took a quick look himself, though, and noticed that all the flowers had wilted. Beneath the green leaves, however, he could spot green fruit that was as small as beans. It seemed it would be a while longer before they were ripe enough for collection and consumption. Han Sen only peered at them from the outskirts of the forest, and following that, made preparations to depart with the two disciples. After all, the Peach Forest was a dangerous place, and there was no telling how many super creatures might have continued to reside beneath its darkened boughs. Even if Han Sen was on his own, he wouldn't have dared enter. As they got ready to leave, they heard a monster roar from within the forest. It came from very far away, so the noise was faint. But Han San, panning the surroundings with his ears like radar dishes, felt his face drop. The noise sounded like it came from the black bear that he encountered at the giant tree. The roar was a mixture of sadness and anger, and he couldn't imagine what might have spurred its cry. Although Han San greatly desired to find out what had happened, he wanted to take Qin Wenjiao and Su Xiaoqiao to the nearest shelter first. When he took them there, he bid that they should wait for him. Then he returned to the forest borders. Standing outside the peach forest, Han San could still faintly hear the cries of the black bear. The continued noise eased his worry that the creature might be dead, and taking great care, he stepped into the forest and treaded lightly as he followed the sound of the cries. Because he hadn't brought the silver fox with him, he made sure to take the utmost care along the way. It was far more difficult for him to make progress beneath the boughs this time, as he encountered many creatures along the way. There were snakes everywhere. Han San summoned his golden armor and gargoyle glyph to avoid the bevies of snakes and continued his venture to where the cries of the black bear originated. Suddenly, Han San saw a pink little snake slithering. Had he never visited this forest before, he would have continued on his way. But the pink snake looked a little inconspicuous. It was only 1 foot long, and it was very thin. With its pink body, it looked practically harmless. It gave the impression that it was the sort of creature you could simply squish underfoot. But Han San remembered this snake. This pink little snake was under the giant tree, practicing with all the other creatures. It was a scary snake. Han San suddenly stopped moving and put away all the powers in his body. He only wanted to take a look at what was happening with the black bear and did not want conflict with the pink snake. But the pink snake looked as if it had not even noticed Han San's presence. It just carried on slithering in another direction. It was going so slowly, as if it was taking a stroll through the park. After a while, it managed to reach a peach tree, where it decided to climb up. Han San felt as if something was wrong, so he opened his gene lock and planned to run off. But that was when he noticed a group of snakes surrounding him. There were red, green, black, white, and patterned snakes. They were all around the ground and all along the trees like vines. He couldn't tell how many were there. The king of these creatures is so evil. Han San was shocked at what had happened, so he summoned his wings and tried to fly away. But then he saw a snake with wings leap out of the trees. Even the pink little snake had transparent blood wings. It flew above Han San and circled there, prohibiting any chance of an airborne escape. Han San quickly summoned his flaming Rex spike, the 2-meter-long weapon. He threw it at a group of snakes, which instantly incinerated them into charcoal. The strike formed a gap in the ring of snakes around him, and he dashed through it. It didn't take Han San long to realize that the pink snake was very similar to the Wolf King and Pegasi King. Its powers rested in the abundance of its subordinates and its ability to command them. The snakes established a formation, and although they had trouble in their attempts to harm Han San, they forced Han San to go deeper into the forest. What does this pink snake want? Han San was shocked. But then he noticed that the pink snake might not want to kill him. It just continued to push him deeper and deeper into the peach forest. Who knew what it wanted, but that was what it did. It was almost obvious how much the pink snake wanted to drive him deeper. Han San did not want to underestimate the intelligence of these creatures. He wanted to escape, but not a single window of opportunity had become available. The forest was full of snake-like creatures. Sometimes they flew out from the crowns of peach trees like locusts, a plague, everywhere. On and on, they banished Han San into the deeper recesses of the peach forest. The snakes were chasing Han San towards the black bear. Han San had been pushed 100 miles, and the roars of the bear were clearer and more distinct. The cries were louder than he had imagined, and the bear was extremely angry now. Han San gritted his teeth, thinking he might as well speed up and fly towards the bear. The crowd of snakes did not attack, but they picked up their pace to follow him. For some reason, they really wanted Han San to go there. Perhaps it was because of the snake group, but Han San did not see any other creatures. The peach forest seemed to be solely for the countless snakes. Inside the peach forest, Hansen had no idea how far he had now traveled. All that occupied his vision were snakes and trees. As he went, the roar of the bear came closer and closer. From afar, Hansen could see that a section of the peach forest was in chaos. Snapped trunks of trees were strewn about, branches littered the ground, and soil had been churned up in a mess. He ascended a hill and he finally saw the black bear. It was guarding the entrance of a cave, its body stained in blood. It roared to the sky. In front of it was the bone elephant. The bone elephant's trunk and tusks kept bashing the bloodied bear, and it was clear that the bear stood no chance against the enraged elephant. It had many wounds on its body, and blood oozed from its mouth. Still, it continued to guard the cave entrance and keep the elephant from passing. Does a treasure reside within the cave? Are both super creatures fighting for treasure? Hansen changed his position to get a good look at what was inside the cave. What he saw inside was a smaller black bear, peeping its head out of the cave's entrance. Now Hansen understood why, despite its inferior strength, the black bear insisted on guarding the cave. It was protecting its child. The bone elephant's body was turning red, while the black bear's body was turning pitch black. They were both strong when it came to vitality, and the scene of them battling in view of the hill was a shocking spectacle. Rocks had been broken, trees had been unearthed. Wood chips and leaves were mixed into the soil, and the ground trembled when the titans collided. The black bear was huge, and he thought it was scarier than the frosty bear. The frosty bear possessed ice powers, but the black bear had powerful vitality. Even though Hansen had his flaming Rex spike with him, he doubted it'd be able to penetrate the creature's hide. It was a shame that the bear had to confront a much more powerful enemy like the bone elephant. They were both magnificent super creatures, yet if one was weaker in one particular department, the weakness would be obvious for the other to see and exploit. The big black bear held back a tusk that was being driven towards it. The power was too much, though. The bear was pushed back against the cliffside by the bone elephant, the cliffside developing a crack under the force. The tusk penetrated through the bear's defense and skewered the bear. Blood coated the tusk that now pierced it. Pang! The black bear kicked the bone elephant's neck, which made it fall back a bit. But the bear's attack was, quite obviously, not very effective. The damage it dealt was negligible. The snake crowd had disappeared, obviously not wanting to get close to the battle. The pink snake had gone too. Hansen had no idea why the pink snake had chased him here. It wouldn't just send me here so I could enjoy the show, would it? Hansen furrowed his brow as he contemplated the reason. But when he looked at the big black bear and the cub that was inside the cave, his eyes glittered. It was obvious that the black bear could not compete with the bone elephant. If it continued fighting like this, it would only be a matter of time before it died. What if this was a chance for another easy kill? If the black bear could produce babies, perhaps its life geno-essence was the same as the golden growlers. Maybe it could be absorbed by humans? Thinking about this, Hansen got excited. Maybe this was Lady Luck smiling on him, providing him the opportunity to be the one who cracked the secrets of the life geno-essence. Hansen then contemplated when might be the right time for him to strike. That was when he suddenly heard some noise come from behind. In fright, he turned around and saw the pink snake writhed around a branch near him. Repeatedly, it stuck its tongue out and hissed. Hansen froze in place. He had no idea when the snake had drawn so near. He hadn't sensed its approach at all. That should have been impossible against someone like Hansen, who had superb senses. The pink snake was 2 feet away from Hansen, and so he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that the pink snake would strike if he tried anything. The flaming Rex spike was too big for the snake, too. It was ideal for taking on big super creatures, but for something as small as the snake, Hansen would need precision. The Rex spike was too cumbersome and large to effectively target the snake. The pink snake, however, did not intend to attack Hansen. The snake watched Hansen, and then it squeezed its body and broke the branch it had slithered along. It then writhed itself around the broken branch and used it to write on the ground. Hansen watched the pink snake with surprise. He had no idea what it wanted, but its intelligence was astounding. Han Sen watched the pink snake hold onto the branch and draw a few simple lines, which eventually formed the shape of an elephant. Han Sen quickly realized it was referring to the bone elephant. But Han Sen did not know why the snake was drawing. As he wondered why, he noticed the pink snake draw an X on top of the image. Seeing that the bone elephant's picture had been crossed, Han Sen then understood that the pink snake wanted Han Sen to kill it. Han Sen was flabbergasted. He thought the pink snake might have wanted to get an easy kill along with him by targeting the black bear. After all, the black bear had already been grievously injured and was severely weaker compared to the bone elephant. It would have been possible to wait until the bear was on the brink of death, before waltzing up and killing it in a single strike even. But the little pink snake wanted to get rid of the bone elephant instead, and this surprised Han Sen a great deal. Animals are animals. No matter how smart, they don't understand the concept of stakes. Han Sen underestimated the pink snake. But the more Han Sen thought about it, the less correct his initial assumption seemed. He'd seen the intelligence of the super creature, and it was the king of its kind. Perhaps it did understand the stakes. It must have had a reason to deal with the bone elephant, or maybe it just had a fleeting interest in the beast. Han Sen remembered when he was under the giant peach tree, the pink snake and the black bear were the same. Inside them there was no energy flowing. It was just a blur. But the bone elephant and the little black bear had a special energy flow inside them. Is there any connection between that and what's going on now? The more Han Sen thought about things, the more shocked he became. If the little pink snake's target were the creatures that had energy inside them, its desire to deal with the bone elephant seemed normal. But now that the big black bear was heavily injured, if the little pink snake got rid of the bone elephant, the cub would have lost its protection. The cub might end up as another target of the pink snake. After all, this forest did seem to be the pink snake's territory. With its army of snakes, the other creatures could be considered outsiders. They didn't have others to help them. These kings are always so menacing, Han Sen shouted in his heart. But hope still resided there. The pink snake forced Han Sen to go near the bone elephant, as it planned for them both to tackle the monster together. The pink snake itself was afraid of the power that the bone elephant possessed, so it sought to use the human called Han Sen for help. Han Sen was interested in both the bone elephant and the cub inside the cave. The 3 life geno-essences he had collected so far were obtained from super creatures that did not leave bodies behind. Han Sen guessed that might have been because they were first-generation super creatures. The bone elephant and the black bear were second-generation super creatures. And if they were anything like the golden growler, their bodies would not disintegrate when they were killed. Instead, they'd leave behind an edible life geno-essence. Angel's evolution was reaching a critical point. She did not want to eat sacred blood creatures anymore. But despite that, the evolution wasn't triggering. Perhaps the flesh of a super creature was exactly what she needed. Han Sen, regardless of the snake's pushing, believed he should take out the bone elephant. Otherwise, if the big bear died, it'd be harder for Han Sen to get the cub, as it would then be in the possession of the bone elephant. The pink snake watched Han Sen still standing there. It opened its mouth and hissed, prompting him to go. Han Sen groaned and then summoned his flaming Rex spike. After that, he approached the bone elephant. The pink snake saw Han Sen rush forward, so it spread its blood wings and flew off like an arrow into the bone elephant's ear. Its aim was fairly clear, in that it wished to cause the elephant harm from inside its body. The bone elephant sensed the pink snake's sly attack as it wriggled around in the elephant's ear. In response, it used its trunk to grab a hold of it and pull it out. The pink snake writhed and wriggled in the air, dodging the follow-up attack. Han Sen's flaming Rex spike was driven down onto the elephant's body with a fair strike. A metal noise rung out after the hit, however, and only white marks scuffed the red bones. Han Sen's hands were numbed by the strike. He almost couldn't hold the weapon anymore. "It's tough," Han Sen said to himself in surprise. The elephant reacted to the attack with added rage, despite not being injured very much. It attempted to turn around and rush towards Han Sen, but the big bear's paws latched onto the elephant's tusks and prevented it from turning. That was the opportunity the pink snake needed to try to wriggle its way into the elephant's ear again. Han Sen raised the flaming Rex spike again and brought himself closer to the bone elephant's body. The bone elephant's bones were totally red, and there were no apparent weaknesses. So Han Sen took aim at the thinnest bone he could find and gave it a good wallop. The bone elephant's tusks were still being grabbed by the bear, and it couldn't move. It trumpeted to the sky. With an enormous burst of strength, it picked up the bear as it clung onto the tusks and threw it towards the mountainside. There was a large crashing sound and much of the hill was ruined. The bone elephant then quickly retrieved the snake from its ear with its trunk again. It kicked its thick back legs, one of which had the flaming Rex spike bearing down on it. One foot hit Han Sen and sent him flying away. The bone elephant was so strong, it effortlessly battled 3 opponents and dominated them with ease. Han Sen's body was sent careering through several peach trees before he dropped to the ground. Although he had his golden armor and gargoyle glyph for protection, he still ended up spitting blood. His chest was on fire. Fudge! This bone elephant is so much harder than the frosty giant bear. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and pulled himself back up on 2 feet. Fortunately for him, his weapon absorbed most of the elephant's strike. Had he borne the brunt of the hit, he feared he would be half dead by now. The bone elephant trumpeted again and lowered its head, aligning its tusks with the immobile black bear. It took off sprinting towards the bear, looking like a mountain falling from the sky. If the bear was hit, it'd be very dead. The big bear had already been significantly injured, on top of the situation it had just been thrown into. It couldn't get itself free from the rubble, and a finishing strike from the tusks seemed likely. Roar! The cub that was hiding in the cave, seeing its mother about to be killed, let out a young scream. The fur on its body looked obsidian as it emerged from the shadow of the cave. It hopped onto the bone elephant and scratched a few deep marks into its bones. The bone elephant screamed in pain as it used its trunk to remove the cub that was on top of it. This bought the big bear enough time to climb out of the rubble. Seeing the bone elephant about to hit the cub, the big bear grabbed onto the elephant's trunk and fell down on its knees. It roared, pulling down on the trunk as best it could, not allowing the elephant to move it. The bone elephant kept moving its trunk, trying to get rid of the big bear that clung onto it so tightly. The powerful downward force of the bear had its feet digging into the earth, creating 2 large trenches as it pulled as hard as it could. The pink snake used this third opportunity to fire itself into the elephant's ear like a bolt of lightning. It caused pain to the elephant, which had it screaming to the skies. In its sudden madness, it managed to toss the bear and the cub away. Han Sen was behind the bone elephant's back. He performed Toxic Dragon Drill and once again took aim at his foe's backside. He wanted to replicate the results of his battle against the giant frosty bear and break his enemy's butthole. The strong spin dug hard into the elephant's clenched anus, which caused a terrific firework of sparks. But it didn't drill for long, and soon after, it stopped. The bone elephant's body was built from steel, and Han Sen lacked the power to drive it further. If the powerful flaming Rex spike could not break its bones, drilling as far as he wanted was out of the question. Seeing the mad bone elephant kick with ferocity, Han Sen managed to dodge it this time. His focus was now at its best, and he detected another kick coming his way. He evaded that one, too. The pink snake had dug itself deep into the canals of the elephant's ears, which fueled its anger and madness even further. Han Sen and the bear then attacked the bone elephant at the same time, but it still wouldn't go down. The big bear was the tank that absorbed damage. If the bear had not been there to sustain most of the bone elephant's attacks, Han Sen and the cub would have died many times over. Han Sen gave it everything he had, trying to draw its attention while the bone elephant dealt with the big bear. Although the cub was not as strong as the bone elephant or its mother, it had obsidian claws. It was still better than Han Sen's flaming Rex spike. Every scratch from the cub left deep marks in the bone elephant, even if it didn't do much lasting damage. The pink snake that drilled into the bone elephant's ears seemed to be dealing the most damage to the bone elephant. It was driven mad, screaming constantly. Pang! The cub was whacked by the trunk and sent flying. Its little body knocked down a few peach trees. What surprised Han Sen the most about this, however, was the way it leapt right back onto its feet and went running back into battle. The children of super creatures are incredibly OP. Han Sen was in shock as he watched it. The black cub was very young, yet it was already that resilient. When it grew up, it was sure to be as strong as the bone elephant. The mountains shook and the ground was torn asunder. A few scary creatures were battling to the death, and in their midst was Han Senator. He was like a pawn, only doing minor things. He did not dare to use Elephant Rex Strike, no matter how much he wanted to. He was too weak to fight the bone elephant, and he knew he was little more than a distraction in the grander scale of this fight. Han Sen would become weak after a single use of Elephant Rex Strike, so it was not a skill he dared to use on a whim. The power the skill required was massive, and even with Long Live and Jadesun Force, it had taken an hour for him to regenerate the energy it used. The situation had become complicated. Han Sen did not want to use Elephant Rex Strike because, if he was drained of all energy, he'd be unable to steal the winnings of the battle and escape. But Han Sen's presence in the fight was not unwanted or unneeded. He and the cub were able to aid the big bear by restricting the elephant. With the bone elephant unable to focus all its strength on the big black bear, the playing field became more level. The bear was able to keep going. The bone elephant was screaming louder and louder, however. It stomped and rattled the earth with rage, perhaps even panic. If this carries on, the pink snake will be the one to earn the kill. Han Sen was now in a rush. Han Sen and the bear battled for their lives against the rampaging elephant. The pink snake might have been nibbling the interior organs of the elephant by now, and if it killed the elephant, Han Sen's struggle would have been for nothing. But Han Sen had no way to kill it himself. Even if he used Elephant Rex Strike, he had no idea if it'd be effective enough to snap one of the creature's bones. Han Sen's chances of securing the kill seemed non-existent. Han Sen's heart sank. Without a solution for his predicament, all he could do was keep on fighting. Pang! The bone elephant unleashed a horrible power, blasting the big bear away. The elephant shook its head and ran towards the hill while yelping in pain. The cub ran towards the big bear, and they didn't look like they wanted to give it chase. Han Sen looked at them both disapprovingly. Then he gritted his teeth and went after the bone elephant by himself. Although the big bear was heavily injured, it could still fight. Furthermore, there was a cub guarding its side. Han Sen was still at a huge disadvantage, even if the fight was to proceed with 2 versus 1. Han Sen ran across the mountains, following the bone elephant. He wondered what the pink snake might have done inside its body to drive it to such insanity. Han Sen saw that the bone elephant was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was quite frightening, and Han Sen imagined what a terrifying enemy the pink snake would be. If it drilled into his own ear, he couldn't imagine the wretched pain that would follow. Just thinking about it made him shudder in phantom pain, as a chill ran down his spine. Earlier, the pink snake had appeared behind Han Sen out of nowhere. Just thinking about that, Han Sen broke out in a cold sweat. From the 7 orifices, more and more blood gushed out. The wailing of the elephant was becoming gradually louder, as well. The trail they followed was blocked by a cliffside wall, but the bone elephant did not stop. Boom! The cliffside wall started to collapse as the elephant charged against it ceaselessly. Broken rocks fell atop the elephant, but it did not care. Over and over it kept bashing the wall with its head. It looked as if it was ready to shatter its brain against the stone. The bone elephant brought up its trunk, and it punched its own head repeatedly. The skull of the elephant almost looked ready to break open. Han Sen was getting goosebumps just watching the scene. He swore he would never again let a snake get close to him. Small snakes in particular. For this wretched demise to be dished out to a super creature of such Goliath power was incredible. And Han Sen didn't think his own body would have lasted half as long. The bone elephant continued carving a new valley through the cliffside, and as the lands around shook, the elephant looked almost pitiful. Han Sen kept his distance while he watched the scene unfold. The bone elephant was too strong, and he imagined that the pink snake was still biting a critical organ, fueling its madness further and further. There was not much Han Sen could do, even if he decided to use the Rex spike somehow. The pink snake had obviously gotten into its brain by now, and it was only a matter of time before the bone elephant succumbed to the grasp of death. A tough body was useless against a foe that had slithered its way inside. Its flesh was super creature class, so there was no reason for Hansen to try to drill into the ear and attempt the same. But for the super creature pink snake, it was no problem. If biting once did not work, biting a few more times would. The pink snake was most likely venomous as well, and those toxins must have done their fair share of torturous work. The bone elephant was far stronger than humans thought it was. A mountain cliffside a few hundred meters high was being brought down by the tusked monster. But now it stopped, fell down to the ground, whimpering. It sounded strained, getting weaker and weaker. It looked as if its demise was near. It wept bloody tears as the light inside its eyes faded. Its brain had now most likely been ravaged by the pink snake. Blood cascaded from its mouth and ears with little restraint, like a tap. It was sure to die any second now, in the hopeless, twitching mound it had collapsed into. Hansen's heart then began to beat with speed. The bone elephant had driven its head into the cliffside many times, but its skull didn't shatter, after all. This most likely meant that Hansen could not get an easy kill. But he had to do something. Even if he used Elephant Rex Strike, there was no guarantee he could split the skull in two. This made the final hit seem pretty much secured by the pink snake. Hansen gritted his teeth and leapt down beside the nearly lifeless head of the elephant. It had almost no reaction in its final moments before death. Hansen cast his senses to scan the bone elephant, its head in particular. His hands gleamed as he gathered frightening strength. The Dongxian Sutra simulated the bone elephant's flow of energy. His whole body was replicating the bone elephant's persona, thrumming with power like a living scream. His hands were illuminated with a most terrifying power. Hansen did not summon the flaming Rex Strike, however. It would have been useless for him to try to crack the skull now. He only had one chance, and he had to secure a one-hit kill on the elephant. If the Elephant Rex Strike did not work, there would be no second chance. Hansen chose to use his hands to cast the Elephant Rex Strike, because he was opting to use his yin-yang blast and drive that power directly into the elephant's brain. He wasn't going to rush this, however. He couldn't afford to screw up his one chance. He needed to watch carefully and unleash his attack in the final second before the creature's death. At the same time, Hansen sensed the pink snake's location in the elephant's brain. He hoped that this hit could also deal significant damage, or perhaps even death, to the pink snake at the same time. If great damage was dealt, it would at least buy Hansen some time to escape with the goodies. If he couldn't strike both creatures at the same time, Hansen was certain the snake would not let him go. Plus, he'd be weak. After using Jade Skin to unlock his gene lock, Hansen had achieved super senses. For the bone elephant in particular, it allowed him to see through its head. He could faintly watch and trace the movements of the pink snake that swam around in its brain. Hansen could feel the bone elephant's life force, and with this ability, he gauged the precise time he should cast his powerful attack. Suddenly, Hansen's pupils shrunk. His body burst with power, like a raging scream. He struck the bone elephant's head with his fiery palms. Pang! The powerful Elephant Rex Strike was sent directly into the elephant's brain. It was like a torpedo in the deep sea, detonating the brain from the inside. Super creature hunted. Saint Bone Elephant. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. You may also collect the life geno essence. As the announcement played in Hansen's head, the pink snake launched out of the dead elephant's ear. It was like a star, falling into the forest. It disappeared. Hansen saw traces of pink blood sprayed across the floor, so it looked like his palm had dealt it some decent damage. He was overjoyed. Because his fitness was not as high as it could be, the Elephant Rex Strike was only enough to mop up an easy kill. It wasn't strong enough to kill a super creature at full health. But Hansen had damaged the thin pink snake, which prompted it to fly away. It was fairly obvious that the snake was heavily damaged. Perhaps it had already been injured during the scramble to get into the elephant's brain, or being in there the entire time. Regardless, it seemed to have run off for good. After all, the bone elephant was a second-generation super creature. Even if it did drill inside its body, the pink snake must have exhausted a lot of effort and strength to do so. Han-sen was just glad that the pink snake was spooked. The snake must have had no idea such a strike was coming. Only being able to perform such a strike once, it was fortunate the hit was as effective as it was. Otherwise, Han-sen might have had trouble making his escape. Han-sen quickly summoned his angel. He wanted to see if she'd eat the bone elephant, for perhaps this would be what it needed to evolve. Han-sen did not take the retrieval of beast souls as seriously as he used to. Obtaining them was no longer as important to him. His biggest priority lately was figuring out how he could consume the life geno-essences. Angel saw the body of the Saint Bone Elephant, and when she saw it, her eyes glowed red. With a ravenous appetite, she leapt onto it. She grabbed its bones and began munching on them with a rabid hunger, the sounds of snapping cartilage ringing through the air. Snap, snap, snap. She broke the bones, sucked on the marrow, and crunched on the tusks like glass. Han-sen was frozen. He thought that the angel's teeth were a bit too hard. Watching her nibble her way through a mound of super creature bones was a little frightening. Han-sen summoned his flaming Rex spike and hit the elephant's skull with it, hoping to crack it open and obtain the life geno-essence. That was all he personally needed. Nothing else mattered to him. But surprisingly for Han-sen, the bones were not as hard as he expected. It seemed that after the bone elephant's death, the bones softened somewhat. The Rex spike broke the top of the skull open like a piñata, letting out the run of white, creamy brain juice. Han-sen was rather shocked, but at least he understood how the angel was able to eat it so ferociously. After death, the elephant's bones really weren't all that hard. Han-sen drilled inside the brain for a while and rummaged through the muculent brain juice. After a fair amount of time, he managed to find the bone-like life geno-essence he had been looking for. Han-sen was so happy. But during this happiness, he heard a sound from all around him. A sea of snakes were slithering towards him. It looked like the pink snake was not too fond of Han-sen's theft, and it seemed as if it had rallied its brethren to kill him. The pink snake was riding the back of another snake. This mount snake was a large titan boa. The pink snake was hissing at Han-sen with obvious anger and frustration. Han-sen felt bad, seeing the angel munch upon the bone elephant. It would probably take a long time for her to eat it all. But with Han-sen's current weakness, if the snakes attacked, he'd have no hope of repelling them all. He considered whether or not he should quickly grab the angel and escape, leaving behind the bone elephant's flesh in the process. But suddenly he heard a bear roar. Looking to the top of the hill, he saw two bears, one big and one small, roaring in his direction. They rushed down the hill towards him, tearing up the legions of snakes in the process. Nothing could withstand their rabid claws. They stopped near the body of the bone elephant. Not entirely sure what was going on, Han-sen thought he should summon his wings and fly away. But the big black bear seemed really human. It nodded to Han-senator, and then the bear turned around and roared at the pink snake. The pink snake hissed in response. They both groaned and made noises to each other, staring one another down. After a while of this, the pink snake gave Han-sen one last jealous look before turning around and leaving alongside the rest of its snakes. The tide of snakes washed away. The big bear then roared to Han-senator. It picked up the cub, put it back on its back, and returned to the woods. Han-sen was shocked, not entirely sure what had just happened. How and why would the two bears come all the way over here just to repel the snakes that had threatened him? Did they think the reason I fought the bone elephant was because I wanted to help them? Was this them returning the favor? Han-sen didn't know for sure, but this was what he hypothesized. But regardless of why it had happened, it was a good thing. He had already decided to fly away with the angel and escape. This unexpected turn of events allowed the angel to munch on the elephant in its entirety. Han-sen sat on the floor and rested, observing the surrounding area. He wasn't simply taking in the view, though. He wanted to make sure the snake was gone for good, and didn't plan on backstabbing Han-san by coming back once the bear had left. But Han-san was just being paranoid, and the pink snake made no plan to return. Han-sen's energy was also nearing complete recovery, without the sight of a single other creature around. The angel was still eating the bone elephant, and by now she was almost halfway through her meal. The super creatures of the second god's sanctuary are so human. The children especially so. They are appearing more and more intelligent every time I see them. What will things be like when I reach the third god's sanctuary? Han-san was in deep thought, as he tossed the bone elephant's essence in his hand. It was a curious thing, like a fusion of bone and jade, but it was slightly transparent, too. This life geno essence did not look violent and red, and it was a whole lot more like the peaceful bone elephant he had once witnessed sitting beneath a tree, meditating. It wasn't at all representative of the ordinary bone elephant he was used to seeing. I hope I can eat it this time. If I can't, I'm really out of solutions for how I might collect the super geno points I need. Han-sen gave the life geno essence a good lick. The result was disappointing. The life geno essence did not change. It was still as solid as ever. It did not melt, and it continued to look like bone. Han-sen didn't feel too disappointed. His heart had been preparing for this dreary result. After all, the golden roar spat it out to him way back when, and this one had been dug out of the corpse of a dead super creature like all the rest. Han-san was not sure what generation the golden roar belonged to, so there was still some uncertainty there. Han-sen hadn't really expected licking it to work. He was just trying his luck. If it worked, that would have been great. But if it didn't, it was half expected anyway. Han-sen held onto the bone life geno essence, and then used the Dongxian Sutra to simulate the bone elephant's flow. That thundering power rumbled across the insides of his body. Suddenly, he felt the life geno essence in his hands begin to follow the flow of the energy inside him. A rhythmic beat developed, and it followed every note and jump of the energy. This made Han-sen very happy, and he knew he had stumbled onto the correct path. He sped up the elephant's flow of energy, which made the life geno essence shake even more. Han-sen could feel the bone elephant's life geno essence provide him with a strange, foreign power. It seemed as if it was going to follow Han-sen's own energy and burst out. Han-sen simulated the bone elephant's energy flow again, but the energy inside the life geno essence did not burst out. He stuck his tongue out and licked the life geno essence again, but it did not melt. If I can activate the life geno essence, why can I not eat it? Han-sen frowned, but Han-sen knew he was on the right path, and progress was being made. Otherwise, why would it have become active the way it did? He simply could not observe it because his simulation of the elephant was not powerful enough. After all, his Dongxian Sutra had not yet broken the first tier. It could not simulate things 1:1, and there were a few minor differences from the original creature. It looks like I need to finish up my first tier of the Dongxian Sutra. If I unlock the gene lock, I should be able to simulate the bone elephant's energy flow perfectly. If I do that, I must be able to absorb the life geno essence. Han-sen believed he had at long last cracked the puzzle. He had found the way to absorb a life geno essence. But for now, he still had to find a way to practice and finish up his Dongxian Sutra. He wanted to speed up his training of the Dongxian Sutra, and his best chance at doing that was with the peaches from the mystic peach tree. Perhaps in 2 months the peaches would ripen. But the super creatures in the peach forest, like the pink snake, might prove an obstacle, and Han-sen was unsure whether or not he could steal from them again. If this is the way it has to be, then that means I have to absorb the second or third generation life geno essences of super creatures. And before I kill them, I must have an understanding of their energy flow. If I don't get a grasp of that, there's no point in killing them. And to kill a first-generation creature? Well, that would be even more pointless. Han-sen furrowed his brow. Although the first-generation life geno essences must possess another method of absorption, Han-sen had already had one breakthrough for the day. For now, he would focus on what he had just figured out before working on the next conundrum. If Han-sen wanted to look for a second-generation super creature to spit out a life geno essence for him, such luck wouldn't strike for another 1,000 years, most likely. As much as he would have liked it, Han Sen did not expect this to happen again during his tenure in the Second God Sanctuary. Therefore, Han Sen thought to focus on hunting the second or third generations of supercreature for now and earn the points he wanted. Should I kill the silver fox and eat his flesh? That guy is definitely a second-generation supercreature. Han Sen wore an evil smile. But it was just a thought, nothing more. There were many second-generation supercreatures out there in the Second God Sanctuary, just waiting to be found. It would not be necessary for him to kill the silver fox, and as the fox had been a diligent pet for so long, he'd feel terrible doing that. There was the little black cub, though. But if he wanted to go after that supercreature, it'd be 2-on-1. That would be too much for him to handle. Red pony? Han Sen thought back to the Legion of Pegasi and the wolf pack that ate at each other, then quickly dropped that thought as well. 8 small snow turtles? He didn't even need to think about that one. He would be better off taking a suicide pill than going up against a family of supercreatures. Han Sen felt chilled just thinking about the 9 supercreatures there. It looks like I need to get out there and look for more solo second-generation supercreatures. Han Sen thought to himself, as he stroked his jaw. While Han Sen was perusing the various chambers and hallways of his mind, the angel had finally finished her meal. She returned to the Sea of Soul, and that was when Han Sen saw the angel shine with neon lights. She had evolved into her battle variant. She's evolving. My super battle pet is born. Yay. Fighting super creatures should be much easier from this day onwards. Han Sen was beaming with delight. He quickly left the peach forest, not wanting to stay there any longer than he had to. The next time he returned, he decided, would be when the peaches were ripe. Now that Han Sen knew how to absorb life geno-essences, and his angel was going to be born anew, it'd be easier for him to nab a peach from the giant mystic peach tree. The angel would most likely finish her evolution before they were ripe as well. With a super fighter like that at his side, Han Sen was sure that he could grab at least one peach for himself. Back in the shelter, Han Sen was no longer in a rush to return to the ice field. He brought Su Xiaoqiao and Qi Wenjiao out to kill some more creatures. He wanted to train and push their survival abilities here in the Second God Sanctuary, allow the angel to finish her evolution, and wait for the peaches to ripen in the peach forest. Brother Long, we are ready. Should we head out now? In a royal shelter to the north, Chang Yulong excitedly reported to Huang Yunlong. Have your preparations been double-checked? Have you confirmed that the life geno-essence is on Han Sen's person? Huang Yunlong squinted, emitting a sinister, evil aura. Huang Yunlong had been a king of the north for 60 years. His wealth was practically unlimited, and his strength far exceeded the capabilities of Lu Hui, who had only become famous a few years before. He had many strong subordinates as well. Out intel is not incorrect. Cannot be. Those we have planted in the goddess shelter have seen it, and they have seen Han Sen carry it around with him. He has not absorbed it yet, Chang Yulong said. Good. Rally all our troops. I am going to relieve Han Sen of the life geno-essence. Huang Yunlong's eyes were full of cruelty. Do not worry, Brother Long. This time we will all strike together. With a dozen elites who have unlocked their gene lock, and with your help, Han Sen will be very, very dead. Chang Yulong gave many confident nods as he spoke. Remember, try to cover our tracks as best as you can. We cannot allow anyone to know we have vacated our northern premises for a time. We cannot afford to spook him, Huang Yunlong said, as he continued to squint. I have made arrangements. Even Lu Hui won't expect us to be there. By the time he suspects something is afoot, we will already have killed Han Sen and taken his life geno-essence. Chang Yulong laughed. Let's head out. Huang Yunlong trusted Chang Yulong's abilities fully, for he had never disappointed him once across the years. A few days passed and the angel had already evolved. When it wasn't in battle mode, it didn't look different. It was still the black-haired lowly. But when her battle mode was engaged, she was totally different. She had blonde wavy hair, and she wore armor that looked like jade. Even her wings looked jade. The Adaraid looked really holy, and it was difficult to look her in the eye. The strange thing was that the Adaraid wielded a transparent greatsword. It was similar to the one that Hansen first saw her use when they met on the Mystery Island. The only difference was that this looked far stronger. A pet beast soul can end up looking like this? Hansen wondered, in awe. This was the first time he had ever seen something like this. Hansen soon realized, however, that the greatsword was not simple like a gear item. A piece of gear could not be put inside the Sea of Soul, and the greatsword disappeared when the Adelaide exited her battle mode. It was not some ordinary gear. Seeing the Adelaide in her battle mode, like some glorious Valkyrie, Hansen was ecstatic. The mere presence of the Adelaide was intimidating enough for others. Its strength could not be any less than a super creature's either, that was for sure. "You are finally here," Hansen said, with tears in his eyes. He wanted to kiss the Adelaide. With the Adelaide by his side, he no longer had to fear super creatures. He could enter battle with them, guns ablazing, without a care in the world. But now, Hansen's focus was not on killing super creatures. He wanted to quickly finish the first tier of the Dongshan Sutra and see if he could absorb the bone elephant's life geno-essence. If things were how he had guessed, Hansen would have to be selective of the super creatures he chose to do battle with in the future. Otherwise, there'd be no point in fighting them. On the next red morning, Hansen was sitting on a hill while he practiced the Dongshan Sutra. He had practiced half a cycle when his eyebrows jumped up with the sudden sensation of approaching danger. But Hansen did not panic, so he maintained his practice of the Dongshan Sutra, even as 12 people encircled him. Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yulong had exerted a lot of effort in the formulation and execution of their plan of assassination. They thought they'd need to commit to a big fight if they were going to surround Han Senator, but they were able to walk right up to him, all while he remained sitting and basking in the red morning light. Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yulong were almost unable to believe how smoothly their operation seemed to be going. They thought an elite like Hansen would detect them from 100 meters away. And the fact that he did not run away surprised them even more. "Hansen, we meet at last." With everything going so smoothly, Huang Yunlong was pleased. Hansen ignored him. He was finishing his big cycle of the Dongshan Sutra. When it was done, he opened his eyes to see a dozen people surrounding him, one of which was Huang Yunlong. "Who are you?" Hansen observed everyone and ended up on Huang Yunlong. He asked the question as he stood up. "I am from the Cloud Dragon Shelter in the north. I am Huang Yunlong." Huang Yunlong proudly introduced himself. "What do the northern folks want from me then?" Hansen asked calmly. "Oh, nothing big. I am just requesting that I purchase your life geno-essence," Huang Yunlong said, smiling. "How much are you willing to pay?" Hansen responded. "How much?" Cheng Yulong almost burst out laughing. He thought Hansen must have been retarded to ask such a question in the situation he was in. "That much?" Cheng Yulong pulled out his wallet and threw a small 10,000 note at Hansen's face, laughing. He would have liked to throw out an even smaller note, but as wealthy as he was, that was the smallest he had. "Nah, it's worth more than that," Hansen calmly replied, with no deviation in his emotion. He was not mad at all. He didn't dare announce he had gotten super geno points before, because he knew others would come after him. Now that the cat was out of the bag, it hadn't been long before someone sought to bring him harm, all for retrieving the life geno essence he owned. The formation was fairly big. There were a dozen people, each with an imposing, intimidating presence. They weren't ordinary evolvers. If he was able to bring that many strong fighters to battle Hansen, he had to be a man that possessed a lot of power. He also had to be a man that was cruel, the sort who struck with absolutes and assurances of death. "The worth of the item is not up to you to decide. If I want to buy it off you, you will have to sell it and accept the price that I propose." Huang Yunlong looked callous. He didn't say much else. He then simply gestured with his hand, signaling for a dozen fighters to unlock their gene locks and run towards Hansen. Clearly, they wanted to kill Han Senator, and that was all they needed to do if they desired to own the life geno essence. The life geno essence could not be placed in the Sea of Soul, and neither could Hansen consume it. It was up for grabs. Although Hansen knew they were strong, he hadn't expected they had all unlocked their gene locks. With power like this, the man was doing pretty well for himself in the second god sanctuary. Without aid from the big families and prominent alliance organizations, it was difficult to gather a dozen elites with unlocked gene locks. In the past, Han Sen would have believed it difficult to fight these assaulters. After all, he only had 2 fists. Being surrounded by a dozen elites with unlocked gene locks, getting out alive would be difficult. But now things were different. Now he had his battle Adderade. Super pets had the potential to be as strong as super creatures. No matter how strong these elites were, if they could not kill a super creature, they could not kill an Adderade. Seeing that these cruel people wanted to murder him, Han Sen did not respond any further. All he did was summon his Adderade. The Adderade wielded a great sword as she flapped her wings. It was like a holy goddess. Appearing in front of Han Senator, she coldly looked at Huang Yunlong and his people. Huang Yunlong saw the Adderade and was shocked. They thought Han Sen was only summoning a spirit, as humanoid pets were very rare. They never expected this. But they did not understand why Han Sen was summoning a spirit. If it was a royal spirit, it was nothing to them. Even spirits could not fight that many talented fighters. It wouldn't last a second. If Han Sen was using a spirit to buy himself time to escape, he was too naive. Although Lu Hui was only leader of the Blue Blood Force's reserve team, it was still a lofty position, representative of his abilities. Huang Yunlong had done his best to hide his people's presence. But when they entered Lu Hui's territory, they did not go unnoticed. Lu Hui was intelligent enough to determine what they had come for. It had to be something as valuable as Han Sen's life geno-essence, for Huang Yunlong to risk everything. Lu Hui knew Han Sen was currently in his territory, but he wasn't in a rush to meet and greet with him. He knew that for people like Han Sen, such gestures meant very little. Actions spoke louder than words. But for the time Han Sen was there, Lu Hui was unable to find the opportunity to do something meaningful on his behalf. That was until Huang Yunlong's arrival. Lu Hui enlisted a few of his top men and went near where Han Sen was spending the morning. He did not rush there to meet Han Sen or say anything. He just waited. People were at their most appreciative when they were desperate. Lu Hui planned to wait until Han Sen found himself surrounded by Huang Yunlongs, then spring an attack that would save his life. Such a bold action would be far more cherished and appreciated than if he were to simply tip Han Sen off to a coming assassination attempt. Lu Hui and his people lay in wait in a nearby forest. When he saw Huang Yunlong had brought a dozen evolvers with unlocked gene locks to murder Han Sen, he was shocked. He had brought a terrible power, and Lu Hui imagined that Huang Yunlong must have emptied the entire strength of his territory to fell Han Senator. He was so desperate. He was willing to risk everything to obtain the life geno-essence. Lu Hui furrowed his brows and took a look around him, pondering whether or not he had brought enough people. Just as Lu Hui was planning to run to Han Sen's side and defend him, he saw he had summoned an Adderade. When Lei Hengwu laid his eyes upon it, he was taken aback. With much surprise, he said, "No way he will use that spirit to beat them, right?" The next second, the Adderade moved. As the dozen warriors sought to attack, the Adderade flapped her wings and took off into the air. She flew to the man who was nearest and attacked with her transparent great sword. The man was wielding a great lance, and his body was heating up, emitting a white fog. He was an evolver who could control the element of heat. But the Adderade was too fast, and she frightened him. He held up his lance to block her attack. The Adderade looked cold, like a goddess that was pure and free from even the smallest speck of dust. She brought down her fierce greatsword. Slash! The man and the lance were both cut in half by the ferocious greatsword. Blood and organs fell all about, but not a single droplet touched the Adderade. Under the morning light, the Adderade still looked the same. As evil as she appeared and acted, she seemed to be graced with a holy, angelic look, too. In that brief moment, every other evolver was suddenly petrified. Huang Yunlong, Chang Yulong, Lu Hui, and Lei Hengwu were frozen stiff. No one expected an elite, who had unlocked their gene lock, to be killed in such a grisly fashion. It happened so unexpectedly, it gave them all the heebie-jeebies. A second later, the Adderade flapped her wings again. Her beautiful body soared through the air and teleported before another fighter. She weaved her great sword up, effortlessly. The fighter was clad in heavy armor, and he bore a great shield. When he saw the Adaraid's sword coming for him, he yelled and raised his bulwark to deflect the attack. Slash! The thick great shield was hewn in half, and the gentle wind caressed the evolver's head on its ascent and subsequent descent, free from the shoulders it once belonged to. Impossible! Huang Yunlong's eyes opened wide. His face was distorted with horrific surprise, and fear crept into his heart to lay its first tangling, choking roots. The man who used the shield was called Dooku. He had a skill called Platinum Body. When he opened his gene lock, his body would harden like platinum. With sacred blood armor and shield, his defense was unmatched. He was one of the strongest amongst the evolvers, yet he had been beheaded in less than a moment's notice. Even his armor and shield had been reduced to splinters, much to the fright of everyone who witnessed it. Chang Yulong and the others all knew how powerful Dooku was. After seeing such a person be slain so easily, the fear that was beginning to grip the hearts of everyone accelerated. No one could believe Dooku had been killed in such a fashion, and even Lu Hui and Lei Hengwu were in as much shock and awe as those who now had to face the wrath the Adaraid. The spirit's capabilities were far beyond what anyone had expected of it, and never before had they been so wrong. Oh my days! Is that truly just a spirit? Lei Hengwu blurted out with widened eyes. No could answer him. Powerful spirits did exist, but rarely did humans get the chance to see them. They had never seen spirits swear vows either. No one expected Han Sen to be in possession of a spirit as terrifying as that. Retreat! Retreat! Huang Yunlong did not wait any longer, as he turned around and sought to flee. The thing that looked like an angel was far stronger than he expected it to be. It was scarier than a super creature, and his chance of killing Han Sen had quickly dropped to zero. Before Huang Yunlong barked his order, however, everyone had already started running. They all wished that they could grow more legs, so they could skitter away with greater ease. They were lucky to be alive, facing such a fearsome creature. They were elites who had survived many battles and encounters of terrifying proportions over the years. A few of the evolvers had followed Huang Yunlong for many, many years, too. They once conducted operations that dealt with the hunting of super creatures. But the Adaraid was scarier than any creature they had faced before. When they chased super creatures, they conducted and orchestrated the battles. Fights were selected because they were the hunters. But the angel-looking woman had human intelligence and skill, and this time they were the prey. They were frightened beyond belief. Now gutless, they did whatever they could to scramble away and free themselves from it. Han Sen could use his mind to control the Adaraid. She flapped her wings and caught up with Chang Yulong. His face drained of its color entirely, and he regretted the way he had mocked Senator Han Sen was getting him back for his spite, which was why he was the first to be chased down. Chang Yulong's body burst with power, and he tried to evade the Adaraid's strike. It was to no avail, however. He was sliced in two. Before his death, all he could do was whimper. There was no death cry or final words. Han Sen had taken away those rights. The Adaraid angel did not stop there, however. Under Han Sen's command, she went after Huang Yunlong. Han Sen did not care who he was. He did not care about his family or background. Han Sen wanted to send a message to everyone in the alliance. He wanted to tell them all that if they messed with him, they would end up dying gruesome deaths. Huang Yunlong was the North's champion and top human evolver. Not even Han Sen could beat him easily. But before the Adaraid, his persona had shriveled to that of a fleeing scoundrel. The Adaraid caught up with him easily. A few cuts and slices removed his armor. Then, his helmet was removed, which came terrifyingly close to taking his scalp off along with it. Han Sen, I have no grudge with you. If you let me go now, I'll appreciate it. If you don't let me go, my blood legion will most likely avenge me. Huang Yunlong, in between his evasions and pleas, screamed and yelped as he tried to escape. Han Sen frowned, as he had heard about the blood legion before. When humans first entered their interstellar era, they experienced many unique events and encountered a variety of different species. It provided a great expansion to humanity's understanding of life and their own existence. This also led to the forming of different religions and dogmas. The Blood Legion was one of those religious organizations. Han Sen had heard that the Blood Legion was responsible for one of the Alliance's greatest events. It took lethal force to suppress them, and they were branded a cult. They were supposedly wiped out without a trace. But in the past 100 years, the Blood Legion's popularity had been on the rise once more. A lot of people had been contacted by missionaries of the supposed Blood Legion in a recruitment spree. Their activities had been viewed negatively, and over the past few years of their resurgence, many people had died for their allegiance to the cult. Many others did not lose their lives, but instead, their possessions, wealth, and social standing. Everything that defined who they once were was nullified after becoming a member. Han Sen did not expect Huang Yunlong to have ties with the Blood Legion, but that did not change anything. No matter who he was, Han Sen had to end him. If he didn't cut the head off the snake, people would assume Han Sen was soft, and others might try their hand at coming after him as well. Han Sen decided to live like a man. Huang Yunlong was responsible for the events of the day. He wanted Huang Yunlong's death to warn others who might one day seek to do the same. Huang Yunlong shouted, but Han Sen did not care. He just coldly watched as the Adderate sliced him, cutting him down bit by bit. Huang Yunlong was quite the elite, and after 30 slashes, he had yet to fall. Even Han Sen was not much stronger than him. But facing the Adderate, Huang Yunlong had no chance. Death would be the only resolution to his encounter with it. His wounds slowed him down, and what happened next was inevitable. His head was lopped off. He didn't even have the time to close his eyes before he was beheaded. His open eyes spoke to the way he felt in the final moments before his death. He was angry, and he did not feel that what was happening to him was fair. Lu Hui and Lei Hongwu were frozen as they watched. The northern master, Huang Yunlong, who had reigned the north for 60 years, was cut down just like that. And a dozen evolvers who had opened their gene locks were fought off by an angel-looking creature under the command of Han Senator. Only 6 managed to escape her wrath. Han Sen did not even have to dirty his hands. The angel-looking creature had delivered the frightening results he desired on his behalf. What the hell is that thing? Lei Hongwu was flabbergasted. He was unable to determine whether or not the Adderade was indeed a spirit. Even if it was, he didn't believe it would follow the commands of any human. In the red morning light, the Adderade looked like a holy figure, tainted with an evil corruption. Let's go. Lu Hui commanded his people to leave. He was worried that if they remained there, Han Sen might misunderstand the meaning of their presence. If Han Sen believed they were with Huang Yunlong, they wouldn't end up any better. The angel-looking creature was far too scary. For the people that had run off a great distance, Han Sen did not command the Adderade to follow. He then looked in Lu Hui's direction. After that, he went to scavenge and see what he might find on the ghastly remains of those who had been slain. Nothing. Most of them had a little coin pouch with some money and their cards inside, but that was it. Han Sen had a look at Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yulong's cards. In between them, he saw the symbol of the 9-life cat. Blood Legion. Is there any connection between it and the 9-life cat? Han Sen's facial expression was complicated, unsure whether or not this was just a coincidence. But Han Sen had never heard of the Blood Legion making use of the 9-life cat as some form of symbol. He did remember that the Blood Legion believed in the blood god, however. It was a god that could control the blood power of creatures. Aside from Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yulong, none of the others had the same card. Han Sen then set up a pyre. After burning all the corpses, he left. The battle in which Huang Yunlong had been killed in his attempt to assassinate Han Sen shocked the whole alliance. Because of the life geno essence, many people had kept their eye on Han Senator. No one had expected Huang Yunlong would have been the first to try to take it. A lot of other factions felt relieved. Many had made plans to do the same as Huang Yunlong did, and they were glad that he had attempted such a thing first. If they went, they'd only have traded places and been the ones who were killed instead. The creature that looks like an angel. Is that a spirit? If it was a spirit, then it'd be indestructible. It'd be 1,000 times harder than hunting down a super creature. For sure. How did Han Sen come to have something such as that in his possession? Many factions and organizations were shocked, and they fervently tried to guess what the angel might have been. Most of them believed it was a beast's soul, while a few continued thinking it was a spirit. No matter what it was, however, everyone knew that with such a creature by his side, Han Sen was invincible in the second god's sanctuary. Unless someone had the most flawless assassination plan, killing him would be impossible. What happened to Huang Yunlong alarmed everyone. A lot of people who were planning on assassinating Han Sen now realized that doing it in a shelter was impossible. Killing him in the alliance would be the only way, but to attack Han Sen in the alliance would be difficult. Everyone believed Han Sen to be from the Ji family. He was also with the Special Security Operation Team, which had deep ties to the Qin family. With a background like that, most attacks against him would be useless. After Han Sen returned, he contacted Ji Yanran. He told her she could be in charge of the Frosty Bear Life Geno Essence. He had been unable to absorb the Life Geno Essence so far, so it was pointless for him to keep it right now, particularly since all it did was draw the jealousy and ire of others. If Han Sen gave it to the Ji family, people would know that he could not absorb the Life Geno Essence, and it would hopefully prevent them from bothering him. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but assassination attempts were difficult to avoid. In the alliance, he was not invincible. There was no point in being killed for an item that was worthless to him. Han Sen did want to know if there was any way to absorb the Life Geno Essence, however. With his own knowledge and wealth, his ability to perform tests and experiments was limited. Therefore, providing it to the Ji family was the best course of action. He thought about selling the first-generation Life Geno Essences he could not absorb to others. Such items would most likely be useless to them as well, but at least he'd earn a lot of cash. Daddy, you sure have a lot of free time recently. Ji Yanran smiled at Ji Ruoxin's image on the video chat. I can't help it. My future son-in-law is far too talented. Ji Ruoxin looked like he was joking. What has he done now? Ji Yanran blinked to look as if she didn't know, despite the fact Han Sen had already told her. Didn't he tell you? He used a spirit to beat a dozen elites and Huang Yunlong, Ji Ruoxin said. I only heard he used a humanoid pet beast soul to kill a bunch of thieves that sought to rob him, Ji Yanran said, smiling. Thieves, huh? Ji Ruoxin smiled and asked her, Baby daughter, did you ask him what level his beast soul is? Super beast soul, Ji Yanran replied with certainty. So, it is a super beast soul? Ji Ruoxin had already guessed that much, but he was still taken aback to hear it confirmed. For Han Sen to have a beast soul like that, he had to have killed at least one other super creature. It was hard not to be surprised by it. The Ji family spent a lot of wealth to fund the killing of just one super creature, and that was in the first god's sanctuary. Han Sen had killed at least 2 super creatures in the second god's sanctuary, all by himself. This was the sort of goal many families had been vying to achieve over the past few generations. Having a super pet and raising it to a battle mode was a far better investment than Ji Qing's super armor. The boon of power Han Sen had received would work exceptionally well when facing off against other super creatures in the future. With that super pet by his side, Han Sen was sure to kill many more super creatures from now on. And Ji Qing's super armor hadn't lent her much aid. Overall, did Han Sen tell you how many super creatures he has actually killed? Ji Ruoxin asked. He has killed 2 in total. Ji Yanran only told her father what Han Sen had told her. Han Sen had placed the kill of the Deadeye Peacock on the little angel. Ji Ruoxin sighed and said, I thought Ji Qing was lucky, but Han Sen's luck far exceeds hers. That super pet just evolved into battle mode, and Han Sen hasn't brought her to fight any other super creatures yet. Huang Yunlong's death came at what was practically her first trial run. Ji Yanran laughed. She continued by saying, Oh, and Han Sen said, he will provide us with the Frosty Bear's essence. And what are the conditions of such an offering? Ji Ruoxin asked. Dad, don't say that. Why would there be any conditions or strings attached? He only said that it was a gift for me, and I can do whatever I want with it. Ji Yanran blinked. There really aren't any conditions? Ji Ruojian asked again with much surprise. There aren't. But because he's been so good to your daughter, you can't allow yourself to be in his debt. Ji Yanran slyly suggested, acting all cute. This Han Sun is a smart guy, I'll give him that. Giving it to you as a gift will undoubtedly benefit him more than if he were to sell it to us. Ji Ruojian smiled and finished by saying, he has very good judgment to think this way. He is not someone who hankers for a little profit every chance he gets. I know. I'm not blind. You didn't think I'd pick a fool, did you? Ji Yanran smiled and proceeded to say, Han Sun told me he'll be staying in the ice field, and that we can come pick up the life Geno essence whenever we want. Sure. You tell little Han that the Ji family does not accept charity, and things aren't accepted without something given in return. I'll go back and have a talk with your uncle. We'll give Han Sen a reasonable reward for this gift. Fret not. Ji Ruojian then paused for a bit before asking, oh, and tell little Han that the Ji family is formally requesting the opportunity to cooperate and hunt a super creature together, in unison. If he is interested, I'm sure we'll have much to discuss. And in regards to that other life Geno essence, Han Sen agreed to sell it to the Qin family. Ji Yanran answered immediately. The Qin family? Ji Ruojian lowered his head to think for a bit, and then continued by saying, not bad. He's got his head screwed on right. He sure knows what he's doing. Ji Yanran did not lie. Han Sen was indeed planning on selling it to the Qin family. After all, he could not absorb the life Geno essence of a first-generation super creature, and holding onto it would just make others jealous. He would also maximize the profit he could receive by selling it as early as possible. Han Sen was a part of the Special Security Operation Team, and it looked after his family. Considering his relationship with Qin Xian, he was almost obligated to sell it to the Qin family. The news of the sale of the two life Geno essences, and the fact he was in possession of a super pet, became well-known facts in the alliance. A lot of key officers and faction officials were rocked by the news. A lot of people who knew Han Sen in a closer capacity were asked about him. Did he have more life Geno essences? Would he be willing to cooperate, maybe even help hunt a super creature? Han Sen's answer, of course, was no. He rejected all requests and remained in the shelter, refusing to go anywhere. All he did was practice his Dongxian Sutra while waiting for the peaches to ripen. Even though he was in the goddess shelter, Han Sen still felt the itch of numerous eyes watching him wherever he went. He supposed that was the price of being famous. But overall, Han Sen cared little. A month later, the season for the peaches to ripen had fast approached. Han Sen summoned Beetle Knight to camouflage himself while he was in the shelter, so he could sneak out unseen. The whole world was paying heed to Han Sen's every movement. Having a super pet made him the focus of everyone. No one would miss a beat when it came to his wheeling and dealing, coming and going. This was especially true when it came to the fighting of super creatures. If Han Sen was seen hunting a super creature, countless people would visit him, using a flurry of stretched excuses for why he should sell a life Geno essence to them. Han Sen did not mind selling them, but he did not want to sell them to just anyone. Regardless, this was primarily why he chose to sneak out without leaving a trace for others to follow. To get the mystic fruit from the giant peach tree in the peach forest, Han Sen brought the silver fox and the little angel. He wanted to grab a peach to see if he could unlock the first tier of the Dongxian Sutra. Entering the peach forest once more, Han Sen had far more courage. Even if the pink snake brought an army with him, he was confident he could slay them all, with the silver fox and little angel by his side. But nothing of the sort happened. The silver fox's presence shooed off any creatures along the way, which disappointed Han Senator. He was looking forward to the possibility of slaying a host of sacred blood snakes, so he could gobble them up and get closer to maxing out his sacred Geno points. But for some reason, the pink snake and its legion of slithering serpents did not appear until he had arrived at the giant tree. The legion of snakes had gathered all around the mystic peach tree. Han Sen also saw the black bear and its cub there. A blue beast and a crane of sorts were there as well. Every creature he had encountered at the tree the last time, minus the bone elephant, were here at the tree once again. Han Sen's arrival was not without trouble, however. His coming led to unrest with the pink snake and its legion. And indeed, the legion of snakes did not disperse with the silver fox's coming. As Han Sen arrived, all of the snakes lifted their heads, as if to warn Han Sen not to tread any closer. The pink snake was sat upon the Titan boa as it once did. It stared at Han Sen with cold, poisonous eyes. It was evident it had not forgotten who he was. But for some reason, the pink snake avoided Han Sen and did not attack. This behavior surprised him. The black cub, on the other hand, looked delighted to see Han's senator in surprise. It ran out to Han Sen's feet, ignoring the legion of snakes. With a little observation, Han Sen noticed that the cub had grown in size since the last time it met. It had grown up fast. When the cub reached Han Sen, it ran in circles and sniffed around him. Then it signaled for Han Sen to sit next to the big bear. Han Sen, taking a look at the peach tree, noticed that there weren't any peaches on it yet. He watched it for a while, but then, after some time, noticed two peaches manifest between the green leaves. They were about the size of ostrich eggs. The peaches were red on the bottom and pale on the top. They looked as if they were moments away from ripening. Such a giant tree only produced two peaches? Han Sen looked to his left and right, and indeed, the mystic peach tree had only produced two peaches. One was hanging at the tip of the twig and the other was a little further up. The super creatures that had gathered there all looked up at the peaches. The little angel and the silver fox were almost as powerful as the two bears, in comparison. Han Sen alone could almost equate to the power of the silver fox, and he wagered he could beat at least two super creatures to the punch of nabbing the peaches. Han Sen then took a look at his competition. Pink snake, blue beast, crane, little bear and big bear. There were 5 super creatures, and against the legion of snakes there, it'd be difficult to take the peaches. Han Sen went near the big bear, which sat away from the peach tree. Strangely enough, none of the super creatures sought to go close to the tree. They circled it, almost as if there was a radius they had to be outside of. This confused Han Senator, seeing 2 peaches on the tree, with one at the end of the twig and the other a little above. They both shone like a fruit from heaven's very own orchard. They emitted a pleasant smell, a smell even nicer than the smell of the peach flowers. But despite the tantalizing prospect of the peaches being right there for the taking, no creature dared make a move. It was like they weren't in a rush to take them. The black bear was lying on the ground of the peach forest, but it looked up, seemingly focused on the 2 peaches. But look is all it did, and it most certainly did not appear ready to take them. The pink snake and the blue beast looked the same way. The crane was perched on a nearby peach tree, but still away from the mystic giant tree. The cub continued to circle Han Sen, but then stopped to stare at the silver fox that was resting on Han Sen's shoulder. It seemed really interested in the creature, as it couldn't stop staring. Strange. Those peaches are going to ripen, so why are they keeping their distance? Shouldn't they each be vying for it right now? Aren't they afraid of someone else stealing it? Han Sen stared at the mystic peach tree and began to feel as if something was wrong. He used jade skin to unlock his gene lock and heighten his senses. Although he did not have the 8th sense yet, his senses and perceptions still exceeded that of the super creatures. Han Sen used his new sensory functions to inspect the peach tree, and his face looked horrified. Through the use of his heightened senses, he noticed there was something wrong with the mystic peach tree. On the tree there was something really small, but it was something alive that moved around. In fact, there were many of them and they were moving all over. When observing the twig that held the peaches, Han Sen could see them crawling around like ants. Just seeing it made his head itch. Bugs? Why are there so many strange bugs on the tree? Han Sen was shocked. The bugs were so small, yet the tree was huge. They dug underneath the bark of the tree, and with average eyesight, you could not tell they were there through simple observation. If it wasn't for Han Sen's sense, he wouldn't have noticed their presence even if he went to stand directly in front of the tree. What are those bugs? Even the super creatures are avoiding them. They don't even dare to go close. Han Sen frowned. Han Sen was positive the last time he was here at the tree, there were no bugs. Otherwise, he'd have known about them coming here. He was practicing Dongxian Sutra for a long time beneath the boughs of that great tree, so there was no way he had managed to avoid sensing them during that time. Strange. Where did all these bugs come from? There is no way they can be super creatures, can they? But why are the super creatures scared of them? And why do they avoid going near the tree? Han Sen mulled the peculiar situation. Han Sen then remembered the time he got Princess Yin Yang. She informed Han Sen about the nature of the sacred blood class silver beetle mother. Perhaps the bugs weren't all too different to the silver beetle. She explained that the smaller silver beetles were little more than weapons, created by the mother. They weren't actual living creatures. If these bugs were able to make the super creatures that scared, the mother of the bugs may have been a super creature as well. If this is true, that's bad news. A super creature that can produce countless smaller insects will be a terrifying foe. I shudder at the thought. Han Sen then sensed the ground, but his abilities were still a little limited as he had yet to fully unlock the eighth sense. Therefore, he could not find out what was going on beneath the earth. Unable to ascertain where the mother might be, Han Sen returned his gaze to the smaller bugs on the tree. They were inside the bark, eating it. Although they did not eat much, it was still a shocker to see. The mystic peach tree was something sacred. It was something that even the super creatures greatly admired. It was a surprise to see these bugs eat and desecrate it like so. Han Sen, being unable to figure out what the bugs were, was just like the bears now. He remained motionless, staring at the tree, not daring to get close. They just waited until it was ripe. A few days later, the peach on the upper reaches of the twig had already turned jade. Strangely, it emitted a red mist. A holy presence emerged from the peach like jade. As well, the scent was carried by the wind, coating the next few hundred miles with its pleasing fragrance. The lower peach was different than the upper peach. The lower peach was mostly green and pale and only a little bit red. It looked like it would still take some time for it to mature. The legion of snakes was getting anxious and annoyed. In their impatience, they started to approach the peach tree, ever so slowly. The pink snake was riding the head of a titan boa, which flew in circles of further impatience. It looked as if it wanted to launch itself onto the upper peach, which looked as if it was almost ripe. But it didn't yet. It showed restraint due on account of its fear. The blue beast, resting on the branch of a tree, jumped down. It walked forward and stared at the upper regions of the tree, where the peach hung. Its eyes shone a blue color, but again, even this creature did not dare to approach the tree fully. The crane flew up from the branch it was perched on and circled the skies above the tree. It didn't get too close to the peach, despite its obvious desire for it. The big black bear stood up on its hind legs, staring at the peach like all the rest. It did not venture a single step forward either. Han Sen watched how all the creatures grew more and more impatient. They greatly desired the peach, but they were conflicted with a fear that prohibited them from going forward. Han Sen was surprised by the scene, and it made him even more puzzled over the nature of the bugs. Where did they come from to possess such power that they frightened the super creatures? After a while, the wonder of the fruit's delightful scent reached its zenith, and the red mist that the peach emitted cloaked the entire fruit and began to resemble a holy light. The peach had become transparent, and Han Sen could see how juicy it was on the inside. The temptation to sink his teeth into it, regardless of the prospect of subsequent death, was real. That afternoon, the peach began to shine. A symbol, composed of light, appeared on its skin. At that moment, the bugs went crazy and washed up the tree like the tide of the sea. Like a shadow, they ascended all the way to the peach. They were like a murky liquid cloud. If he looked closer, he could see the vast swarms of bugs that pushed and squeezed together in a bustle to reach the peach. Despite watching the peach fall into the hands of the bugs, the super creatures still hesitated. Han Sen gritted his teeth, summoned his wings and Rex Spike, and took off towards the peach. Han Sen's movement was like the tipping of the first domino. The pink snake screamed and leapt towards the peach, alongside its legion of other snakes. The blue beast roared, moved its four limbs, and raced up towards the peach. The crane was like an arrow, descending from the sky, aimed at the peach. The black bear and its cub roared to the sky and jumped towards the tree. Their fear of the bugs was still apparent, but they weren't willing to let the peach go that easily. The bugs were aware of Han-san and the super creatures coming towards them, so they rustled their little wings and took off like black smoke. They came out of the bark like a murky cloud, ready for a dogfight with the creatures. Han-san swung his flaming Rex spike, and fire incinerated swarms of the wretched bugs, which rained down to the ground like a hail of fire. They weren't killed, but they could no longer fly. There were far more bugs beyond the ones that were hit, however, and many more weaved their way around Han-sen's Rex spike. The bugs were too small, and a weapon like the Rex spike could not easily block them. Suddenly, the silver fox screeched as it lay on Han-sen's shoulder. A bolt of silver lightning incinerated the bugs that were coming for its master. Han-sen was thankful for the silver fox. Again, he swung his Rex spike to break the mist of bugs and went forward to grab the peach. Other creatures did the same. Although the number of bugs was incomprehensible, none had managed to damage any of the super creatures. But even though Han-sen was the one who went first, the crane was still faster. The crane had managed to fly directly in front of the peach, and it used its beak to try to peck it from the twig it clung to. Pang! The black bugs gathered up together like a big black hand and slapped the intruding crane, which knocked it away a dozen meters. It took a moment to regather its composure and balance in the air. The bugs in front of Han-sen were like that as well. They swarmed together to resemble a black beast and attempted to strike him. Han-sen and the silver fox then cooperated to take down the black beast, brought to life through the unison of black bugs. Han-sen sliced through their formation, which forced the bugs to split. But they formed back together a second later, resuming their beast-like shape, intent on murdering Han-sen. The same thing was occurring with the black bears, too. Their ascent was hindered by the black bugs, and they found themselves unable to reach the peach because of them. The black bugs gathered together to become a flying animal or beast that could soar the skies. And their numbers grew and grew, buzzing everywhere, attacking every creature pining for the peach. The black bugs formed a big hand next, which gripped the tree. It clawed its way up, heading towards the peaches. The crane wasn't very happy after it got slapped. It cawed with rage and flapped its wings frantically to birth a frightening tornado. The creepy shapes of animals formed by the bugs, and the black hand that sought to steal the peaches, were sucked into it. The black bugs were flushed into the tornado and carried far away. The tornado was discolored, and it looked black. The number of bugs present in there was sickening to imagine. The crane then saw its opportunity to grab the peach, so it picked up speed and flew back. But before the crane could peck the peach free for itself, the sound of shattering would ring out. A black hole formed in the side of the tree, and a fist-sized black bug exited from within. It looked like a 7-spotted ladybug, but its head was far bigger, and it was entirely black. Its wings glittered translucent gold. The bug came out from the hole and flapped its golden wings, generating a bright light. Then it buzzed directly in front of the crane, striking one of its wings. Catcha! The super creature's tough hide and feathers were torn into by the ravenous bug. The bug latched onto the crane's wing, and it drove its teeth deep into the wing with a wide-open mouth. A chunk of the crane's wing was ripped off, exposing its bones beneath the fresh gush of blood. The crane let out an upset cry, and it flapped its wings the best it could to kick up a sharp blade-like wind. Couldn't do anything to the black bug, however. The wind struck the black bug with a sound like the ringing of a bell. Unfazed by the attack, the bug dug back into the crane's wings, hungrily munching on its flesh. The crane cried with sadness again. It flapped its wings to fly higher, but its ascent was slow because of the one ravaged wing. Try as it might, it could not escape the gold-winged bug's attack. Han-sen's head felt numb watching this, but he knew it was the chance he needed to grab the holy peach, and that was where he went. The gold-winged bug had been drawn to the sky by the crane, and this was Han-sen's best chance to grab the peach. But something was faster than Han-senator the pink snake was using its legion of snakes for cover, and he didn't know when it had managed to get so close. The small snake was thin like a chopstick, yet when it opened its mouth, it was wide enough to swallow the entire peach. Seeing the peach about to be swallowed by the pink snake, another gold shadow emerged from the hole in the tree. In one smack, the pink snake was sent flying. It was another gold-winged ladybug. It grabbed a hold of the pink snake and bared its teeth, ready to sink them right into the slithering fiend. But the pink snake's body released some red mist like the peach. The bug let go and staggered away, looking dizzy. The pink snake used this opportunity to escape from the gold-winged bug. But when the bug snapped out of its daze, it went right back after the snake. At that moment, Han's son noticed another 2 gold-winged ladybugs emerge from the hole inside the tree. This gave him quite the shock. There were more than 2 gold-winged ladybugs now. Bugs that were almost as strong as the super creatures, for had exited the hole, and heaven knew how many more might still reside within. Of the 2 additional gold-winged ladybugs, one targeted the blue beast, whereas the other targeted Hansen. Hansen gritted his teeth, flapped his wings, and fell back a bit. He wasn't sure whether or not there were any more inside the hole, so he didn't dare attack. If he did, he might miss his chance at getting the peach. The gold-winged ladybug was coming towards Hansen, and in response, Hansen swung his Rex spike at the gold shadow. But the bug was too nimble and it evaded the attack with ease. It continued onwards at full speed. The silver fox looked angry in response, as all the hair on its body stood up. Lightning cracked and sparkled across his coat of fur, which emitted a bolt of lightning that jumped towards the oncoming foe. The gold-winged ladybug flapped its wings to evade the silver fox's attack and continued its buzzing pursuit of Hansen. It was too late to lift the Rex spike again, and his heart quickly jumped. The peacock crossbow appeared in his hand, and with it, he smacked the bug that was coming to devour him. Pang! The peacock crossbow and the gold-winged ladybug collided. A terrible force was transferred to Hansen's hand, however, and he was sent spiraling. He was knocked a few dozen meters away but managed to keep his balance. His hand was bleeding and it felt numb. That is some scary power. That little creepy crawly isn't any weaker than the average super creature. Hansen was shocked, but he quickly took notice of the gold-winged ladybug resuming its pursuit of him. Hansen and the silver fox fought the ladybug together, but still, they were at a disadvantage. Hansen had to use his really good senses, powered by the Dongxian Sutra, but even with the silver fox's help, he was barely able to maintain his competition with it. It was difficult to see who was winning the battle that was raging between the other gold-winged ladybug and the blue beast. He could sometimes catch a glimpse of a blue flash that would follow the occasional roar. The big and small bear used this opportunity to break the black bug's barrier. They ascended the peach tree as best they could, and with their thick fur and hide, had no fear of the bugs biting them. When they arrived near the peach, their bodies were black, covered in the nibbling insects. But this time the big bear had a plan. It stared at the hole in the tree while allowing the little bear to gather the peach. There was more movement from inside, and indeed something else was ready to emerge. But this time it was not a gold-winged ladybug. It was a ladybug that was plated entirely in gold. Its head was twice the size of the other gold-winged ladybugs. It flapped its gold wings and shot out of the hole towards the bear cub like a gold shadow. The black bear roared and used its claws to try to grab the golden ladybug. But it was too fast, and with its rapid wings, it evaded the bear's paws and continued on to the cub. The big bear roared, as if it was alerting the cub. But the cub, almost having reached the peach, didn't want to give up. It extended its paws and tried to grab it. Pang! The golden ladybug hit the cub and it fell off the tree. It created a big hole in the ground when it landed. From below, the cub cried out in pain. The big bear no longer cared about the peach, and so it jumped down from the tree, roaring with anger as it chased after the golden ladybug. It was going to save the cub from danger. Hansen was frozen. He wondered what the bug might have been, and it seemed to be of the same breed as the gold-winged ladybug. One thing was for certain, however. It was far stronger. The 2 bears were fighting against it, but they weren't winning. The bug's mouth was extremely sharp, and even the obsidian-strong fur of the bears could not withstand its bites. The cub was peppered with wounds from the insect assaulter, but fortunately, none were deadly. The black bear's claws smacked the golden ladybug's shell with a mighty slap, but nothing broke. Furthermore, it appeared entirely unfazed. The two bears were being ravaged as they did battle with the golden ladybug. And throughout this entire time, none had the free space or time to grab the peach. Now unopposed, the smaller black bugs resumed their shape as a hand and tried to grab the peach again. Excitement glistened in Han Sen's eyes. He clenched his jaws and summoned the Adderade. A holy body cracked the air and perched itself atop the tree. It swung its transparent greatsword and severed the hand that had been formed by the black bugs. As she did this, she used her other hand to grab the peach. But when the Adderade tried to pull it, she could not get the peach free. Her eyes turned cold, and she swung her greatsword to detach the peach from the twig it stubbornly clung to. When she did this, the peach finally came free in her hand. Han Sen was happy, seeing this. There were no other bugs coming out of the hole in the tree, so it looked like 5 was all of them. And now, the holy peach was in the Adderade's hand. Han Sen's hand jumped, and he ordered the Adderade to leave the area. Otherwise, if she was noticed to be holding the peach, she'd become enemy number 1 for every super creature in the forest. Boom! The Adderade flapped its wings and shot off into the sky. Then the 5 ladybugs and the super creatures did indeed turn their attention to the Adderade. They all roared, screamed, and screeched with a desire to tear the Adderade apart. They went after her. Han Sen saw this, so he gritted his teeth and pulled out his Rex spike. He traveled to the other peach, the one that hadn't fully ripened yet. He had never expected there to be 5 super creature ladybugs guarding the fruit. He was fortunate that the Adderade had managed to pluck the peach when it did. If he came back for this one when it was ripe, however, he was unsure whether or not he'd be able to get it. If they were aware the Adderade belonged to Han Sen, and he was the one who had obtained it, the other creatures would be especially wary of him. The 5 golden ladybugs were too powerful for him to fight, and he didn't want to risk his life any further. If he wasn't going to risk his life again, he thought he might as well grab the other peach while he was there. Even though it wasn't entirely ripe just yet, it had to be useful somehow. Perhaps it would be less efficient, but it was better than nothing. Han Sen rushed to the top of the tree, raised his Rex spike, and tried to cut down the lower holy peach that had not yet fully ripened. But suddenly he was alerted by something, and a cold chill ran down his spine. Han Sen pulled back quickly and saw a red flash pass by his head. It was the pink snake back for vengeance. Han Sen's body was drenched in a sudden cold sweat. The pink snake did not chase after the Adderade and had instead stayed behind to get Han Senator. Fortunately, he had a strong sense, strong enough to dodge the sudden sneak attack. If he hadn't evaded it, the pink snake would undoubtedly be squirming its way inside his ear by now. Thinking about what happened to the bone elephant, Han Sen couldn't help but feel his head itch. The pink snake missed its attack and rebounded off a tree branch, leaping towards Han Sen once more. Han Sen and the silver fox now dealt with the pink snake together, but it robbed them of the opportunity to grab the holy peach. The silver fox was too young. If it had grown up a little more, it might have been able to deal with the pink snake by itself. Han Sen would have been able to grab the peach while the snake was kept busy. Right now, they both were struggling to keep up with the pink snake. The heavy weapon, the Rex spike, was too slow against it and was ineffective to wield. Han Sen wanted to summon the Adderade back, but she was holding the peach. If she was resummoned back through the Sea of Soul, the peach could not come with her. The legion of snakes now attacked from all directions, and with the black bugs in tow, the place was in chaos. Han Sen tried to shake off the pink snake a few times but couldn't. In fact, he almost inhaled the red mist that the snake emitted. Not long after, he heard the buzzing of flying insects arrive. The few ladybugs that went after the Adderade were now returning, having given up their pursuit. The blue beast and the 2 bears also returned. Aside from the crane, they had all come back. Han Sen, acknowledging how frantic the situation had become, could only retreat. The 5 ladybugs hadn't just come back to the area, however. They had come back to go after Han Sen alone. Without thinking, Han Sen chose to run. If he couldn't deal with one, there was no chance he could take on 5. The 5 ladybugs came towards him, clearly aware that Han Sen was the Adorade's master. To get the peach, they now thought it best to slay the master who was in control of it. Han Sen wished he could grow more legs. He ran as fast as he could, but the ladybugs behind him were flying faster. They were quickly gaining on him. The silver fox squealed, and it brewed a charge of silver lightning. The lightning looked like a spider web as it fired towards the 5 ladybugs. The 4 gold-winged ladybugs came into contact with the electric net. They convulsed and became numb with the charge, which caused their pursuit to slow down. But the big golden ladybug was not affected by the discharge, and it flew just as fast as ever. Han Sen's heart almost leapt out of his chest. He knew the strength of the golden ladybug after watching the 2 bears' inability to deal with it, and their subsequent multitude of wounds. There was no way Han Sen and the silver fox could ever dream of repelling it. Seeing the golden ladybug giving close pursuit, Han Sen cast a skill that would enable him to dodge it. He hoped that the movement would sustain his life a little bit longer. The golden ladybug was too fast, however, and the gold shadow flashed to tear Han Sen's shoulder open with a deep cut. It was so deep that the shoulder bone was exposed, and it was bleeding badly. Han Sen was still conflicted on whether or not he should summon the Adorade back. If he didn't, he wondered if it was only a matter of time before he and the silver fox were killed. But suddenly, the golden ladybug turned its attention away from them and flew away. Han Sen was surprised, but he understood why it had left them be. He looked back towards the mystic tree and saw the pink snake open its maw wide, preparing to bite the not yet ripe peach. Observing the carnage and the return of the golden ladybug to the tree, the 2 bears ran away in fear. Seeing the 2 bears bail, Han Sen understood there was no hope in remaining. He turned around and headed in the direction the Adorade had gone. Without the 2 bears there, only the pink snake and blue beast remained. Even with Han Sen and the silver fox, there was no way they could fight off the 5 ladybugs. With the hate and contempt they harbored for Han Sen in particular, he was aware that any return to the area would quickly result in death. It would be suicide. He wanted to quickly retrieve the peach from the Adorade. With only the crane chasing her, he was sure he'd be able to get the peach from her. As expected, before Han Sen reached the Adorade, it could see the crane in hot pursuit. It screeched, gliding on the air, summoning strong winds. Then it went up above the clouds. It left little blood droplets, suggesting it had been injured. Han Sen saw the shadow of the Adorade in the distance, which now turned towards Han Senator. It looked as if she was chasing the injured crane. But the crane was one with the wind, and now it was long gone. Even the Adorade could not catch up with it. Han Sen took the juicy peach from the Adorade's hand and was filled with sublime happiness. He carefully placed it in a bag he had prepared for it and quickly left the forest. With the 5 ladybugs guarding the peaches, Han Sen was lucky to get one. He knew this, and he knew it was best for him not to return and risk the greed of trying to nab the second. Han Sen thought the lower peach was guaranteed to be secured by the 5 ladybugs. He did not think that the pink snake and the blue beast stood a chance against them. One thing Han Sen did not understand, however, was the relationship between the golden ladybug and the smaller gold-winged ladybugs. They were actual super creatures, not some black bugs that had been created as a form of weapon. If the golden ladybug gave birth to the 4 gold-winged ladybugs, then the second generation would be stronger than the mother. But this was not so, because the golden ladybug was evidently stronger than the other 4. But no matter what their relationship was or what it suggested, Han Sen couldn't care less right now. All he wanted to do was return to the Crystal Palace where it was safe. There, he could safely dine on the Holy Peach and practice his Dongxian Sutra. Perhaps he could finish his first tier now, which was his ultimate goal. Fortunately, his return trip was uneventful, and he reached the Crystal Palace safe and sound. He pulled out the peach from his pockets, and the whole Crystal Palace suddenly smelled of a wonderful, fruity scent. A holy light caressed the peach, and its transparent skin was a thin membrane separating the outside world and the divine carnival of juices within. The pleasant scent could not be held back by the skin. The silver fox opened its jaw and leapt to the peach, attempting to swallow it whole. But Han-san was well prepared for this, and so he commanded the Adderade to hold onto the silver fox. No matter how much it struggled, and struggle it did, it would not be getting a lick of this peach. "Ha ha! I'm sorry, silver fox, but this peach is mine. Why don't you go eat some candy or something?" Han-sen brought out a geno-creation pill to feed the silver fox. The silver fox loved eating a geno-creation pill each and every day, but now it did not even look at it. All the silver fox wanted was that glorious peach. Han-sen carried the peach to a private room inside the Crystal Palace, to avoid any disturbances that might arise during his practice. Although he felt sorry for denying the silver fox the peach, he only had one of them. He had no choice but to keep it for himself. If he did still have some peach left after his breakthrough, however, he'd give the leftovers to the silver fox. Looking at the peach in his hand, Han-sen brought out a medical syringe. He planned to extract some of the juice to try it out first. Although merely smelling the peach flowers had aided him in the improvement of the Dongshan Sutra, flowers were flowers and fruit was fruit. They were different. Just because the flowers were good for him, it didn't mean the fruit would be good for him, too. What was important, though, was to take good things in moderation. If it was good for him, he didn't want to squander it all at once. Not wanting to send this peach off for research either, he chose to test it on himself. But when Han-san pressed the needle against the peach, there was resistance. Pushing harder, the needle snapped and the skin remained unbroken. Han-san froze. Then he pulled out a raven bolt. He tried using the feather to cut the piece, but that was to no avail as well. The peach couldn't be cut. Driven to desperation, Han-sen also tried smacking the peach with his flaming Rex spike. But no matter what he tried, the peach would not break. Han-sen was very sweaty after his exercise in trying to open the peach. He was disappointed also. What the hell is this? Is this peach just not meant to be eaten by humans? But for something this strong, I'm not so sure super creatures could eat and digest it either. Han-san picked up the peach and tried to bite it with his mouth. But when he bit it, the sweet juices of the peach erupted all over his mouth like the opening of a floodgate. It was strange that no matter what he tried, nothing could break it. Only with the purpose of eating it could it be pierced. The peach juice was like a cascade of honey running into his mouth. The whole peach was so soft and succulent. Han-sen now fully understood what it meant for food to melt inside your mouth. Han-sen only wanted a little bit, but after taking that one bite, the entire peach began melting in his mouth. The sweet juice flowed into his belly, and even the peach skin seemed to evaporate. In no time at all, only the core remained in Han-sen's hand. The core was clean, and it shone like dazzling jewelry. This is indeed a magical sort of peach. I can't destroy it with weaponry, but I can eat it with ease. That is very unique. Han-sen then sighed. But before Han-sen could finish sighing, a pleasant fragrance permeated the atmosphere of the room. It drifted through his nostrils and coated his insides. His limbs were warmed, and his blood almost felt livelier in its delivery to and from his heart. A pleasant sensation seemed to overwhelm his entire body. The cells in his body groaned with pleasure as they interacted with that scent, and his body vibrated without control, in sheer delight. Han-sen quickly calmed himself down and began practicing the Dongshan Sutra, allowing the pleasant smell to formulate and settle down inside his cells to strengthen his fitness. The energy of the peach was more effective than Han-sen thought it would be, but it was a very calm energy. It followed the guidance of the Dongshan Sutra and slowly blended into his limbs, without doing harm to his body. Han-sen's heart was calmer as he focused on his practice of the Dongshan Sutra. More and more of the pleasant scent was being refined inside him. The refreshing smell that came from Han-sen's body was growing stronger and stronger. Even the sealed-up room could not trap the wonder of that pleasant scent, and it now covered the entirety of the Crystal Palace. If the Crystal Palace did not reside beneath the sea, and the scent was not suppressed by the water outside, he wondered how far and wide the fragrance would travel. The pleasant scent was getting even stronger now, and it formed a faint haze throughout the interior of the crystal palace. The silver fox tried to be greedy and absorb most of the smell, which made his fur shine like a coat of pure silver. The gourd also absorbed the smell in its own way. Zero really enjoyed the scent as well. When she sniffed it, she smiled. The little angel, Princess Yang, the mermaid princess, and the snow charmer each loved the smell as well, and they basked in the mist of pleasure fondly. The pleasant scent was strongest at midnight. After midnight it gradually weakened. But Han Sen's body was totally opposite. The power inside his body felt ready to burst. The peach's pleasant smell had now been wholly refined, and the Dongxian Sutra's pleasant smell was stronger than ever. Han Sen kept banging against the breakpoint of the first tier. All the cells in his body were making music with a rhythmic pulse. It was like the banging of a gong, and with every beat, his cells released another pulsation. After every hit, the pulses gathered together to sound like the ringing of a bell. It was like the melody of life. Every pulsation reduced the smell in his body, and after 7,749 times, the pleasant smell in Han Sen's body was finally gone. The refreshing, pleasant smell inside him had totally evaporated. But Han Sen felt his own life force reaching max capacity. It felt like he was going to overload and have the life force burst out from his cells. Boom, boom, boom. Every hit was like a wave, which made his entire body vibrate with moans and groans. Every finger, every hair, and even every cell felt like it was going to explode. Boom! Han Sen could no longer remember how many pulsations he had felt, but suddenly, he felt as if his body had broken a chain that previously bound him. His entire body felt light and liberated, like a feather with the freedom and comfort to dance its way across the world. It was difficult to describe. He was like a fairy that had just been created, and his entire body had undergone a metamorphosis. He was like someone entirely holy, without a single speck of anything ungraceful on him. Han Sen stood in place, which gave others a charming feeling. Every part of his body was like the blossoming of a virgin flower. The life energy was bursting out, which made others want to get close to him. It was different than the Jadeskin Gene Lock. Although the body and its senses were increased, the Dongxian Sutra was better than Jadeskin. It was far stronger. Now, Han Sen wasn't emotionless as he was when he used Jadeskin. He could still feel his emotions, and his entire body pumped with the vibrancy and flame of youth, with its accompanying energy. It made others want to approach him. Outside Han Sen's body, there was an invisible life force spreading. Whoever touched that invisible life force would be connected with his. In the past, Han Sen had to run Dongxian Sutra and allow others to absorb his pleasant smell so that he could see their energy. But now he did not have to do this. Han Sen was only sitting in his room, yet he could watch the silver fox's energy flow from 100 meters away. With that transparent force spreading, Han Sen could feel every element of the life that populated the Crystal Palace. It was like the force had become a part of Han Sen's body. Like it was an organ, except it could not be seen. This is amazing. Han Sen was very happy. In the future, when he fought with a super creature or human, all he would have to do was unlock this gene lock to easily learn his opponent's flow of energy. He could totally learn their flow during a fight. He did not have to wait for his opponent to absorb his pleasant smell. Han Sen tried simulating the Saint Bone elephant's flow. Suddenly, he felt his pulse consist of 100 elephant cries. An infinite cosmos of power brewed inside his body, filling his entirety like a mad flood. It was much stronger than before, when the gene lock hadn't been broken. Han Sen picked up the bone elephant's essence. Under the strong energy flow of the bone elephant, the life geno essence vibrated in his hand. It suddenly flew out of his grasp and assimilated with his body. The essence melted into his body and he didn't even need to eat it. The life geno essence simply entered, blending into his person. Essence absorbed. Saint Bone Elephant. You have gained 1 super geno point. Essence absorbed. Saint Bone Elephant. You have gained 1 super geno point. The familiar voice rang in his head. Han Sen almost released tears of joy. After all his hard work, he had finally discovered how to absorb a life geno essence. After Han Sen absorbed the entirety of the life geno essence, his bones immediately felt stronger. It was as if they glowed with a certain strength. In the end, Han Sen's super geno points increased by 10. Finally, I can continue my evolution and ascension. Han Sen wished he could just shout it out to the sky. In the past, Han Sen worked as hard as he did to provide a better life, not just for himself, but for his family also. He became stronger and stronger to uncover the truth behind his father's accident. This was his purpose. But being an evolver was almost like an addiction. If an athlete who trained tirelessly each and every day were to immediately quit training, they'd feel uncomfortable. Han Sen had grown used to getting stronger and earning new abilities. He was desperate to grow, and the reasons that may have fueled his ascension in the past didn't mean anything anymore. Strength was the only thing that mattered now. Han Sen's heart jumped. Having simulated the silver fox's energy flow, the crackle of silver lightning sparked across his body. He smiled in happiness. Pang! Han Sen threw out his fist and a snap of lightning burst from his hand. It wasn't how the silver fox did it, however. It could cast lightning bolts as if they were magical arrows. But this was expected. The fitness of humans was limited in the second god's sanctuary. Even if a person opened their first gene lock, it wasn't truly opened in its entirety. Humans couldn't commandeer and utilize powers in the way super creatures did. To unleash such wondrous powers, he'd have to wait until he became a celestial being. Han Sen then simulated the bear cub's energy flow. When he did so, his body suddenly became stronger. His muscles hardened like a freshly inflated tire. His arms were bigger than his thighs and his whole body became tougher than ever. His entire body and the organs within became as sturdy as steel. His strength increased by a substantial amount, but unfortunately, this came at the cost of speed and mobility. Han Sen was having fun with this, but he then recalled that the gourd had an energy flow of its own, too. He wondered what might happen if he simulated it. His heart jumped, and the Dongxian Sutra's energy began to change. It was following along with the gourd's energy flow. Suddenly, a peculiar power began to blossom inside him. Pang! 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 Han Sen's body became magnetic. Everything inside the room was magnetized to Han Sen, and everything flew in his direction. He was unexpectedly battered. They were like homing missiles, and he had no chance of dodging the now dangerous furniture. Left and right he weaved, but to no avail. Everything in the room was now being glued to his person. The crystal chair, the lampstand, and even table was a threat. And they all piled against Han's senator. There was even a crystal bed, which was now looming over him, ready to fall on top of him. At the ghastly sight, Han Sen was utterly shocked. In haste, he ended the simulation of the gourd's energy flow. Crash! When Han Sen cut the energy flow, everything that was sticking to his body crashed down to the floor. It was like he had switched on some magnetism mode inside him. He was quite confused. What the heck is this energy flow? Did I just turn into a magnet that can pull everything towards me? What possible purpose could something like that serve? Han Sen did not understand and was not quite sure what to think. But that was fine. Han Sen did not need this energy flow. Right now, he had finished his first tier of the Dongxian Sutra, and now he could use it to secretly learn the energy flows of second-generation super creatures. Each Qigong was like a different key, where different keys could unlock different chests, and each chest contained a different treasure. The powers he had obtained from opening the first gene lock of Jadeskin were vastly different than the powers he had obtained by opening the first gene lock of the Dongxian Sutra. Abilities always had their pros and cons, very much like the differences between fire and water. They weren't stronger or weaker than one another, they were just different. But when Han Sen unlocked the Dongxian Sutra's gene lock, it felt stronger than Jadeskin. His actual body felt stronger, at least. The Dongxian Sutra's Dongxian aura and the Jadeskin's seventh sense were different abilities, but they were kind of similar at the same time. Neither was stronger than the other. It was just that his perception of the Dongxian aura's nature was more substantial to him. It was not stronger than the seventh sense, it was just different. Han Sen tried to absorb the life geno-essence of a first-generation supercreature, but with no success. He needed to learn the energy flow of a second-generation supercreature, slay it, and absorb its essence. In the past, this task would have seemed insurmountable to Han Senator, but having now unlocked the Dongxian Sutra's first gene lock, he didn't think it would be a problem. He could steal the supercreature's energy flow whilst they were in battle. If I cannot absorb the life geno-essence of a first-generation supercreature, maybe it's best that I sell it to a big faction and earn some dosh. Han Sen then took to wondering how and where he might sell them for the most money. But he then suddenly heard a voice coming from someplace within the Crystal Palace. Announcement. The Second God's Sanctuary's battle arena has opened. Join the battlegrounds, for the holy battles begin in 33 days. The voice of a cold woman echoed throughout the Crystal Palace, which spooked Han Senator hearing what she had to say. However, put a strange look on his face. The holy battles in the Second God's Sanctuary were different than the holy battles in the First God's Sanctuary because, aside from humans, spirits could also take part in the combat. It wasn't purely human versus human. But what was more, this wasn't an annual event like it was in the First God's Sanctuary. The holy battles only took place every 10 years in the Second God's Sanctuary. In the past, no human had been able to win and achieve the title Son of God. The previous 9 Son of God titles were all won by spirits. They never failed once. No human knew what the reward for being the 10th Son of God was. The periods of time between the Second God's Sanctuary's holy battles were long. Humans were rarely excited for the event, primarily due to the power of the spirits that participated. Having an unlocked gene lock was in no way an assurance of having what it took to compete. If combatants fought in a human versus human fight, unless they met someone particularly cruel and heartless, there was at least the chance of surviving. But going up against spirits was different. Spirits gave whatever they could and fought as ruthlessly as they might. There was no benefit to killing a spirit, either, as they could always respawn at their spirit stones. So, even though many humans signed up to participate in the holy battles, they'd immediately withdraw and forfeit when put against a powerful spirit. Although humans made up the majority of the population in the Second God's Sanctuary, no human had won the tournament and earned the title Son of God. With such a long losing streak, the general enthusiasm for the holy battles was pretty low. To sign up for the holy battles, only royal-class shelters could host an arena. The Crystal Palace, while relatively small, was a royal-class shelter. It had a small battle arena, but it was no larger than an average room. After signing up, you also had to match up and duel another person who had signed up in the same shelter. Whichever combatant emerged victorious at a shelter, beating the rest, would then go against winners of other shelters. Only Han Sen resided at the Crystal Palace, so by default, he was the winner. As such, he did not have to battle with any others to qualify. He merely had to wait for the real, juicy Son of God battles to begin. I wonder what rewards I would get if I was to win my final fight, the Divinity's bout. Not even the most elite evolvers, who had unlocked their gene locks, could even dream of earning their place amongst the 10 prior Son of Gods. The spirits that compete there must be on the same level as super creatures, for sure. The rewards for being victorious in the Divinity's bout and reaching the top 10 should be very good. Might it be a random super beast soul? Or perhaps even a spirit that is above the royal class? Han Sen, merely contemplating the prospects, began getting quite excited. If it was a spirit above royal class, Han Sen definitely wanted it. Even Han Sen, who owned the little angel, had not yet obtained a spirit above royal class that obeyed him. If spirits like that did exist, there wouldn't be just 1 or 2 super creatures in their shelter. Taking down such a shelter would prove impossible for humans, in their current state. Han Sen then needed to think about what his identity should be when taking part in Divinity's bout. If Han Sen used his own identity to join, he could use his little angel to fight alongside him. That would increase his odds of joining the ranks of the top 10 for sure. But right now, his popularity had never been so grand. There were eyes upon him, from the Alliance, tracing his every move. If he displayed a power that was above what could be achieved from sacred genopoints, then it would become known that he had managed to absorb super genopoints. The entire alliance would undoubtedly pester him for the method of doing so, and certain official organizations might even curtail his freedom until he disclosed the information. It was a matter that concerned the entire human race, so spearheading this development would put him in an awkward position. It wasn't that Han Sen would mind aiding the development of the human race. It was just that he had only learnt how to absorb life geno-essences through the Dongxian Sutra. He couldn't teach everyone how to learn the Dongxian Sutra. Han Sen had the opportunity not to put any effort into the fight and let his little angel do all the work. But that would be useless too, if they were pitted against a super creature class spirit that targeted him. There was no guarantee the angel could save him, if that were to happen. After all, the little angel was an offensive pet. She was not trained in the arts of defense. She was a fighter, not a protector. Han Sen, without being able to use his powers, would become an obvious weakness in their partnership. He would most certainly not enter the top 10 and become a son of God. But if Han Sen did not act at all, what was the point in participating in Divinity's bout? He wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could simulate the energy flow of his opponents there and learn. After much consideration, Han Sen decided to adopt his old persona dollar for Divinity's bout. Although it was difficult to beat superclass creatures, fighting this way only provided him benefits. He could learn the way in which they fought. Such knowledge could prove to be quite the boon in the future. There was still a month to go before Divinity's bout started. Han Sen was in no rush to prepare, however. What he wanted to do was locate a second-generation super creature. After Han Sen left his room, the silver fox looked at Han Sen angrily. Then, it quickly spun around and ignored him. It looked like it was still in a bad mood because Han Sen kept the entire peach for himself. Good boy. I ate the peach, yes. But I still have the core. See if you can eat it. Han Sen placed the jewel-like core of the peach behind the silver fox. The silver fox then turned around and bit the peach core without hesitation. Han Sen heard it break and the jewel-like peach core was crushed. Strangely, from out of the core came another core. This one was white. The silver fox then spit the crushed remains of the first layer of the core out of its mouth and quickly swallowed the white nut. You can actually eat that thing? Han Sen said with wide-open eyes. All he was doing was trying to comfort the silver fox. He never expected there to be anything edible inside the core and that it could eat. The silver fox ate the peach nut and then yawned. It leapt onto Han Sen's shoulder and looked as if it was going to sleep. That's it? You eat my peach core and then go to sleep? Give me a reaction or something. Han Sen looked depressed. The silver fox ate so many good, valuable things each and every day. Yet despite that, it continued to grow so slowly. If the silver fox could grow up quicker, he'd have 2 super creature class powers to fight by his side. Fighting second-generation super creatures would be even easier if that were so. After all, the second generation always seemed to have another super creature in tow. With the little angel's help, the probabilities of killing one still weren't in their favor. The search for a second-generation super creature could not be rushed, so Han Sen himself was not in a rush. What he wanted right now was to learn of what benefit he might receive from the Ji and Qin families. The Ji family provided Han Sen with a few separate choices, each of which pleased him. He decided to accept 5% of shares in Sky Technology. 5% might sound small, but Sky Technology was in the top 20 corporations of the alliance. Most of the Ji family didn't have a single share in it, as most of the important family members could only have a max share percentage of 1 or 2%. As such, 5 was a very good number. A few core members of the Ji family might have had above 10% of the shares, but for an outsider of the family to receive such shares was tremendous. It was also the first time such a thing had ever occurred. If Han Sen sold his 5% share, he could do nothing for the rest of his life. Of course, the Ji family's provision of a 5% share was not entirely down to Han Sen's gifting of the life geno essence. It was to establish a deeper tie between them. After all, Han Sen was the only person who could kill a super creature in the second god sanctuary. But what interested Han Sen the most was what the Qin family was preparing to offer him. Han Sen was given many different options of gifts to consider off the Qin family. Eventually, he settled on Z-Steel raw stones. The Z-Steel ore always had a lot of contaminants inside it. 1,000 grams of Z-steel or could be refined to provide only 5 grams of pure Z-steel metal. The Z-steel that was refined was really hard, but very brittle. Its fragility and stern rigidity rendered it almost unusable as a weapon or electrical component. Refined Z-steel was more akin to delicate porcelain than metal. It had to be combined with other metals to provide a decent weapon of fair toughness and hardness. But inside the Z-steel ore, there was a high concentration of rough Z-steel. It was unknown how these Z-steel raw stones were created, but they were a little bigger than a man's thumb. Inside them was 50% Z-steel. Some were even higher, though, and could reach 90%. The Z-steel raw stones were not only really hard, but also really flexible. They were suitable for weaponry that way. When the raw stones were refined, however, they would end up very brittle. Thus, they could only be ground. They couldn't be melted down and forged into a weapon. These raw stones were often made into bullets, but guns could not be used in a shelter, so the Z-steel raw stones had no use there. But the Qin family owned many Z-steel mines. They had a lot of Z-steel raw stones, large ones in particular. The best batch of raw stones provided a concentration of 90% Z-steel. They were bigger than ordinary Z-steel raw stones as well, and they could be ground into something simple. The moment Han Sen saw the Z-steel raw stones, his mind turned to his peacock crossbow. The Z-steel was 1 foot long at the most, and they were as thick as a finger. They were too thin to be made into knives and too hard to be sharpened. Han Sen thought he would only need to grind the raw stone to create many new, good bolts. As such, they would be a very useful gift for Han Sen to receive. When Han Sen chose the Z-steel raw stones, the Qin family also promised they would aid him in the creation of bolts. For grinding Z-steel raw stone was very complicated work. It would take a long time for the process to be completed, and as a result it would be a while before Han Sen received the bolts. The Qin family estimated in about half a month, they would have finished work on 2 bolts. So, the Qin family would give him 2 bolts every month. Han Sen understood that, since the Z-steel raw stone was so hard, it was non-reactive to heat, so it could not be melted down. Could only be ground down slowly over much time. Han Sen highly anticipated the day he would receive his first Z-steel bolts. They had a 90% concentration of Z-steel, and their toughness would undoubtedly be better than the raven feathers. The most important distinction between the 2 different types of bolts he was about to own, however, was that he could not bring the raven bolts out of the shelter, whereas the Z-steel bolts could be taken everywhere. After this, Han Sen quietly returned to the goddess shelter and put away the beetle knight. He then went to the Alliance to search for information. He wanted to catch a lead on where he might find a second-generation solo super creature. "Brother, did you sign up for Divinity's bout?" Tang Xinliu said excitedly, after contacting Han Sen. "No, it would be a waste of time." Han Sen smiled. "Why not? You should give it a go. You have a kick-ass pet, after all. There's a chance you'll reach a rank in the 10 Son of Gods and make humanity proud." Tang Xinliu said. "My pet is strong, that much is true. But if I face an opponent stronger than I'll be killed. I'll be dead. Why should I bother?" Han Sen shrugged. "I suppose you are correct. But if you don't go compete in Divinity's bout, it is practically guaranteed that humanity once again will fail and not stand a chance of securing a single position. It has been a century, and across that entire time, the top 10 Son of Gods have been spirits. It's humiliating at this point," Tang Xinliu said, with a depressed look. "That's just how it has to be. Unless we are able to somehow max out our super geno points, we will continue to be unable to compete with them," Han Sen said, with a smile. "That is hard, you know? A life geno essence has been discovered in the first God's sanctuary, but they have been unable to learn how to absorb it. The same thing has occurred here in the second God's sanctuary as well. When we'll actually be able to start earning super geno points is very much still up in the air at the moment," Tang Xinliu said, with an even greater look of depression. "Hopefully it won't be too long. I want to become a surpasser as soon as I can," Han Sen said, with another smile. "You have the most amazing luck to have a pet like that. The next time you fight a super creature, consider us. Whatever the Qin family gives you, we can provide just as much. Maybe even better," Tang Xinliu said. We'll talk about this when I am actually able to kill a super creature. And pets? You know pets. Pets are just pets. If the master is too weak, it would be dangerous to hunt a super creature, regardless of the pet's individual strength. Unless victory is 100% sure, I wouldn't risk it, Han Sen said. After the call with Tang Jinliu, many others contacted him, wondering if he was going to participate in Divinity's bout. It looked as if many people wanted to see him compete there. A lot of people sincerely wanted Han Sen to become a son of God to make humanity proud and have their race proudly displayed on the tablet. But Han Sen told them he wouldn't take part in Divinity's bout. Many eyes watched Han Sen, though, and he couldn't even though he wanted to. Many people didn't believe Han Sen was willing to skip the affair. Though Han Sen only spent time in the Alliance or Goddess Shelter recently, it was believed. He hadn't left either place for a while now, so the people who spied on him would know whether or not he signed up when the registrations closed. So, in time, it was inevitable that people would come to accept Han Sen really wasn't signing up. Hopefully, I really can become a son of God. It'd be a marvelous thing if I were to obtain a super spirit. Han Sen used his Beetle Knight to create a doppelganger, while he sneaked out on his own. Signing up as Dollar, he would only need to show off his powers and others would believe Dollar was the only person with super Geno points. That would most certainly take the heat off Han Sen. But there was still a while to go before Divinity's bout began. And right now they had to get through the preliminaries, where the best person from every shelter would be elected to move forward. Han Sen did not need to sign up for this, as he was the first and only person in the Crystal Palace. So he opted to use this time to search for a second-generation super creature. Han Sen looked for information regarding one's location and managed to get something. An evolver had made a post, which made Han Sen believe they had encountered a second-generation super creature. That super creature resided someplace on Devil's Mountain. That wasn't too far from his current location, so Han Sen decided to scope it out. If it was a solo second-generation super creature, now was his chance. Han Sen left the Silver Fox by the Beetle Knight, so his doppelganger would appear more authentic. Han Sen was planning on traveling to Devil's Mountain alone. With the angel by his side, however, he wasn't afraid. He wanted to use this opportunity to slay sacred blood creatures and max out his sacred Geno points. He hunted many sacred blood creatures in the sea, but because of their large size, eating a lot of them was a slow process. As a result, attempting to max out his sacred Geno points this way was far too slow. Devil's Mountain was home to many different creatures. Not long after he began ascending the mountain, he caught sight of big gorillas, with a few mutants among them. But someone was already battling with the group of gorillas, which surprised him. He never expected he'd find someone else so bold as to hunt creatures on Devil's Mountain. Han Sen took a closer look and noticed it was Philip. He had a girl nearby him as he fought. The black gorillas were unable to compete with Philip, as he quickly laid waste to each and every one of them. Even the mutant-class variants could not withstand many attacks from him, and he looked to be a fiercely powerful warrior. "Philip, you are so good. You are so strong and so handsome." The woman had her hands pressed against her chest as she praised Philip. The pupils of her eyes were almost shaped like hearts in adoration. The woman was rather pretty. She had big boobies, long legs, and looked quite young. Her words of encouragement were soft but high-pitched, and they worked like fuel on Philip, stoking the fire of his yearning to do combat. He now fought even harder. He ruled the sword in his hand like he ruled the world. Han Sen watched the scene for a while but then prepared to leave. As he walked away, he heard the woman say something else to Philip, who had slain all the gorillas. "Philip, you are so good. But these creatures are not your level. Let's find some sacred blood creatures for you to go against." When Han Sen heard this, it made him happy. Philip was going to make a blunder and waltz into danger unknowingly. They were at the edge of Devil's Mountain, and there were no dangerous monsters where they currently were. If Philip really did naively venture deeper with the young lady, finding a creature wouldn't be the issue. Re-emerging from that horrific place, alive with all limbs still attached, would be the problem. But this had nothing to do with Han Sen, so he kept on walking. After ascending the current ridge he was scaling, there was a canyon before him. It was host to many shrubs and thickets of vetiver-like plants, each crowned with a number of pink flowers. Butterflies danced softly around them, painting it as a quaint and idyllic place. What Han Sen saw, however, was a dangerous zone. Although the butterflies looked beautiful, they were secretly aggressive creatures. Looks could traditionally be deceiving, and so it was, as Han Sen could observe the powerful life forces within them. They were no ordinary creatures, and they had to be at least mutant class. Han Sen watched the butterflies from afar. The canyon was sprawling, painted in patches of vetiver. The butterflies were there in a high number, all about, like flickering flames above the ground. They were larger than average butterflies, but they still looked weak and easily squishable. "Philip, look. Someone is there." Han Sen was still observing the view of the canyon before him when he heard the familiar voice ring out. Han Sen turned around and saw Philip and his big-boobed lady friend approaching. He promptly frowned. Philip was one of the leaders of the ice fields in charge of the Philip shelter. He wasn't a dumb, foolhardy man, and Han Sen was surprised at his willingness to bring a lady up Devil's Mountain. Philip did not see him as Han Sen, due to Han Sen being clad in golden armor. "What is your name, my friend?" Philip asked while looking him over. The golden armor was not exclusive to Dollar, as many people possessed it in the second god's sanctuary. It was because of this that Philip wasn't quick to assume Han Sen was anyone particularly special, least of all Dollar. "What is it?" Han Sen did not answer Philip's question. He merely replied with another. "If you want to traverse this perilous mountain, perhaps we should team up? We can watch each other's backs," Philip said. "Sorry, but I prefer traveling alone," Han Sen coldly responded. When the lady heard him say this, she didn't look as happy as she once did. She blurted out, "You are so ungrateful. Philip is a cornerstone of the Union here. He is owner of one of the goddess shelter's armies. He is Philip as in the Philip army? He wanted to help you." "Thank you, but no thank you. I have a personal obligation to fulfill. Perhaps our paths will cross again soon." Han Sen wasn't interested in accompanying Philip in the presence of his girl. "This man does not know his place. Ignore him. Let's go." The woman, who was clutching Philip's arm, tugged strongly. Then they both departed for the valley. Philip felt tremendously awkward, but with a righteous face he said to the lady, "Xiaoyuan, Devil's Mountain is far too dangerous. If we venture there alone, I can only fear a wretched happening might befall us. Give me a second and I'll see if I can convince him." Philip pulled away from her as he pleaded his plight. He snuck near Han Sen and whispered, "Friend, our encounter here is fate. Why can we not go together?" After that, Philip lowered his voice even further, to a point where even Han Sen almost had trouble hearing, and said, "Friend, do me a favor here. I'll give you 2 mutant beast souls." "What favor?" Han Sen inquired. "Pretend you and I argue, then we feign a fight. Throw the fight and then pretend to be terrified, running away as I chase you from behind. That's all you need to do. 1 mutant beast soul now and another you can come claim at the Philip shelter. You must have heard of the name Philip before, yes? Then you know a man of such reputation would not fail to fulfill their debt." Philip was again speaking in a quiet voice. "Give me 2 sacred blood beast souls and I'll think about it." Han Sen understood what Philip truly wanted. As much as he would have liked to impress his girl, he couldn't avoid venturing any further into Devil's Mountain without offending her. "Friend, that is daylight robbery. I only asked you to put on a show. 2 mutant beast souls is a generous offer for such a deed," Philip said with a furrowed brow. "Ordinarily, yes. It isn't too bad an offer. But I have something quite important to do today. Time is precious for me right now, so the price is 2 sacred blood beast souls," Han Sen responded. "Brother, 2 sacred blood beast souls is too much." Philip continued to frown. "That's okay. I have an alternate way for you to get what you need. A method that requires no effort on your behalf." Han Sen smiled. "What method would that be?" Philip gave Han Sen a confused look. "It's simple." When Han Sen spoke, he moved. A gold shadow flashed in front of the lady. The woman was suddenly shocked, and she looked ready to scream. But before she could, Han's son slapped the back of her neck and she fainted. There you go. See? That'll cost you nothing. Now you can go pretend that you saved her. Han Sen handed Philip the unconscious woman and then left him, venturing on to the canyon. Friend, you can't leave. You are in trouble. When Philip picked up the unconscious woman, his face changed. Friend, I was trying to help you. Han Sen smiled at Philip. But Philip looked troubled and said, I wanted to take her away from Devil's Mountain. I wasn't interested in this woman at all, but after what you have done, if you do not stay, I will be in trouble when she wakes up. You want to hand me over to her? Han Sen looked at Philip. Of course not. You were just helping me after all. Philip ground his teeth and continued to say, You should just go. Don't mention our encounter to anyone else and do your best to stay out of this woman's sight in the future. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and resumed his journey towards the canyon. Han Sen helped Philip, due to him being a partner of the goddess shelter. He never expected this to happen. He was trying to do good, despite the negative result. Philip held the woman in his arms and walked away with the intent of leaving the mountain. But after a few steps, he stopped. He turned to look at Han Sen, who was on his way into the canyon, and suddenly became very curious. Anyone who was willing to enter this place alone had to be quite powerful, and this intrigue led him to want to know exactly how powerful this person he met was. When Han Sen entered the canyon, numerous butterflies madly fluttered their way towards him from every direction. Philip knew these butterflies and knew that some of them were mutant class. The man in golden armor did not hesitate, however. He continued walking, paying no heed to the butterflies that now clung to his body. Strangely, he just allowed them to be on him. It was like the butterflies were playing around him, and it made for quite a lovely picture. Philip was shocked at what he was seeing, and his jaw dropped. It remained open for quite some time. The butterflies were poisonous besides the fact that they were mutant class. If you were bitten by them or dusted with the poisonous powder the wings carried, you'd fall incredibly ill. Even Philip would not dare venture into the canyon, with those butterflies about. But there the man went, not caring about the toxic butterflies all around him. He allowed them to hang on him or fly around. But the butterflies didn't bite through his armor, nor did they poison him. It was shocking. Suddenly, from out of a light that encompassed a particular bush, a white butterfly appeared. It approached the gold shadow, which shocked Philip and caused him to say aloud, Careful, my friend! That is a sacred blood class ghost butterfly. If you get poisoned, your body will rot until there is nothing left but fizzled bones. The man seemed to hear what he said, as he turned around and nodded back in Philip's direction. The sacred blood ghost butterfly was already floating around Han Sen. However, it was indeed like a ghost. The white ghost butterfly's body was strange, and it was how it received its namesake. Even elites who could attack with blistering speed had trouble striking this white ghost. The white ghost was going to land on the golden man, but he then quickly raised his right hand and trapped the white ghost butterfly between his fingers. The butterfly fluttered its wings repeatedly, attempting to escape his fingers. The fingers were like prison bars, and despite its desperate struggle for escape, it could not free itself. Pang! The man clenched his hand into a fist and the scary white butterfly was crushed inside, its blood seeping from his palm. A scary white ghost butterfly was crushed in an instant and he was not poisoned at all. With no delay, he continued his descent through the canyon. His body was still a post for numerous butterflies, however, and he continued to allow them to just land on him. Beneath the morning light, between the vetivers, the butterflies trailed the gold shadow on its travel. Philip was frozen whilst watching all this. This man cannot be Dollar, can he? The gold shadow disappeared out of sight, which prompted Philip to snap out of his daze and react. When this thought entered his head, he couldn't help but speak it out. But the man was already long gone, and it was too late for Philip to ask. He spoke to himself again, saying, Drat! I should have asked him his name again. Perhaps he really is Dollar. The reason Philip did not ask for his name again was to protect the man. If Su Yuan asked about him when she awoke, he wouldn't be able to tell her anything about him. And that would be the truth. He didn't even see the person's face, so he had very little to go on. It would have been better that way, so that was why he did not ask again. But now Philip regretted his decision. He liked watching Dollar fight a lot, and he always dreamed of meeting him. He very well could have been Dollar, and if he had let the opportunity of meeting him pass him by, he'd be depressed. Although he wanted to go deeper into the canyon and ask the person whether or not he was Dollar. Seeing Su Yuan unconscious in his arms, he gave up the idea. He couldn't venture in there while carrying a passed-out woman. Han Sen was very happy right now. He had managed to squeeze the white ghost to death in his hand and heard the charming, oh-so-familiar voice call out to him. Sacred blood creature hunted. White ghost butterfly. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant genopoints, ranging from 0 to 10. Although he did not receive its beast soul, Han Sen was still quite happy. The butterfly was so small he could gobble it down in 1 or 2 bites. He had the chance of increasing his sacred genopoints a lot with these things, as the massive monsters he generally tended to go for could often take a whole month to eat. But Han Sen was not worried about the poison that coated the white ghost butterfly's body. A poison like that could not harm his body, which possessed jade skin and the Dongxian Sutra. Eating a raw butterfly like this, however, would not have sat well in his tummy. So he found a nice little alcove in the canyon to rest in. He started a fire and began cooking the butterfly with oil. He added some spices and the end result smelled pretty good. It was like a dish from another planet, which he called fried silkworm. This is very nutritious. Han Sen had lived here for a very long time and no longer felt disgusted eating such things. He munched on the white butterfly with glee. It tasted pretty good, particularly after the voice that told him of his increase in sacred genopoints. The gross feeling of dining on a bug quickly evaporated. After eating the butterfly, his sacred genopoints number raised by 6. This meant his total of sacred genopoints had reached 72, and it wasn't far from maxing out. If I could find small sacred blood creatures like this more often, I'd have already maxed out my number. Han Sen felt pretty bad right now, as he used to spend at least half a month dining on the massive sacred blood creatures he killed, in the absence of smaller ones. It was often all for one single sacred genopoint as well. But right now, Han Sen was mostly glad he could just absorb life geno-essences from super creatures. Otherwise, due to their enormous size, they would have taken forever to eat. He pondered whether or not he could eat an entire one in half a year. Han Sen packed his stuff and continued to travel. Then, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from beyond a canyon wall. It sounded as if something was digging through the rock. Han Sen was alerted by the sound of digging and quickly looked at the canyon wall. The wall was dark green and looked to be really hard. But in the corner of the wall, something had opened a crack. Inside the crack, Han Sen could see the shuffling of a white claw, and the crack began to grow in size. Han Sen did not know what was behind it, especially here in Devil's Mountain. He did not dare perform reckless deeds in this treacherous place, so he quickly retreated behind a rock to watch it from a safe distance. The crack had grown into a tunnel by the time the white claw and a dark green scaled creature emerged. It looked exactly like the wall did. Is that a pangolin? Han Sen watched the dark green creature from behind the rock and thought it looked like a pangolin. But if it was able to dig the dark green cliffside, it was far stronger than the average pangolin. When the dark green pangolin exited the tunnel it had dug, it ran off. Then, he noticed a purple ant, about the size of a fist, come trailing after it. There were a number of these ants and their bodies looked like jade. There were about 20 of them, and they seemed to be giving chase to the pangolin. No way! If I recall, pangolins are practically anteaters. Why in the world is this thing getting chased by ants? Han Sen was puzzled by the scene. The purple ants did not chase the pangolin far, for it seemed as if they weren't very fond of sunlight. When they reached the edge of the shadows, they quit their pursuit and ran back to the hole they had emerged from. Han Sen pulled out his peacock crossbow that was loaded with a raven feather, took aim, and fired at one of the purple ants. The bolt instantly pierced through its body. After all, it was a berserk super crossbow. With a super bolt, few creatures could ever hope to withstand its power. Sacred blood creature hunted. Subterranean devil ant. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant genopoints, ranging from 0 to 10. What? This is a sacred blood creature. Hansen almost jumped up. There were at least 20 ants that had emerged from the newly formed tunnel, yet he couldn't believe what he was hearing. After one of the devil ants was killed, the rest of them started going crazy, skittering around in search of the foe that had slain one of them. Because Hansen was quite far away from them, they did not become aware of his presence there. Going unnoticed was a rare opportunity, so he wasn't willing to let this chance pass him by. He brought up the peacock crossbow once more and fired repeatedly. Each bolt found a target, numbering another 5 kills. The sacred blood announcements continued to ring inside his head, one after another. It almost made Hansen squeal with excitement. It was true that by eating the same sacred blood creature multiple times, the amount of sacred genopoints he'd get would decrease after each subsequent ant. That didn't really matter, though, due to the fact he only needed another 30 genopoints. The raven bolts had all been used up, just in time for Hansen to be spotted by the ants. Frantically, they skittered in his direction. Seeing more than a dozen sacred blood ants rush towards him in such a manner was a frightening sight. The ants were indeed fast, but for a man like Hansen, they were nothing. He summoned his battle mode Little Angel. The little angel's hand swung her great sword and diced an ant like a stroke of lightning. 14 foes to counter, but before the angel they were nothing. It only took her a second to slay them all. I'm a handsome man and I collect ants. I hold a big bag and I got the biggest ants. Hansen began singing a favorite song of his, as he picked up the ants and stuffed them into a bag he had brought with him. Hansen felt awesome. With 20 sacred blood ants to dine on, his sacred genopoints were sure to max out in no time at all. But during his glee, he suddenly heard a rocky explosion interrupt his tune. The canyon wall near the small tunnel erupted into a thick dusty plume that spat out a number of rocks like meteors. A dog-sized, dark purple ant emerged, screaming with a shrill voice at Hansen. Then, like a shadow, it sprinted towards Hansen at a blisteringly fast pace. Hansen was shocked. He brought out his flaming Rex spike to block the incoming attack, but the little angel dashed in front of him to clash with the giant purple ant on his behalf, greatsword raised. Dong! The transparent greatsword struck the dark purple ant's head. The shell did not crack, but the blow let out an amazingly strong force. The little angel's body was knocked backwards into Hansen, and they were both sent flying 8 meters backwards into the cliffside wall behind them. Hansen spit some blood out. Although the hit was not life-threatening, it made his chest burn something frightful. The little angel moved, preparing to strike the dark purple ant again. But this time, the little angel did not strike from the front. She whizzed by the ant from a multitude of directions. Her great sword was poised to strike, and every dash and direction she went, she hit the ant. The giant ant had formidable control of its claws, however, and it managed to block every attack. Each guard would knock the angel backwards. The strange strength was quite weird. This devil ant king is too powerful. It's far stronger than the little angel. Even her great sword can't pierce its shell. It cannot be a berserk super creature. Could it? Hansen was shocked, seeing what he was. But then again, ants were strange creatures. It was normal for them to lift things that were 100 times heavier than they themselves were. Ordinary humans could never do something like that. For such a big ant, even if it was a normal animal in the Alliance, it would be powerful. While the little angel fought with the devil ant king, Hansen quickly unlocked his Dongxian Sutra's gene lock. The life aura was activated, and through it, Hansen was able to observe the energy flow of the devil ant king. This guy is a second-generation super creature. This brought a modicum of joy to Hansen, as he tried to learn its energy flow. Although his purpose coming here was not to kill the subterranean devil ant king, that was fine. He wouldn't pass by an opportunity such as this. The subterranean devil ant king's life energy flow was complicated. Han Sen could not remember it so soon, so all he could do for the time being was observe for some time and watch the fight unfold. The little angel was using her flying abilities, and although she seemed capable of keeping up with it, killing the beast outright was a different matter altogether. Her angel greatsword could not sever its limbs or crack its shell, and without being able to do that, killing it would prove to be of great difficulty. After Han Sen remembered its energy flow, he summoned his flaming Rex spike and mustered the energy of the elephant Rex strike. He waited for the right moment to deliver the Ant King one massive hit. Even if the strike didn't kill it, it might provide an opening for the little angel to finish it off. Fortunately, the Ant King was not particularly fast when compared to other super creatures. If the Ant King had a speed akin to the Raven Han Sen once encountered, he feared the little angel would have been unable to defeat it. Han Sen watched for a while, and when the chance arose, the trumpeting of elephants fueled a power inside his body. The power surged into the flaming Rex spike, which swung down onto the Ant King. The Devil Ant King knew Han Sen was attacking, but it was unable to dodge. It was not because it was not fast enough, it was because it was recovering from blocking another attack that was delivered by the little angel. During its recovery, it didn't have the energy to deflect Han Sen's hit. Han Sen's power was far inferior to the Devil Ant King's. Normally, he wouldn't dare something like this, but he excelled in the realm of tactics, deduction and prediction particularly. He had foreseen how the Ant King would react, so he committed to this deadly strike the exact moment he knew the Ant King would not be able to dodge, block, or even retaliate. Pang! The flaming Rex spike brutally struck the Ant King's waist. Han Sen thought this must have been its weak point. But all that sounded from the strike was the call of beaten metal, and that was exactly what it felt like when he hit the ant. The flaming Rex spike left his hand and spun through the air about 10 meters away. It hit the cliffside. With such force, Han Sen's hands were left numb and his arms almost felt as if they were going to break. When the hit was delivered, though, the Ant King squealed in agony. There was only a shallow indent made in its shell, despite the pain it seemed to feel. But Han Sen knew he'd have to crack the shell somehow. The little angel, however, used this opportunity to make a move of her own. She used her greatsword, battering the point Han Sen had dented. On the fourth slash, the shell cracked a few inches, enough to expose the ant's white flesh. The Ant King panicked and quickly returned to the tunnel it had emerged from, suffering brutally. Han Sen was very weak right now, though. He felt as if he could barely stand, let alone chase after it. After he unlocked his gene lock with the Dongshan Sutra and resimulated the bone elephant's energy, the elephant Rex strike had become even more powerful than it was before. If it hadn't been boosted to the level it was currently at, he would have been unable to deal the damage he did to the ant. But the more powerful the attack was, the more energy it cost. After all, his fitness was limited and he couldn't dream of being like the bone elephant itself, repeatedly unleashing such foul, wretched amounts of power on a whim. Han Sen estimated he had reached a fitness level of about 200 by now, but the energy costs of that skill were still too draining. Under Han Sen's command, the little angel chased the Ant King down into the pit it had come from. But he also ordered her to return if the Ant King still proved to be too formidable. He didn't want her taking any unnecessary risks, and he wanted her to prioritize her own safety above all else. The Ant King had only been dealt a small amount of damage, and it still contained most of its power. It was still stronger than the little angel, without question. This was the great boon of being an ant. Few could fight one, even if they were on par with it. The little angel was not a pet that was based on strength. It was not unusual for her to be weaker than the ant, and since she was down in its lair, she'd be at a disadvantage without being outside. In the tiny cave she chased it down, she would have limited room to dodge. If it came down to a fight of strength versus strength, odds were far in favor of the ant winning. The little angel was a balanced pet. Although she had no special elements, her strength, speed, vitality, and attack were all above average. Plus, she had the ability to fly. She was a pet that covered almost everything. Although she wasn't too special, she had no weakness either. A super creature like that was the scariest for a human. With every ability being able to crush a human, humans would not have a chance of fighting back. Han Sen summoned Princess Yin and Princess Yang. He brought them out so they could collect the devil ants' corpses, while he dragged his own tired body down after the Ant King. He still did not feel safe, and he worried that the little angel would fight the Ant King until she died. It did not matter if she could kill the Ant King or not. Her loss would a grievous one for him. Han Sen couldn't fathom losing her. He descended a long way into the mountain from the tunnel's entrance. By the time he got where he needed to be, he had descended 400 meters. From that point, the tunnel widened up into a giant cavern. It seemed like a nexus or hub of some sort, for there were many other tunnels and passages leading off from the central cavern. As for the little angel, she was inside hovering about. Although the Ant King was wounded, it was still incredibly powerful. It guarded the cavern well in battle with the little angel, and there was no sign of it losing. Han Sen, while he was down there, was busy inspecting this cavern he had discovered, deep beneath the earth. With great observation, he surmised that the entirety of the mountain above had been hollowed out by the ants. It was like a massive subterranean kingdom for the ants. But what Han Sen did not understand was that, inside this ant nest, aside from this king and the 20 sacred blood ants he had laid waste to earlier, there weren't any other ants. That was strange. For a nest this big, there should have been many more ants in there. The fact that there was only one ant king was strange as well. Did that pangolin eat all the other ants? Han Sen suddenly recalled the sight of that pangolin, which escaped the pursuit of the sacred blood ants. Perhaps the reason why the devil ants had chased it with as much fervor as they did was because it had killed the rest of the kingdom's ants. If this was true, that suggested it was really powerful. It might have been a super creature, even, but Han Sen wasn't too sure of that. Other people could not sense it, but after learning the first tier of the Dongxian Sutra, he was extra sensitive to the life forces of creatures he came across. The pangolin's life force was a little bit stronger than a sacred blood creature, but not as strong as a super creature. The little angel was still battling the Ant King, but the Ant King had retreated into a little cave. Its shell was hard enough as it was, and with its power, it made it incredibly hard for the little angel to deal it damage. But now, the wound around its waist had already healed. It looked like new, as if it hadn't been dealt a single hit. This Ant King is sick. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to kill it. Han Sen was getting a little depressed, but just as he thought of giving up, something else lurked in the dark. The pangolin had returned, and it peeped at the battlers from a tunnel, like a little thief. The pangolin watched how the little angel and Ant King fought as it shimmied along the walls of the cavern. Its scales were colored exactly like the rock, in a dark green color. Unless he paid close attention, he'd have had a difficult time spotting it, creeping its way up. Quickly, the pangolin entered a cave near the Ant King and then drilled out another cave beside it. After that, it disappeared. Han Sen watched what it was doing with curiosity, and then decided to follow it into the tunnel it had just created. The cave was rather small, and Han Sen could only crawl. He held back his energy and crawled for 100 meters before reaching the end. This was as far as the pangolin had dug, and the creature was still busy. What is this guy doing? Han Sen watched it for a while, observing how quickly the pangolin worked. It seemed as if it was digging a route into the back of the cave where the Ant King was protecting the primary entrance. It seemed like the Ant King was guarding that little cave for a reason. There has to be some reason for it doing so. I wonder what it could be? Whatever it is, it's attractive enough for the pangolin to come all this way. Han Sen watched the pangolin from a good distance. Not very much later, however, he heard something collapse. It was the tumbling of rocks as the pangolin breached through the last bit of wall into another cavern. The pangolin quickly entered. Han Sen summoned his peacock crossbow and loaded it with his raven bolts. He crawled along the tunnel and scrambled over the dusty rocks without hesitation. When Han Sen saw what was inside the cave, his jaw dropped and his face froze. The giant cave was like a warehouse, stocked with white eggs that looked like ping-pong balls. Quite clearly, the eggs belonged to the devil ant. The pangolin-like creature looked joyful as it began munching on the eggs. Han Sen climbed out of the tunnel that had been dug out by the pangolin, spooking it. Turned around to look at Han Sen with alarm, but it did not attack. Han Sen took aim at the pangolin with the peacock crossbow as a precaution but felt conflicted. The pangolin was very strange, he did not know anything about it, and his own body was so weak that he didn't want to start a fight he might not be able to finish. They both froze, eyes locked. Neither of them knew what to think of the other. The pangolin rolled its beady eyes and then stood up on two legs like a human. His claws pointed towards the entrance. Han Sen understood what it meant. The pangolin was pointing towards the Ant King's location, and it did not want Han Sen to alert it to their presence. This guy's intelligence is no less than the Fox King I encountered in the first shelter. Han Sen gave the pangolin a puzzled look. The pangolin then pointed to the eggs on the floor, pointed to Han Sen and then pointed to itself. It was a funny little creature. But again, Han Sen understood what it was suggesting. It was telling Han Sen that there were many eggs for the both of them, and that they were free to eat as many as they desired, as long as they didn't disturb each other. Han Sen looked at the pangolin. Then he released his draw of the peacock crossbow. The pangolin went down on the ground again and resumed its feast. Han Sen did not feel comfortable in the presence of the pangolin. He made sure to watch it in between his observations of the cave and the eggs that populated it. The ant eggs were all identical. They were white, almost exactly like ping-pong balls, and mildly transparent, too. But Han Sen was aware that something was amiss. Traditionally, ant eggs were laid by ant queens, not ant kings. There had to be something quite different about these eggs. If they were the ant king's eggs, then they would all be super creatures. But there had to be at least 100,000 in the cave. If they were all super creatures, the devil ant would reign over the second god's sanctuary unopposed. If they were created by the ant king, they couldn't be super creatures. They had to be something else. Han Sen stepped on one of the eggs. Mutant creature hunted. Subterranean devil ant baby. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant genopoints, ranging from 0 to 10. Ah, so these aren't super creatures. Han Sen then stepped on a few more to check. He managed to squish a few more mutant variants, as well as ordinary variants. He could not find any sacred blood types, however. The pangolin must have been confused about this as well. Sometimes it stopped eating, as if to taste test the quality of what it was consuming. The way it rummaged through the eggs suggested it was looking for super creature ones, too. Han Sen bent over and picked up an egg, observing it the best he could. There were so many ant eggs there that if he ate them willy-nilly like the pangolin was, he would never find what he was looking for. Han Sen needed to look for a signature, or a way to discern one type of egg from the others, to find the super creature eggs that he sought. The eggs were semi-transparent. When he held them in his hands, the eggs were quite elastic and felt like jelly, but even more gloopy. The ping-pong-shaped, circular balls did not smell bad. They were quite dry as well. But when he looked inside, Han Sen could easily observe a creamy juice in there. There were no marks on the outside either. The eggs were flawless. Han Sen checked out a few more and noticed they were mostly identical, and their class could not be concerned by the naked eye. The ants were smart. By heaping so many similar eggs together, no one was able to tell where the most precious ones were hidden. But for Han Sen, things were different. Their appearances were all the same, yes, and the difference of their contents was something not even the pangolin could discern. Han Sen easily figured out its inability to determine which egg possessed which ant by the way it picked through them, one by one. Sometimes it put them in its mouth as if taste testing. Han Sen had his Dongxian Sutra with its first gene lock unlocked. He used it and his Dongxue aura spread. The life force of the eggs were easily detectable to Han Sen. Although they were only eggs, their life forces weren't all that different than they would be after hatching. Super creatures were super creatures too, so if they were out there somewhere amongst all the other eggs, their life forces were sure to shine like a beacon. Han Sen scanned all the ant eggs and soon found an egg with a life force that was stronger than the others. Han Sen went there and crushed the egg, which instantly played a notification he was eager to hear. Sacred blood creature hunted. Subterranean devil ant baby. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. As expected, this is a sacred blood class egg. Han Sen put the crushed egg in his mouth and it tasted very fresh. Like shrimp. It had the bonus of not stinking like seafood, too. Han Sen kept using his ability to sense the life forces of the eggs and continued prowling around the cave in search of more. It wasn't long before he found 3 more sacred blood eggs. Suddenly, a particular life force stood out to him. It was one that looked like a brazier, a light in the dark. The life force was far stronger than that of any sacred blood egg. I have found it! With exuberant joy, Han Sen immediately went to pick it up. Han Sen picked it up and started playing with it. When he looked at it from the outside, he noticed no difference. It looked as plain as all the other eggs, lacking any indication that it was special. He squeezed it with his hand, but it was like a solid ball of rubber. With its elasticity, it resumed its initial shape after being pushed or squashed. Han Sen could not break it. This really is something special. Han Sen was delighted. So he quickly pocketed the egg and returned to searching the cave with his aura. By the time he was done, Han Sen managed to find 6 more sacred blood class eggs and only that 1 super egg. He was satisfied with this result. Han Sen took another look at the pangolin, which was still eating, and gave up on the idea of killing it. The pangolin was a strange creature, and Han Sen didn't think he could one-hit kill it. Anyway, and if there was a struggle, the Ant King was sure to become aware of their presence and pay them a visit. With Han Sen still weak and drained of energy, he figured he wouldn't be able to escape. Han Sen summoned Snow Charmer. They each held a sack, and they filled them up with as many eggs as they could. Once they were done, they exited the area via the tunnel the pangolin had dug. After exiting the tunnel, Han Sen saw that the little angel was still locked in combat with the Ant King. Fortunately, his and the pangolin's presence behind it had not been noticed. Han Sen returned the way he came, but took notice of the little angel's situation. She and the Ant King were locked in a stalemate, where one could not hurt the other despite how much they tried. It didn't seem likely either would win anytime soon, so Han Sen eventually called on her to return and give up on fighting it. The Ant King was a powerful fiend, and it had the toughest shell. With its ability to recover being so quick, there was no point exerting any more effort or time on the faint hope of killing it. Besides, he had already received one of the Ant King's super eggs. Therefore, there was no point in hanging around trying to kill the fully grown creature. After he exited the cave from the tunnel, Han Sen summoned his wings as quickly as he could. With his bounty of icky treasure in hand, he left the area. If the Ant King found out about its missing eggs, heaven knew what it would do. It might even turn into a berserk super creature, and that would be horrid. Pest! Han Sen had already flown a few miles when he heard a few high-pitched, sonic screams. His eardrums felt as if they had been jabbed by needles. It seems as if the Ant King has discovered its egg is missing. Han Sen did not linger or cruise the skies, so he flew even faster to get away from the mountain. Han Sen had been well rewarded. In the event accidents were to occur, he wanted to return home immediately. He wasn't in a rush to find a super creature right now either. He had managed to collect 23 devil ants and 7 sacred blood devil ants. He had thought he might be able to collect more, but perhaps the pangolin was lucky enough to swallow a few. He had 2 bags that were a mixed assortment of ordinary eggs and mutant eggs. There was a total of 900 spread across both those sacks. Back in the Crystal Palace, Han Sen quickly placed the Ant King's egg on the crystal table. He summoned his flaming Rex Spike and cast Toxic Dragon Drill directly upon it. The Ant King's egg was tough, but it was still just an egg. It wasn't half as strong as the Ant King's shell, so the egg was quickly splattered by the whirling drill of the Rex Spike. Super creature hunted. Subterranean devil Ant King baby. The beast's soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Han Sen was very surprised. hearing no mention of the life geno essence. The egg was very small, though, and he supposed it was quite fair to that there was no room for a life geno essence to have grown inside it yet. It looks like eggs aren't able to produce life geno essences. Does that mean I can eat its flesh? Han-san picked up the shattered eggshell and scooped up the battered remains of what was once an ant. He sunk his teeth into the sticky, gloopy contents and was surprised to find it softer than he expected. The meat was rather tender, and he wondered if this was similar to what had happened with the bone elephant's body. After it died, it wasn't as tough as it was when it was alive. Han-san was overjoyed, and he didn't bother cooking it. He just put it in his mouth and ate it straight. Subterranean Devil Ant King Baby consumed. You have received 1 super geno point. A strange energy seemed to whirl inside his belly. His body felt numb as it started to vibrate, and his cells felt alive with a unique thrust of energy. He felt refreshed. Han-san ate the eggshell and received an additional 7 super geno points. His skin became extraordinarily smooth, like he had smeared heaps of collagen onto his face. He looked younger, his face rejuvenated. He didn't know when the eggs might hatch, so he let his companions dine on them. But he would be the one to eat the 7 sacred blood eggs, of course. The rest were reserved for a barbecue. Han-san brought Zero, the little angel, Snow Charmer, Princess Yin-Yang, and the silver fox around for barbecue fiesta. Han-san skewered a number of eggs on a prong and placed them above an open fire. There were 6 sacred blood class eggs on the skewer. Oil sizzled on the fire, and a pleasant fragrance wafted from the eggs. Sacred blood creature hunted. Subterranean devil ant baby. The beast's soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. The notifications popped, one after each other. The only variance was in the 5th notification tone, which told him he had acquired a beast soul. Han-san happily sprinkled a few herbs and spices on the eggs that were being cooked, and sensational smell of flavors cloaked the room. In one stroke, Han-sen gobbled every skewered egg at the same time. They tasted divine, and left a satisfying aftertaste in his mouth. Subterranean devil ant baby consumed. You have received 1 sacred geno point. The notifications and slight upward ticks of his sacred geno amount increased, and then Han-san squinted. Maxed out sacred geno points, here I come, Han-san said, as he continued to munch on the cooked eggs. After he ate all 6, he still needed 8 more points to max out the number. But that was fine, as Han-san brought out a few sacred geno ants to dehel and cook. The silver fox and little angel came over to sit next to him. They were picky, and far more interested in dining on the sacred blood class creatures. Han-sen decided to share. He gave some to both of them and even gave some to Zero. The whole group was enjoying their barbecue feast, and the whole crystal palace smelled of sizzling food and jovial spirits. Subterranean devil ant flesh consumed. You have received 1 sacred geno point. After Han-sen ate his 4th cooked ant, he heard the final announcement ring. Finally, I have maxed out my sacred geno points. Han-sen gave a long sigh, feeling super happy. Han-sen Super Body King Spirit. Status: Evolver. Lifespan 300. Body evolution requirement: 100 geno points. Own genes: Basic geno points, 100 ordinary geno points, 100 mutant geno points, 100 sacred geno points, 100 super geno points, 17. Han-sen punched the testing machine. The meter showed 217.6587, which meant Han-sen's fitness was over 200. He was in his purest form, too. The strongest known human in the second god sanctuary was sitting at around 150. There was a frightening gap between Han-sen and that person. Although this was just a simple test he had conducted, he was still supremely satisfied. If he had calculated things correctly, when he maxed out his super geno points, he'd be at a fitness level of 300. He would become a celestial being and be able to challenge super creatures solo, without a problem. Although he could not effectively face them as he was right now, he had what it took to fight back. He wasn't like other people, who would quickly find themselves crushed by such intimidating foes. He exited the testing lobby at around lunchtime, and he was planning to have lunch with Yenran. Unfortunately for him, she was busy with work and had to leave the base. That led to Han Sen going for lunch by himself. Han Sen had ordered his lunch and sat down when he saw Annie approaching, with a dish of her own in hand. She sat directly in front of him. "You really don't want to take part in Divinity's bout?" Annie asked Han Sen. "No, I don't want to," Han Sen replied, as he shook his head. "Why?" Annie asked, frowning. In her eyes, Han Sen had a super pet that could even the odds and cement a position amongst the 10 Son of Gods, bringing some much-needed glory to humanity. "The pet's power is only that of a pet. Do not overestimate it," Han Sen told her coldly. "But even so, you still have a chance," Annie pleaded. Han Sen smiled and said, "That is a genuine battleground. It's not a game. I won't respawn. I won't put my life on the line for some title." Annie just took a long, icy stare at Han Sen, before grabbing her dish and walking away. Han Sen was aware that many people were hoping for him to join, but he really couldn't take part. If he exposed the fact that he had absorbed the life geno-essence, the alliance would require an answer. In such circumstances, the Ji or Qin family would be unable to protect him. This was a matter concerning the human race. He would be pressured by people on every side. That was why Han Sen was going to use Dollar as his identity when he joined. Even if people were able to tell that the elusive Dollar had absorbed life geno-essences, no one knew who he was. Nothing could be done about it. There are a lot of humans in the Second God's Sanctuary. In fact, it is the shelter with the highest population of humans, but despite that, we aren't at the top of the food chain here, not by a long shot. I understand why people want us to ascend and break our image of inferiority. Han Sen thought to himself. He believed he should go all the way in Divinity's bout and earn a position as Son of God. At the very least, it would give others hope. But if he were to compete there, he couldn't use his flaming Rex Spike or Little Angel. He estimated his chance of beating a super spirit under such conditions to be under 30%. And that 30% chance was only due to his fortunate acquisition of a super ant beast soul. Super Devil Ant King, Armored Beast Soul. The defense of a super armored beast soul was unfathomably high, and that was the key he'd have to exploit when going up against a super spirit. Plus, Han Sen could simulate the Devil Ant King's energy flow. That energy flow, when combined with the Ant King armor, increased his defense by an incredible amount. In addition, it also improved his recovery speed and his strength. It was a powerful energy flow, and using it in tandem with the Ant King armor would make him as tough as a cockroach that stubbornly refused to die. Han Sen had long, powerful legs and large muscles in his chest and shoulders. His waist was thin but solid. Beneath the cover of the dark purple armor, he looked strong and wide. He looked like a devil that had clawed its way up from the pits of hell. Han Sen ran the Devil Ant's energy flow, and the Devil Ant King's armor looked even darker. From bright purple, it became a deep, dark shade of purple. Han Sen had a look at himself and was satisfied with his appearance. He thought this super armor would enable him to battle the super spirits with relative confidence. Even if he lost, he wouldn't go down without a good fight. Han Sen put away the Ant King armor and fed it the black crystal. There should have been enough time for it to evolve, before the Divinity's bout began. With the armor evolved, he'd be even stronger. After that, Han Sen no longer went to hunt. He used the remainder of his time to learn stronger melee skills. He couldn't use the flaming Rex Spike or Peacock crossbow anymore. The dual sword skill was quite powerful, but he wouldn't stand a chance if he used the Berserk Sacred Blood swords. The dual sword skill itself was no weaker than the Little Angel's talents, but the swords were. He tested out his swords on her, and when she struck Han Sen's Silver Snake and Ancient Mascot swords, she left deep gashes on them both. That was with her only operating on partial power as well. If she gave it her best, there was a high chance she'd cleave right through them both. Given that, Han Sen did not expect to make use of his dual sword skill to beat whichever super spirit he was pitted against. When fights dragged on and were boiled down to the nitty and gritty, limbs were your most trusted allies. Dragon Punch could only increase in power, but it was not a fist skill. Out of the melee skills Han Sen knew, there was only Thunder Knife and 7 kill. Logging into the Saint Hall at the military, Han Sen started searching for a fist skill he deemed suitable. He looked for quite some time but to no avail. None enticed him. The hyper-geno arts here in the Saint Hall tend to focus on S-rank skills for ordinary folk. Only a few people own true legendary skills, and they are never listed for sale. I don't think I'll be able to find a skill suitable for me to fight the super spirits with here. Han Sen perused every S-rank skill available to him, and not a single one interested him. The S-rank skills were not weak, but Han Sen had far exceeded their benefits. He wanted something like Heavenly Go or 7 Twist, something legendary. He wouldn't waste time on other skills anymore. Han Sen went to the Saint Hall's ordinary section but had even less hope going there. If he couldn't find one in the military section, there'd be even less chance here. Han Sen took a look, and to his surprise, managed to find a melee skill that attracted him. It was a hyper-geno art called Sonic Thunder Punch. The description stated that after mastery of the skill had been achieved, it was possible to deal sonic damage. But such a level required a very high fitness. Although it was an evolver's skill, the practitioner had to be near the rank of a celestial being to learn it effectively. Otherwise, he would need a really good thunder element body build. After giving it a good look, Han Sen grew fond of the concept of Sonic Thunder Punch. Although he didn't have a thunder build, he could easily simulate the Silver Fox's energy flow to possess the element of thunder. If he did that, Sonic Thunder Punch would come easy to him. Han Sen thought this skill could really work, but he didn't dare buy it there in the Saint Hall. If he ended up using it in Divinity's bout, it'd be easy for someone to look up the records of who bought it in recent times. Usually, purchase logs were kept secret in the central computers, in accordance with the laws of the Alliance. But just to be safe, Han Sen went to ask Li Xingluan. He had hacked the military's virtual Skynet, so it was only natural to assume he could provide some advice on how to proceed. Han Sen wasn't going to mention the specific skill he wished to purchase, just ask how he might go about buying something from the black market anonymously. Li Xingluan was well-versed in such topics and shady deeds, so he was able to explain a few simple and effective methods Han Sen could use for what he wished to do. Han Sen checked out a few of the places that Li Xingluan mentioned, and they were indeed black market trading grounds. Buying stuff there, however, was a risky ordeal. Trades there were not protected, and there were no guarantees, warranties, or records of such purchases. There was also the possibility he wouldn't even receive the stuff he ordered. Monetary transactions weren't secured, either. Plus, the black market never did face-to-face trades. In short, there were some tall risks in using it. As a result, Han Sen gave up on his idea of purchasing something from the black market. He would instead visit the free trade sections and see if he could buy Sonic Thunder Punch there. It was not uncommon for people to sell second-hand goods there, including hyper-geno art and geno solution. Han Sen searched for Sonic Thunder Punch there, but he was out of luck. Not a single person was selling it second-hand. He searched through the S-Class hyper-geno arts as well and received quite a few hits. Many people were selling second-hand hyper-geno arts and geno solution, just not the skill he had come for. When it came to buying second-hand hyper-geno arts, however, there were a few clauses would-be buyers had to be aware of. There was no way of knowing whether or not hyper-geno art copies were complete, and there was no way of knowing whether or not the accompanying geno solution matched. Scams and misleading transactions were common there, due to the lack of official support. Therefore, a buyer had to be a little street-smart when buying stuff there. At least, if he bought something there, no one would be able to tell where the product came from or went to. Following Li Xingluan's suggestions and methods, Han Sen would be able to buy anything he wanted without any traceable evidence. Although he had to find out if the products being sold were real or fake, it would be easier to do so when making face-to-face transactions. In the free trade zone, Han Sen was unable to find Sonic Thunder Punch. What he did find, however, was another hyper-geno art that stood out to him. The hyper-geno art that enticed him was called Elephant Disc Punch. Han Sen had heard about this skill before, as it was a legendary skill hailing from ancient times. The scrolls said that back then, People thought that the world was built on a disc that rested on the back of an elephant. The elephant was everything, whereas the disc was time and space. Although it was little more than a myth, the skill that had been written down on the scroll was extremely difficult. It had many illegible portions and missing text, so it was quite incomplete. But the one Hansen found was close to completion. The Geno solution could mitigate any shortages of the host caster, so they would be equipped to cast the skill. But as for the skill itself, not many people could learn it, and the power of the skill was weaker than they expected anyway. Someone had researched the leftover portions of the scroll, and said that some manner of elephant blood was necessary to finish learning the skill. They took nutrition from the elephants and put it in the Geno solution, which allowed others to learn the skill. But the power and depth were quite poor. The elephant disc punch was in the A-class section, due to its inability to fulfill the requirements necessary of an S-class skill. But the skill was a great way to strengthen one's body, and in this facet was no worse than most S-class hyper-Geno arts. So, the people that could not afford S-class skills would often opt for this one instead. Hansen was feeling hopeful and rather excited. He thought to himself, the elephant disc punch is so in-depth. If I simulate the bone elephant's energy flow, I wonder if I'll be able to cast the true strength of elephant disc punch? If I can cast its true power, I doubt anyone would be able to tell it was from a little-known A-class skill. Hansen followed Li Xingluan's suggestions and bought a used elephant disc punch and Geno solution from a second-hand community. It was an ordinary A-class hyper-Geno art, and he was able to check its authenticity on Skynet. After checking it, he no longer had to worry about the possibility of purchasing a fake product. The elephant disc punch was fairly common, actually. He could have bought it in the St. Hall, but he wanted to buy it secondhand so he could get acquainted with the process of buying things that way. By doing this, he would be ready for when he needed to purchase Sonic Thunder Punch. After a while, Hansen received the skill and Geno solution. After that, he compared it to the stuff available on Skynet to ensure it was legit. Hansen used the Geno solution and got to work on practicing elephant disc punch. He tried to combine it with the bone elephant's flow. By doing this, Hansen discovered something amazing. Whenever he used the bone elephant's energy, he could not control his power and instead had to blast it all out at once. But the more he continued to use the bone elephant's energy to practice elephant disc punch, the more he could control its energy. Hansen was pleased. If he could more effectively control the energy and power of the bone elephant, then he wouldn't be entirely drained of energy after a single punch. By being able to control the strength of the punch, he wouldn't be wasting his power. All he would have to do was cast what he needed. Hansen gave up on buying Sonic Thunder Punch now, since his time was limited enough as it was. In less than a month, Divinity's bout would start and he would have to practice with the elephant disc punch as best he could. With the energy flow of the bone elephant, the elephant disc punch possessed power of massive proportions. All the while the energy influx and efflux came under greater control. When the two abilities combined, their power increased. The more Hansen practiced, the better he got. A single punch packed enough strength to sunder a mountain, or so it felt. Regardless, the power was massive. The elephant disc punch was incredibly in-depth, and it wasn't any worse than his dual sword skill. In some ways, it was even better. Hansen practiced with his little angel every day. The elephant disc punch continued to gain power in that time as well. Although he kept losing to her, he applied many changes and fixes. At least Hansen could compete with the little angel and not get wrecked. That month flew by, and all the shelters had now named their top combatants. It was time for Divinity's bout to begin. Fong Mingquan entered the battle arena from the shelter and found his seat. He looked to the center of the arena, waiting for Divinity's bout to begin. Although Fong Mingquan was in a royal shelter that had 500,000 people in it, the arena itself could seat very few. The humans in the second god's sanctuary were not very enthusiastic about Divinity's bout. The primary focus of humans when it came to Divinity's bout was on the holy battles that took place between humans in their own shelters, so that they could see who was the best. But when it came to the actual Divinity's bout, interest quickly waned. A lot of humans would choose to concede following their qualification, as the battles to come were of life and death. If their opponents were powerful spirits, they were often ruthless. Humans could only live once, and they couldn't afford to squander their lives in battles they would most likely lose. And the deaths of human fighters was a frequent tragedy in Divinity's bout, as spirits showed no mercy in the brutality of their combat. As such, the entire event wasn't something friendly and well-suited to humanity's participation. Viewership of Divinity's bout was low, in stark contrast to its prominence in the first God's sanctuary. Even the media paid little attention to the events of Divinity's bout. After all, there had not been a single human son of God yet, and they had no desire to spend time and resources reporting the victories of spirits. A simple list of names usually sufficed. People who did take the time to watch Divinity's bout were the higher-ups of the bigger factions of the Alliance. They were the sort of people that could take down spirit shelters, so observing the spirits that participated in Divinity's bout allowed them to collect intelligence on how to one day face the spirits of shelters that had yet to be conquered. Fong Mingquan was watching Divinity's bout in the hope that Dollar would be there. Dollar was in the second God's sanctuary, and it was likely an accomplished fighter such as he would be willing to participate. That being said, he didn't have much hope. Dollar had only been in the second God's sanctuary for a short period of time. No matter his strength, the spirits were likely to dwarf any hopeful competitor. It was like that for any human who wished to test their mettle there. Fong Mingquan, waiting for the match to begin, heard his name called out from behind. He turned his head to the sight of someone he knew. Mr. Hua. Fong Mingquan quickly walked over and shook his hand. Mr. Hua's full name was Hua Ping. He had been in the second God's sanctuary for 100 years. He was one of the earliest evolvers. He now worked in the media as well and was a supervisor to Fong Mingquan. You are interested in Divinity's bout? Hua Ping looked on Fong Mingquan with modest surprise. Fong Mingquan was the most well-known commentator in the Alliance. The fact that no one could record videos or take pictures of the Divinity's bout was the source of his surprise. If he wished to make reports or commentate, it would all have to be spoken or written. It didn't make for entertaining reading or listening, either, due to the misery and losses that would make up every single report. This was another factor in its lack of prominence in the media. I am interested, yes. That is why I have come to watch. Old Hua, have you come here to report on Divinity's bout as well? Fong Mingquan asked. Old Hua smiled and said in response, once every 10 years, I do it. This is the 13th article I will have done in regards to Divinity's bout. Few people read them, so it is not likely many would know of this work. If it's that bad, why do you still insist on doing it? Fong Mingquan asked with visible confusion. Doing a show that no one paid heed to tended to go against the principles of someone in the media. For an old supervisor to insist on doing a show every 10th year on Divinity's bout was quite surprising. Viewership figures are important, I must confess. But as a man of the media, I believe in reporting things that are meaningful for the progression of the human race. Humans don't do well in Divinity's bout, that is true. But there are glimmers of inspiration and awe to be found. Talented people come here, every 10th year, in the hopes of securing honor and glory for humanity. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they are selfless heroes. Old Hua sighed and then continued to say, but now, I fear glory has taken a grander prominence in the hearts of men. Only victory and success define a person's worth these days. Humans who fail are disdained, and that is something no person can bear. I make records of these battles so future competitors of Divinity's bout can learn something. Fong Mingquan saluted him. A media man with such values and integrity was rare, and even Fong Mingquan himself wasn't sure he could do the same. Fong Mingquan was ordinary and didn't harbor much sentimentality. He never really thought of things that way. Yet despite that, it didn't stop him from admiring the grace of his peer. The two of them chatted, waiting for the fight to start. The arena could house 100,000 spectators, but only a few thousand had come. Other human shelters were like this as well. Aside from the fighters and important figures and officials of the Alliance's greater organizations, humans weren't likely to come and watch a fight that would most likely result in defeat for their entire race. Those who claimed victory would receive their time in the limelight, but the same could not be said for those who, despite significant effort and diligence, could not find the success they clamored for. Humans adored heroes, but they often failed to realize that it was the past failures of the heroes that resulted in their own victories further down the line. In the legends of heroes, failures did not matter. They were small and insignificant in the grander scheme of things. Divinity's bout was soon to begin. Those who had placed first in the shelters of humans and spirits were now drawn into the battle arena. The arena was massive, and there were many smaller arenas separated neatly alongside each other, making it possible for 1,000 fights to go on at the same time. Humans and spirits were put apart, not allowed to have contact with each other. This was to avoid conflict outside of the organized battles. Because so many humans and spirits were taking part in the event, it was difficult to find a specific person. Fong Mingquan perused the list of participants intently, in the hopes of finding Dollar there. Hua Ping, who was beside him, used a pen to record something. His face was very serious. "He really is here," Fong Mingquan blurted out when he found Dollar's name on the list of battlers. Hua Ping looked confused. He turned his head to look at Fong Mingquan and asked, "You have a friend who has joined Divinity's bout?" "Yes," Fong Mingquan responded with great enthusiasm. Although he had never met Dollar, or even exchanged words with him, he cherished him as a good friend in his heart. He considered him his best friend, as a matter of fact. He could not describe this feeling succinctly, but it was how he felt regardless. "What is the number of your friend's battleground? Let me see if he's going up against a spirit," Hua Ping said. Fong Mingquan quickly gave him the number. Hua Ping was an expert, so he'd be able to tell him quickly what Dollar was about to go up against. "Dollar and Black Gold. Your friend is unlucky, it would seem. He has encountered a spirit in his very first match. Black Gold is a very powerful royal spirit. He has armor that is nigh impenetrable. Even Sacred Blood class weapons have great difficulty dealing damage to it," Hua Ping said as he looked. After what Hua Ping told him, Fong Mingquan started to worry. He didn't want Dollar to go up against something so fiercely powerful. As they spoke, the two combatants entered their battleground. One combatant was 3 meters tall and clad in black armor. He looked terrifying. His movements were almost like a mechanical robot built from steel. The other fighter looked fairly strong compared to what might be expected of a human. However, he was clad in a purple armor that looked relatively thin next to his opponent's. The Black Gold spirit shouted and raised the hammer he wielded, which was bigger than a small car. He smashed the ground in front of Han Sen with a force that probably could have toppled a small mountain. Fong Mingquan watched Dollar with great trepidation. Although Dollar was wearing purple armor, he could tell it was Dollar from the way the man held himself. As he observed Dollar facing off with Black Gold, it frightened him. Fong Mingquan was an evolver himself, so he could clearly sense the threatening power that resided within the hammer Black Gold wielded. "Your friend seems a little slow. His abilities are strength-focused. If that is true, he won't fare too well against a foe such as Black Gold. His enemy's power is infinite, so unless he is one of the strongest humans in history." Hua Ping trailed off, but such a sentence had only one conclusion. Fong Mingquan didn't see Dollar dodge, and neither did Dollar draw a weapon. He watched nervously, as Dollar had only been in the shelter for a couple of years and his power had most likely not peaked yet. Going up against such a frightening foe was wildly dangerous. As Black Gold's hammer swung again, poised to land on Dollar's head, he brought out his right fist and punched the hammer. When Hua Ping witnessed this move, he shook his head and said, "Your friend is a reckless one. Black Gold's power is—" Before Hua Ping could finish his sentence, Dollar's fist collided with the hammer. Boom! The hit was deafening, and the fist shattered the hammer into pieces. Hua Ping and Fong Mingquan were motionless. They couldn't even fathom the strength that resided in that fist, for it to break a giant metal hammer such as that. Hua Ping was shocked the most. He had witnessed many divinities bouts over the years and was knowledgeable about many of the fighters there. That included Black Gold, the spirit. He was a remarkable warrior. He may not have been the strongest, but he possessed a lot of strength nonetheless. Against his unbreakable armor and intimidatingly large hammer, many evolvers had died, or at the very least, been grievously injured in battle with him. A lot of sacred blood weapons had been broken by that hammer as well. But now, that very same hammer had been utterly annihilated by a human fist. The sight was unimaginable, and it was the sort of tale that few would ever believe. Hua Ping could only stare at mouth agape. He was forgetting to write his report. On the battleground, after Han Sen wrecked the hammer, a flood of power boiled inside his body once more. Seeing Black Gold himself aghast at what had just happened, Han Sen stepped forward with atmosphere-cracking strength, directly before the spirit's face. His flesh was like that of a tiger, and his fist buzzed loudly as it flashed towards Black Gold's face. Black Gold shouted and crossed his arms in an attempt to block the incoming attack. Boom! His armor, arms, and skull were crushed under the weight of Han Sen's elephant disc punch. Blood soaked the arena, and the disfigured and dismembered body of Black Gold was launched out of the battleground. The bloody mess crash landed 15 meters away. How is that possible? Hua Ping was on his feet, his book and pens fallen to the floor. As he looked upon his eyes widened until it looked like they were going to fall out. It was a one-punch victory. The immeasurably powerful spirit Black Gold was killed shortly after the fight began, and he hadn't stood a chance. No one could imagine the strength that was delivered in that punch, and Hua Ping struggled to believe it was possible for an evolver to achieve such a wretched power. Fong Mingquan was almost as shocked as well. He almost cried aloud. He did not expect who had only been in the second god's sanctuary for as long as he had, to have managed to achieve such power. He killed a royal spirit with a single punch, and it was a ravenous crowd-pleaser. Mingquan, is this man human? Hua Ping asked after left the arena, excitedly grabbing Fong Mingquan's hand. Yes, he is. Is pretty popular in the alliance. Fong Mingquan quickly told him, in his own excitement. If he is really human, wait, let me see. Hua Ping was no longer coherent in his dialogue, as he ran his hands up and down his body in search of his book. Realizing it was on the floor, he raced to pick it up. He began flipping through the pages, scanning the battle lists and frantically drawing with his pen. Fong Mingquan wasn't sure what he was doing. He drew with a manic speed. Every time he wrote down a name and drew a line, his face perked with further excitement. Fong Mingquan looked at what Hua Ping was doing and noticed it was a calculation of the battle list. It seemed as if Hua Ping was trying to determine who would face off against next. 10 matches. He won't go up against anyone stronger than Black Gold for another 10 matches. This is a chance. Hua Ping's face had gone red as a beetroot, and he beamed with delight in his mad drawings. The excitement in his face was getting deeper and deeper, but after a while his face froze. His excitement drained away, and he sat down in evident disappointment. His eyes looked empty as he mumbled, "It still doesn't work. It still doesn't work." "Old Hua, what doesn't work?" Fong Mingquan quickly asked, eager to understand what was going on. "Your friend is pretty lucky. If he continues fighting, he shouldn't encounter any more opponents who are that powerful. Even if he met another spirit that was as powerful as Black Gold, he would still have every chance of beating it. If he is lucky enough, he can reach the top 10. But..." Hua Ping gave a long, drawn-out sigh. Then, he continued by saying, "In his final fight, the one before he can be crowned Son of God, he must face off against an opponent no human can possibly defeat." "What manner of opponent do you speak of?" Fong Mingquan asked. "In the 5th divinity's bout, there was a light element Son of God. Although this Son of God had only joined once, he was extremely powerful. His power now is something few humans might ever fathom. No human can beat him. Even evolvers with unlocked gene locks don't stand a chance. Before the light Son of God, they would be crushed like bugs." Hua Ping bore a wry smile as he explained the predicament. "Is he really that strong?" Fong Mingquan asked Hua Ping with a look of disbelief. With a wry smile, Hua Ping said, "You know the Alliance created a forfeit guide for the second god's sanctuary's divinity's bout, yes?" "Yes, I know. It contains a record of all the most powerful spirits that have participated in divinity's bout. If they encounter a spirit on that list, they are advised to immediately forfeit to avoid being killed, Fang Mingquan said. Light Son of God is one of those. He has only taken part in Divinity's bout once, so there was a lack of information about him at the time. A human with an unlocked gene lock was pitted against him. He was one of the top evolvers of all time, and he was a very famous man. He had many sacred blood beast souls, strong hyper arts, the works. But the Light Son of God killed him in a single hit. Hua Ping shook his head and continued his explanation. I have been too presumptuous. No human is powerful enough to become a son of God. You need more than luck on your side to do that. I advise that you inform your friend of this wretched development. Tell him he can continue fighting for now, but he must pull out before the final battle. If he doesn't, the Light Son of God won't even allow him the opportunity to concede. Fang Mingquan was getting an idea of how bad things might get, but he had no way of contacting the elusive Dollar. Fang Mingquan thought his best bet for informing Dollar would be posting a news article about it. If he did that, there was at least a chance Dollar might see it. Divinity's bout continued. Today, everyone would have to fight 5 times. Dollar had another 3 spirits to go against. The other 2 were human. Han Sun beat down the 2 humans and slew the 3 spirits with ease. Powerful. He is so powerful. He might very well be the strongest evolver in history. With such power, I cannot imagine. Hua Ping was very excited, but a pang of woe nagged at him from behind. Dollar was practically only 1 step away from being a son of God, but he feared what might happen to him if he tried to take it. The better Dollar performed, the sorrier Hua Ping became. By the end, he couldn't bear to watch Dollar fight. Someone so excellent was soon to be stopped, right before earning the title and becoming one of the 10 Son of Gods. He had no clue the next time humanity might have a similar opportunity. Fang Mingquan, on the other hand, was thrilled and excited. Although he wasn't wholly clear on when Dollar joined the second God's sanctuary, he suspected it hadn't been more than a few years. Ascending at such a sharp trajectory, it was difficult for him to gauge his power correctly. But Fang Mingquan and Hua Ping were both still worried. If they couldn't contact Dollar and he ended up facing off against the Light Son of God, things would go very bad very quickly. He has read the forfeit guide, hasn't he? Fang Mingquan pondered aloud. He was sure that Dollar had, but he was still prepared to go back and make a broadcast about the show. He hoped it would be popular enough to let Dollar know how powerful the Light Son of God truly was. Too many fights were taking place at the same time, so people tended to just watch their family members or at least the people they cared for. So, for this reason, very few people paid attention to Han Sen. A few people did come over to see, and although they were blown away when witnessing his power, it wasn't enough to attract others over. Fang Mingquan decided to return to the Alliance and start a broadcast about Divinity's bout. In particular, he wanted to talk about the 5 matches Dollar had already taken part in. He also wished to speak about the opponents he was going to face off against in the future, the Light Son of God in particular. He wanted to deliver plenty of information about that spirit, and what the spirit had done in the past. This broadcast was almost like radio. There were no pictures of the event and it only featured Fang Mingquan discussing Divinity's bout, alongside a rough map he had drawn up. Despite this, it drew a lot of attention. Dollar is here? And he's taking part in Divinity's bout? Dollar only became an evolver a few years ago. He's taking part in Divinity's bout already? Holy crap! Black Gold's hammer was smashed into smithereens by Dollar's fist? And he then proceeded to kill the spirit with a single punch? Are you yanking our chain? I remember the previous Divinity's bout, in which my friend went up against Black Gold. He had unlocked his gene lock and yet despite that, he was immediately struck by the hammer 3 times and was at the precipice of death before he could be dragged out in forfeit. Dollar rocks. I'm going to go watch Dollar battle. Let's all go support Dollar tomorrow. If Dollar is there, I'll be there. If the analysis is true, though, poor Dollar. He'll be stopped in his tracks 1 step away from the top. Why do you guys assume he can keep on winning? Let's just see if he can beat the rest of the spirits and humans first. That Dollar is BS. His previous record was only landing as the 10th son of God in the first God's sanctuary. And he only competed there once. Yeah, Dollar is a scrub out here in the second God's sanctuary. The light of God will crush him with his finger. What is the point of fighting if it's all down to luck? If he didn't face off against the light son of God and become one of the top 10, he'd still be killed by the other son of gods. He is sidewalk litter against them. Trash kicked to the side on the pavement. With the luck you guys are talking about, I could be a son of God. I could join and be lucky enough not to face off against any strong foe and then POW. I'll be a son of God. Dollar's participation in Divinity's bout was the catalyst for a great schism in the alliance. A great debate had begun, and many people rooted for Dollar. They wanted him to become the first human son of God in history. But there were many people who did not believe Dollar could make it and beat the light son of God in the process. People with sense were more likely to advise Dollar to give up the fight, lest he be killed. Many professionals had analyzed Dollar's Divinity's bout. They thought his luck had been pretty good thus far. Every fight seemed to be an easy one, apart from the upcoming light son of God. The other humans who took part in the holy battles would be out a few rounds before Dollar, as the spirits they met were too powerful for them and they had to quit. But Dollar's luck stopped there. Even if he went ahead and beat the next few spirits coming up, he would most likely withdraw before going up against the light son of God. That was what most professionals assumed Hansen would do. As things were, they did not believe any human had what it took to go against the light son of God and win. There were some really crude and offensive professionals, however. Many of them firmly believed Hansen would stumble and fall long before he reached the light son of God. And of course, there were some who believed Fong Mingquan was making stuff up or at least exaggerating the truth in a bid to increase viewership. They did not believe Dollar could break Black Gold's hammer with a single hit. After much research and analysis, they theoretically proved Dollar lacked sufficient power to do such a thing. Regardless, the whole alliance was talking about the event, and everyone seemed to have a theory of their own. And on the second day of Divinity's bout, the stadium was packed to the gills with attending spectators. Humanity's interest in the second God's sanctuary's Divinity's bout had suddenly been reinvigorated. Where once there were only a few in the audience seats, now the stadium was jam-packed with eager spectators. They all stared down at the battlegrounds, waiting for the shadow of Dollar to emerge. Here he is. Here he is. A man clad in purple armor stepped onto the battlegrounds, and when he arrived, the crowd went wild with screams. Why is he wearing purple? Dollar is usually dressed in gold. Is this some sort of knockoff? It looks like him, yet it doesn't at the same time. Hansen emerged onto the battleground not having researched his opponents nor read the forfeit guide. He only had to detect an opponent's life force to determine how powerful they truly were. Even if he couldn't tell, the Devil Ant King armor would keep him safe. Hansen's opponent now entered the field. It was a pretty boy spirit, dressed in silver armor. In his hand he held a silver sword. He had bunny-like ears and there was an eye in his forehead. Aside from that, he could have passed for a regular human. People had already looked at Hansen's list of battlers, so they knew what to expect from his first opponent. The enemy was called Silver Eye Prince. He was a royal spirit with a really quick moveset. In the analysis provided by professionals, he was one of the strongest foes Dollar would have to overcome if he hoped to fight against the light son of God. The Silver Eye Prince checked out his opponent without saying a word. Then he drew his sword. Like a sudden flash of silver light, he dashed towards Hansen at the same time. He unleashed a barrage of sword thrusts towards Hansen. There were too many to count. They came down on Hansen like silver rain. A lot of people stood up, wanting to get a better look at how Dollar sought to best the Silver Rain sword. But Hansen did not move an inch. He stood and watched the silver rain fall without blinking. The silver sword rain that came down was little more than an image. Hansen had many talents, and before he became famous, he had already encountered this move. The fact that the Silver Eye Prince sought to use this move on him was something Hansen believed to be childish. The audience watched the silver shadows pierce through Hansen, their hearts pounded. and many women held their mouths to prevent screaming. But despite what they saw, nothing happened. Han Sen still stood where he was, unmoved. He just peacefully watched the Silver Eye Prince prance about with his sword. Suddenly, Han Sen raised his hand and used 2 fingers to catch a single silver shadow, and then all the rain disappeared. Han Sen was left where he was, holding 1 silver sword between his fingers, 3 inches away from his throat. But the 3 inches might as well have been 1,000 miles. Despite being held by 2 fingers, the Silver Eye Prince could not budge his sword. It was stuck. Catcha! Han Sen's fingers moved, snapping the sword. Then, he followed up with a palm strike into the Silver Eye Prince's chest. All the audience heard was the sound of shattered glass. The Silver Eye Prince's silver armor was smashed into little more than glitter, as its pale colors surrendered to the wash of blood. The spirit's blood soaked the battleground, but he was dead before he hit the ground. Right before he crashed onto the floor, he disintegrated. He had returned to his spirit stone. Everyone who watched the fight had been petrified, as if they had been turned to stone. The supremely powerful Silver Eye Prince did not stand a chance against the might of Dollar. The spirit didn't even have the opportunity to fight back. Dollar. It really is Dollar. Dollar has returned. That is way too powerful. That's frightening. Cool. What nonsense were those professionals spewing? Didn't they say Dollar could not break Black Gold's hammer? They also said Dollar could not defeat the Silver Eye Prince. Well, take a look at that result. What are they to say now, huh? Dollar, our Lord and Savior, is always with us. Kill, kill, kill. Keep going, Dollar. Show them spirits what's up and become a son of God. Holy crap, Dollar really is still Dollar. Invincible as ever, even here in the second God's sanctuary. Allow me to kneel before you and kiss your hand. A lot of Dollar's fans were driven into a frenzy by the excitement of his most recent, sensational win. Although some humans had been known to show such strength in Divinity's bout, facing down Black God and the Silver Eye Prince and emerging untouched was an incredible thing. It was a very rare occurrence. Of course, many people had never paid attention to Divinity's bout before. After this fight, however, people were beginning to see a warming light of hope. They started to believe a human could actually claim a spot amongst the Son of Gods. Han Sen exited the arena to wait for his next fight. Not long after, it was time for him to return. He didn't look at the list, assuming such a thing would be trivial and pointless. As such, he didn't know who he was to face off against next. The person who arrived on stage surprised Han Senator. He never expected his next opponent was to be a human, and more surprisingly, someone he personally knew. Queen? Queen is going up against Dollar? A lot of elite evolvers who saw the person standing in front of Han Sen were shocked. No one expected Dollar would be going up against Queen this day. Time was short, and they had only briefly been given the opportunity to analyze the list. And in regards to who his second opponent might be, there were far too many possible matches. And there was also the variable of not knowing whether Queen would win her previous match. The list Hua Ping had formulated only accounted for spirits, and he cared little for the analysis of which humans might face each other. People read the list, assuming Han Sen would be facing either another spirit or a human called Huang Fujing. No one knew Huang Fujing was Queen's real name. This is interesting. Queen is Dollar's opponent. I'm not quite sure who will be stronger. It's a shame Lin Feng is still on his mission and was unable to join Divinity's bout. His participation would make things even more interesting. Tung Jinlu was shocked, seeing Queen square off against the enigmatic Dollar, but he still felt as if it was a shame. Tung Jinlu was hoping Lin Feng would be the one to go against Han Senator, although he knew Queen was powerful. Tung Jinlu had to admit he did not know much about her. Queen versus Dollar will be an interesting fight, that is for sure. The Murder Dollar legend is Dollar himself, and he knows Heavenly Go, too. I don't know if it's Heavenly Go or not. This is rather interesting. We'll have a metric to determine how powerful Dollar truly is. Who is Dollar, anyway? In the ice fields, in the Royal Class Goddess Shelter, the Beetle Knight continued to take on the shape of Han Sen, like a doppelganger. It brought the little angel to observe the fight, and the people who had guessed Dollar was secretly Han San were quickly disappointed. Seeing that woman, who was as cold as a monarch, Han San did not move. His very heart had been rocked with surprise, and he thought to himself, "This is too much of a coincidence. Despite the countless other humans and spirits here, I am put against her." Queen looked at Han San, then kicked towards him with her long legs like the throw of an axe. Queen did not care who her opponent was. She had no idea she was up against Dollar. But Han San waved his fist, and after doing so, Queen's face changed. Her legs cancelled their attack and pulled to the side in evasion. When she neared Han San, she raised her fist and attempted to punch him. Han San raised his elbow and pushed away Queen's incoming fist, as his left hand swung towards her waist. They both engaged in very close-quarter combat. Their attacks, deflections, dodges, and parries came thick and fast, and the eyes of the audience could barely follow the speed at which they fought. By the time they could admire one move, another 10 had been performed. The crowd became cross-eyed, and it was like they were witnessing the fight of two rabid monsters. Who is this woman? She is so cool. She can actually go toe-to-toe with Dollar. I did not expect to ever see a woman evolver be so powerful. This woman is amazing. Her body and general appearance are divine, and her strength is incredible. She is like a goddess. This Huang Fujing. She cannot be from the Ares Martial Hall. Many evolvers did not know who Queen was, but witnessing this fight, they quickly started to admire her. And for the people who knew Queen, they were more surprised that Dollar was able to fight her. Queen was a master of close-quarter combat. She was regarded as nearly invincible by her peers, in part due to her knowledge of Heavenly Go. The combination of Heavenly Go and superb close-quarter combat abilities made most fights a breeze for her. Therefore, people were surprised Dollar was able to fight Queen. The punching skills Han San used surprised people even more, however. Can Elephant Disc Punch beat Heavenly Go? Many people had recognized Han San's skill, Elephant Disc Punch. After all, it was a fairly common hyper-geno art. Of course, they never expected the skill could stand up to Heavenly Go. Before this day, if someone had been told Elephant Disc Punch could compete with Heavenly Go, they'd have been laughed out of the room. But there he was. Han San was using Elephant Disc Punch to repel Queen's Heavenly Go with no sign of being at a disadvantage. And now, people began to think Heavenly Go wasn't as effective as they had previously been led to believe. Holy crap! Dollar is using Elephant Disc Punch? I know this skill myself. Why can't I use it as good as him? Yeah, if he can use that skill to this level of effectiveness, he might as well be a god. It didn't take long for people to recognize the skill Han San used was Elephant Disc Punch. After all, it was very common and many people had learnt it due to the affordability of A-class hyper-geno arts. It was frequently considered a must-have skill. But it shocked them to see Dollar cast the very same skill with such a terrifying amount of power. I have known Elephant Disc Punch for many years. How have I been unable to notice how much power this skill can actually discharge? Skills are still dependent on their caster, mind you. In Dollar's hand, it is like an invincible hand of death. In your hand. It is a shame I can't record these fights. If I could, I'd watch them over and over in an attempt to learn Dollar's trick. It's strange. Is Dollar really using the same Elephant Disc Punch you and I use? It looks similar, yes. But it has a certain element of strangeness to it. It wasn't just the ordinary folk who viewed this skill with such bewilderment. Wang Yuhang was just as shocked as the rest. Everyone knew the battle between Queen and Dollar would be quite the spectacle. But no one expected Dollar would be able to repel Heavenly Go with such a common skill. Is this guy human? How can he do this? Wang Yuhang's eyes were opened wide. Dollar is Dollar. The word, freaking awesome, is what we can use, Teng Jinlu said in praise. Brother Tang, that's 2 words. The comrade beside him looked at Teng Jinlu, confused. He is awesome, awesome is him. The word freaking can be ignored, so it's just 1 word, said Teng Jinlu. The comrade acknowledged that with a sudden, "Ah, I see." Queen was shocked just as much. She knew exactly what kind of skill elephant disc punch was, despite not having learnt it herself. She was shocked to see her opponent using such a regular skill and still keeping up with her. But Queen was Queen, and she didn't let the surprise put her at a disadvantage. She didn't care about which skill he used against her. All she wanted to do was win. This fight was a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. It amazed each and every spectator and even Hua Ping. When he saw the name Huang Fujing, he only expected it to be an ordinary human. As such, he cared little for the fight's potential significance. He did not expect Huang Fujing to be a person of such strength, let alone that she would come the closest to matching Dollar's power so far. Hua Ping thought Dollar was the strongest evolver in existence, but he never expected there to be a woman who could achieve such power. This is good. So, after all this time, humanity hasn't been resting on its laurels. The younger generation has followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, taking the abilities of their forefathers forward with greater strength. They are stepping up, and it now seems more possible than ever for humanity to claim a pedestal and be deemed a son of God. Hua Ping was overjoyed to see so many excellent young people stepping up to the plate. Fan Mingquan was excited to see this as well. He didn't know such a powerful female existed, and that she could do so well in combat against Dollar. His fists were like an elephant and hers were like a battle axe. The fight between Han San and Queen looked nuts, and it didn't seem like either one had a clear advantage. The audience was so thrilled, they wished they could take part. Han Sen admired Queen. He didn't use all his energy as he did while casting Elephant Rex Strike, but he used the most he could with Elephant Disc Punch. He was able to suppress Queen well enough, but he could not beat her. This woman's heavenly go was already at a scary level, so unless Han San had much greater strength and speed, he wouldn't be able to beat her outright. Han Sen knew he could not beat her if he maintained this status quo. The best he could hope for right now was Queen exhausting all her energy. If he fought for his life, Han Sen might win. But he didn't want to kill her, nor did he want to spend too much energy. So Han Sen suddenly stopped. He let Queen's battle axe leg, which was currently being driven at his head, carry on its approach and did not dodge. Everyone was shocked. They had no idea why Dollar just stopped fighting all of a sudden. They believed, if he accepted the strike that was coming his way, he'd end up half dead. Everyone thought Dollar might have had a trump card up his sleeve, but he didn't. Queen's leg struck Han Sen's head without resistance. But what happened next dropped every jaw in the vicinity. Although Queen's strike hit Dollar's head with startling velocity and pitch-perfect aim, he didn't move. Dollar did not move a single inch. It was like Queen had whacked a statue, not a human body. But with Queen's power, even if Dollar was a statue, he'd be nothing but rubble right now. And still, Han San stood upright as if Queen had not even touched him. Impossible! Tung Jin Lu stood up, and with wide eyes, peered at Dollar, who had just stood there in acceptance of the kick. It was not just Tung Jin Lu bearing such a reaction. Everyone who knew even the slightest thing about Queen and her power could not believe what had just happened. Queen's power was above all other evolvers, it was commonly believed. It was hard to imagine how tough a person would have to be to withstand one of her strikes and not even budge. And Queen herself was just as shocked. But still, she did not let that be cause for refrain. Her pair of beautiful legs went back to kicking Han Sen like two fierce dragons. And again, she was unopposed. She hit Han Sen heavily over and over. Queen kept on kicking, striking, and hitting. Her leg skills left no room for retaliation, had Dollar sought to pull a stunt. The legs just came at him in a ceaseless barrage from every angle. The crowd was frozen at the sight, at how none of Queen's attacks made Han Sen move a single inch. The entire shelter was quiet. Even the other human fighters who had joined Divinity's bout were in awe. The raging sound of the kicks echoed far and wide across the battlegrounds. But Dollar's strong purple body continued to stand still, as if Queen's hurricane of attacks was nothing more than a stiff breeze. Queen, who always did what she wanted and achieved the results she desired, suddenly started to look a little panicky. Dong! Queen kicked towards Han Sen's face, but then stopped right before it landed. Everyone looked at the two. Dollar did not move, All he did was raise his right hand slowly. He grabbed Queen's lower leg, and she was unable to move it anymore. "Have you kicked me enough yet? Can we end this now?" Han Sun asked gently, as he held onto Queen's calf. Everyone who heard this was struck with a strange feeling, and the atmosphere changed. It no longer looked like a fight on a battleground. Queen now looked like a little girl who had been throwing a tantrum to her father. Dollar was the father who allowed her to let it all out before taking her home. Although it was inappropriate, that was how people viewed the scene after hearing Dollar speak. The cold and powerful Queen was little more than a sulking little girl now. Queen took notice of this strange atmosphere as well. She gritted her teeth and lifted her other leg. She twirled in the air and kicked Han Sun. Han Sun did not care for the other kicking leg, and he allowed it to strike his neck. He stepped forward, reached out his hands, and grabbed a hold of Queen's waist as she was in the air. Then, he lifted her up on his side like a little girl and walked to the edge of the battleground. No matter how many times Queen kicked, Han Sun did not care. He just continued his walk to the side of the battleground. Everyone thought their eyes were playing tricks. No one could have expected a person as calm and composed as Queen to take part in such a juvenile scene. The father and daughter feelings only continued to grow. Queen was the tantrum-throwing girl while Dollar was the understanding father. He did not argue with the little girl. He only allowed her to release the anger she had pent up inside her. Somehow, a phrase popped into many people's heads: "A father's love." Everyone looked puzzled, the people from the Ares Martial Hall in particular. Their mouths continued to remain open, not seeming likely to close anytime soon. No one expected Queen, who was the boss of the Martial Hall, the woman who they looked up to the most, like a goddess they could not look at directly, would end up in a scene like this. Queen's heart was stricken with anger and embarrassment. She never thought she would be treated like this, and she would have preferred to be killed. But at the same time, Queen was shocked. She was aware of the extent of her own power, and she knew there were only two possible explanations for Han Sun's ability to withstand her attacks. Firstly, his armor must have been incredibly hard to survive her barrage of kicks. She struggled to imagine what sort of armor he possessed, if it was indeed that tough. It was either that or he was just much stronger than her. The strength of his armor would not matter too much if their powers had been on a similar level. A lot of the educated spectators could see this, and it made them even more surprised than the evolvers. Queen had already maxed out her sacred geno points. She also had the best hyper geno arts. Her power was way above the limits of most normal evolvers, and yet, she could not do anything. Those watching could not believe or even fathom how powerful Dollar might have been. Super geno points? He must have absorbed super geno points. Otherwise, he could not be that powerful. These thoughts ran through the minds of many people. The first God's Sanctuary and second God's Sanctuary had people who had killed super creatures and obtained their life geno essences. But up until now, a method of absorbing the essences and gaining super geno points had yet to be discovered. The only explanation for Dollar's performance was that he had managed to do what others thought impossible. In the silence that now enveloped the arena, Han Sun had reached the edge of the battleground. He threw her off the stage. "Go home and stop wasting your time. I am not here to fight humans," Han Sun coldly told her. As he said this, it was like everyone stopped breathing. "I am not here to fight humans." It was an average sentence, but still, it made people unable to breathe. The blood of the audience began to boil in excitement. In addition to his supreme fitness level, Han Sun wore berserk super armor. He also simulated the cub's energy flow to make his body not far off the strength of obsidian. That was how he managed to shrug off Queen's attacks. If he had not simulated that energy, the armor itself would not have been enough. After all, Queen knew how to make use of force, and no armor could withstand all that power. "It looks like my absorption of life geno essences is going to be exposed." Han Sun had known exposure would be inevitable when he went up against the final spirit, but he hadn't counted on meeting Queen and having it revealed so early. But Han Sun was prepared for the world to know anyway. He was playing the role of the enigmatic Dollar, and no one would be able to find him once the matches were over. In the next two fights, he met humans again. When his would-be opponents walked on stage, however, they did not fight him. "Dollar, I am a fan of yours. Can I have your signature?" A 2-meter-tall big man stood in front of Han Sen looking shy and handed over a pen and paper. Han Sen froze for a second, expecting another match. He didn't expect someone who had come so far to give up the fight and instead ask for a signature. He took the pen and paper and scribbled his name down. He was not worried about someone recognizing his handwriting. He could control his body well enough to mask his handwriting, so he used a style no one would be able to trace back to him. Thank you. The big man greatly appreciated his autograph, and then quickly exited the stage. The second human opponent was not as fanatical as the other man, fortunately. He did tell Han Sen something, though. He said, "Good luck, Dollar. You have our support. Go and become a son of God." Then, he also gave up the fight and exited the stage. The last opponent of the day was a royal spirit. Han Sen killed it with a single blow, which made humanity super happy. Han Sen did not stay for long afterwards. He quickly made his leave and returned to the privacy of the Crystal Palace. Fong Mingquan had never been so excited. The media man's soul was burning with the fire of unadulterated passion. Dollar's words lingered on the minds of many, but they particularly stood out to Fong Mingquan. "I am not here to fight humans." Returning to the office, Fong Mingquan wrote an article called, "I am not here to fight humans, the King's Declaration," and posted it. It described Dollar's fights over the previous 2 days. He made sure to highlight Dollar's most profound line. In the end, Fong Mingquan wrote, "The king has returned. His sword directed to the position of becoming a son of God. Will Dollar become humanity's first son of God?" The day held unparalleled fervor and excitement. They were hopeful for Dollar's performance in the future, hoping he would stand as a representation for humanity's position amongst the son of gods. But the real shock came from the Alliance's office. Normal people only understood he was strong. They didn't quite grasp the full extent of his strength like others might have. The high-class officers of the Alliance were aware Dollar must have absorbed life geno-essences. They also knew he was wearing a super beast soul armor. If he wasn't, they knew he couldn't possibly have possessed such insane defense. Even Queen could do nothing before him, and as a result, they were certain this was so. A lot of people were excited and curious about this development. They were almost salivating at the prospect of Dollar proving that humans could indeed absorb life geno-essences. Their inquisitiveness of how he had done so was difficult to temper. A lot of people wanted to find out, but they did not know how to get in contact with the elusive Dollar. Almost at the same time, the leaders of every faction issued a decree to seek out the man behind the mask. They wanted to find Dollar. The matter of life geno-essence absorption was a concern of the human race, and it was crucial for the development of humanity. They had to find out who Dollar was, no matter what. They had to learn, from the horse's mouth, what Dollar knew. Many people analyzed the information they had on Dollar, in an attempt to predict who Dollar might be. They composed a list of suspects, one which contained the name Han Sen. But Han Sen and Dollar had appeared in the same area many times, as well as at different locations at the same time. This led to his name being crossed from the list. Not many people owned a doppelganger beast soul. People only knew Han Sen and Ning Yu had one, so no one considered this possibility. Ning Yu was there watching Divinity's bout as well. This made him think of something. Not being wholly certain, he didn't let people know what he was thinking of just yet. The Aqua Reaper lived inside him, and his thoughts and life were in Han Sen's hands. If he did something to displease Han Sen, he'd be a dead man. Han Sen won the next few matches, which led to the generation of another major topic in the Alliance. Everyone was talking about whether or not Dollar could truly be the next son of God. They wondered if he could beat the light son of God. Because of his amazing performance thus far, many people were extremely hopeful at this prospect. A lot of people who did not care about Divinity's bout started caring about it a lot more. When people watched Dollar fight, the ferocity drew them in and made them feel as if they were a part of the battle themselves. This wasn't a simple series of fights anymore. It was a conquest for obtaining glory for all humanity. Although Han Sen was only fighting for himself, to humanity at large, he was doing something no one else could. He was committing a selfless deed for the rest of the human race, they thought. Even though Dollar had his fair share of detractors, they still hoped he could achieve glory for humanity and win. Especially the old men who had been in the second god's sanctuary for a century. They had lived their entire lives in the second god's sanctuary, and throughout their lifetimes, all they had heard was how miserable humans were doing in divinity's bout. Although they looked like they didn't care, they still secretly harbored a desire for humanity to excel and win the tournament. They wanted someone to get payback on the spirits more than anything. They acted like they did not care because they could not do anything about it. The efforts of every generation had led to countless deaths and innumerable injuries. Disappointment was the only reward for such grievances, and thus, they lacked hope. They continued to pretend as if they didn't care, even going so far as to make jokes about the event. But when the hope came, even if it was only a little, they were excited. And they prayed and bid their wishes upon the people or person who showed the most promise. The people who were older would feel an even greater amount of glory. Old Hui, have you heard about this year's divinities bout? That Dollar there is pretty good, and maybe there is a chance this year will be the one. A lot of excited old men shared the news of Han Sen's many victories. Over 80% of human evolvers were focused on divinity's bout for the first time. The media began reporting as much as they could on the event. Most reports were about Dollar, his past, present, and possible future legacies. Overnight, Dollar became a legendary figure to the entire alliance. His name was on the tip of everyone's tongue. The fame he received was different than what he received in the past. This time, Dollar was shouldering the glory of all humanity. He possessed a figurative halo that separated him from traditional celebrities as well. Even Han Sen himself did not expect things to turn out this way. Even in the military base, soldiers and officers ravenously talked about Dollar and divinity's bout. Victory. Non-stop victory. Dollar won again and again, which thrilled the alliance. More and more people became excited about the divinity's bout as the focus on Dollar increased. Although there were many differing opinions, the mainstream media were all hopeful that Dollar could see his trials through and manage to become a son of God, or perhaps even the number one son of God. At the same time, there were many people trying to determine who the elusive Dollar actually was. Some people believed he was a gifted child of some large organization with profound talent. Made-up stories said he could walk around the day he was born. He could fight when he was merely 1 year old and admire women with big boobies by the time he was 3. Others were firm in the belief that Dollar had volunteered for some super genoengineering. They believed the genes of his composition had been modified, enabling the supreme power he wielded. Everyone had their own story, and all manner of false rumors and tall tales had begun to spread. Many articles and books had been released, some unabashedly false, such as The Secrets Between Me and Dollar, or Trapped in an Elevator with Dollar. Such stories became quite popular. The officers and factions of the alliance worked tirelessly to figure out who Dollar was, but still they could not find out. The way they clamored for intel was considerably worse than the general populace, but it was all to no avail. But the more battles Han Sen fought and won, the closer he was to confronting the fearsome faux light son of God. And that time had now come. He was to battle with him the very next day. People like Hua Ping had painstakingly analyzed the potential outcome of the next fight, with the data collected from Light Son of Gods and Han Sen's previous fights. He had come to the conclusion that Han Sen had only a 20% chance of winning. Hua Ping and his people had been predicting this outcome for a while now, even before Dollar's popularity exploded. They hoped to find a way Dollar might manage to beat his ultimate enemy. But in each one of Light Son of God's battles, he killed everything that came close. No one had managed to last longer than a second after a bout started with him, and standing before him seemed to be a guaranteed death. His movement speed was far too quick even to see. He would blink away, and the head of his opponent would be severed before he reappeared. He was the sort of foe no human could go against. Although Dollar was strong, his speed was nowhere comparable. It was highly doubtful Dollar could dodge his attacks. The reason Hua Ping believed Han Sen still had a 20% chance of winning was attributed to his armor. With good fortune, Such sturdy armor might be what was needed to survive one of Light Son of God's killing strikes. While blocking his attack did not guarantee a win, it still provided an opening. It was a slim chance, but it was a chance nonetheless. All the big factions of the alliance conducted their own analyses, but each one's result was considerably worse than Hua Ping's prediction. They saw Han Sen having less than 10% chance of achieving victory. Compared to these high-class sorts, however, the general populace was overall more hopeful and optimistic. It was almost expected that Dollar would become a son of God, and they spent little time dwelling on the alternative outcomes for his final fight. Han Sen himself tried not to pay much attention, but it was a popular topic that was making headlines everywhere he looked. He read a few articles out of curiosity, which revealed to him who he would be fighting. Han Sen read one of Fang Mingxuan's articles. It was a report that quoted Hua Ping's prediction of success and the reasons why, which gave Han Sen some sort of idea of what he should expect. A speedy spirit? That could be difficult. Han Sen frowned. He was afraid of encountering speedy spirits, particularly those who would also be stronger than him. It was the worst of both worlds, and wielding such power with that terrifying speed really would make Han Sen an easy kill. The chance of victory was practically non-existent, if he could neither withstand the spirit's attacks nor fight back. It reminded him of the Raven on Sky Pillar Mountain. It could kill humans freely due to its immense speed, and he and those who accompanied him that day had not stood a chance against it. Han Sen's thoughts aligned with Hua Ping's. He had to hope his armor was sturdy enough to withstand the attacks of Light Son of God. That would be his window. I have Berserk super armor. Even if he is a super spirit, I should be able to block it, right? Han Sen was deep in thought and he continued, if he is fast, then that means he will be weaker physically. Heavy punches always hit harder than fast ones. If you had brought your pet to fight alongside you, all this glory might have been yours. Annie approached Han Sen, supper in hand. She sat in front of him, as he read the news while he ate. Han Sen smiled and said, I would have liked to, but I don't have super armor. I don't have defense like him, and I don't even have the ability to absorb life geno essences like this guy, either. My fitness would be too low. In such a small arena, a super spirit could gleefully ignore my pet and come for me right away. There'd be no room for me to maneuver and exclusively sick my pet on my opponent. You are right, but that Dollar's fitness is still lower than the super spirit's. Even with super armor, he is still useless. He will not be able to hit Light Son of God, and so he will still lose. Annie took a breath and then continued to say, if your pet is with him, it might give him the edge he needs to become one of the 10 Son of Gods. Even if I wanted to lend the pet to Dollar, where could I find him? All of the factions are looking for him like mad. Right now? Han Sen shrugged. Annie nodded and said, we have run many tests on the life geno essences. We have no idea how to absorb them, yet Dollar has somehow managed to. I would like to know how too, Han Sen said, as he continued to eat. The next day, the human shelter's battleground was packed to the gills with spectators once more. The audience was rabid, eager to watch Dollar fight the Light Son of God. If Dollar won, he would become a son of God himself. It would be the ultimate glory, and one of the highest achievements of humanity. A lot of old evolvers also entered the battle arena, earlier than most. Quietly, they waited for the matches to start. Their hearts were nervous, and no one wanted Dollar to win more than they did. From 20-year-old people to 200-year-old people, this fight was a cultural phenomenon. It attracted people of all ages, from all walks of life. It was unknown how many billions of human evolvers now turned their attention to this fight. Even those who said Dollar had no chance of winning still prayed he might be able to summon a miracle. This was nothing personal. Although Han Sen personally felt that he was representing the entire human race. Until Han Sen, no human had ever come this far. He was a genuine pioneer for humankind, and he shouldered the expectations of countless people. This was his glory. He's here. A strong purple body stepped forward to enter the arena. The anxiety that tempered the mood of the crowd was suddenly loosed into a blazing flare of excitement. A lot of people had read the analyses of Light Son of God. He was a terribly strong foe for anyone to encounter. As such, they were slightly worried Dollar would have been a no-show. Although the Alliance had created the forfeit guide, no one wanted to see this man give up on this day. And fortunately, he had arrived. Calmly, he walked on stage. In that very moment, his body meant the whole world. He had long white hair to skirt his cold, handsome face. He wore a white robe hemmed with gold, and he approached like the Son of God he was. The whole world seemed humbled by his mere presence. Everyone watched the light Son of God come on stage, and they all froze with bated breath. His oppressive presence made it difficult for the audience to look at him straight. To look at him felt like blasphemy. So handsome, a woman could not help but blurt out. He looked so holy. Even a woman from a different race couldn't help but find him attractive. Compared to humanity, the light Son of God was like a perfect being. He stood casually, yet he emitted a holy aura that belittled everyone else who looked at him. The light Son of God was of a similar height to Han Sen, but from the way he stood, he looked taller. It was as if he was looking down on Dollar. His eyes were full of disdain, as if Han Sen's worth was less than that of an ant. The evolvers who watched felt suffocated. It was like a mound of rocks was slowly being built upon their chests, and they wanted to heave blood out of their mouths. God said, "Let there be light." These words exited light Son of God's mouth. His white eyes shone, as if to embody the God he spoke about. He said these words before every single fight. It wasn't anything personal uttered towards Han Sen, because he looked at everyone the same way. He considered everyone he opposed as nothing. With his angelic voice, light Son of God raised his index finger. It was thin, long, and perfectly chiseled, pointed towards Han Sen. A white beam suddenly formed in the air and pinged off Han Sen's forehead, before he had the chance to react. Han Sen looked as if he had been sniped with a perfect headshot. His body leaned backwards after the shot, and he crumbled like a castle to the ground, the momentum catching up and sliding him a good distance back. The humans who watched the fight fell silent, and suddenly felt terrible. Dollar could not even withstand a ranged attack that came from light Son of God's finger. The people who had researched light Son of God bore wry smiles as they shook their heads. They knew this was going to happen, but still, they couldn't help but feel bad. The light Son of God's attacks were too fast, and humans had no chance of dodging the white beams emitted from his fingers. Suddenly, Dollar's collapsed body moved. He pulled himself back to his feet and touched his head. His dark purple helmet had a circular indentation in it. It was almost like a bullet hole, but it didn't pierce all the way through. "Kuin!" people yelled with reinvigorated joy. They couldn't put into words their sudden relief, and all they could do was chant his name in unison. Han Sen's forehead lit up with pain. He had already cast the Ant King's energy flow to boost his defense inside his Berserk Ant King armor. And still, light Son of God's attack had almost pierced right through. His foe was stronger than he had imagined, and he most certainly believed he was a super spirit. He was most likely stronger than a super creature. Light Son of God's power was indeed at the level of a super creature, but his wisdom far exceeded theirs. When light Son of God lifted his finger earlier, Han Sen could not even see the beam's trail. Without seeing it coming, he could not react to it. Before he noticed it was firing at his forehead, it was too late. Light Son of God saw Han Sen survive his beam attack, and was surprised that Han Sen's head was not blown off. He raised his lips and mockingly said, "Not bad. To not be killed by my beam, your life must have many accomplishments. If I can kill you, that'll just be another one to the tally." Han Sen shook his head. The beam was incredibly powerful. Although his helmet blocked it, his head still suffered a concussion. His neck was in pain as well, most likely suffering whiplash from the sudden impact. Light Son of God had a disdainful smile and he said, "Ignorant human, that first hit was only a drop from the well of my power. Do you really think you have what it takes to compete against me? Yes, for if that was any indication, you must have a pretty small well." After that, Han Sen ran towards Light Son of God with his fist raised. But after Han Sen's first step, Light Son of God pointed his finger at him again. The white beam managed to strike Han Sen's head once more. Blood dripped from beneath his helmet. Everyone was shocked, the blood telling them that things weren't going too well. Too strong. This is not something mere evolvers can go up against. With such speed and power, there is no way he can win. A lot of people had similar thoughts, as the audience's faces went pale. Although the light son of God was not going after them, they still felt hopeless after watching his dominating power. The dark purple body stood up once more. The helmet had another bullet hole in it, and this time it had pierced all the way through, causing blood to leak from the hit. It was a terrifying sight. Is that all you got? Han Sen stared at the light son of God, as the blood in his body pumped faster to the accompaniment of his heart. Han Sen felt no fear, only excitement. He saw the glimmer of hope, the one that would guide him to defeat the light son of God. The light son of God's attacks did not heavily damage him. Even though the beam pierced through his armor, the power was not enough to damage his gargoyle glyph body. He had cast the bear cub's energy flow to strengthen his body even more. Han Sen's greatest disadvantage right now was the fact he was using Dongshan Sutra to cast a number of different energy flows at once. He couldn't fight much longer, so he had to find a way to end the battle soon. He could not risk collapsing from exhaustion. He stepped forward with another look of certainty. He raised his fist again with the intent of hitting the light son of God. The light son of God's face looked ugly, almost as if he was mad. 5 fingers now pointed at Han Sen, and another 5 beams of light pierced through Han Sen's body. Han Sen's body was sent flying, his blood like flowers in the air. A few sensitive female spectators held their mouths as tears fell from their eyes. With more blood seeping through his wounds and the tears of his armor, Han Sen managed to stand up once again. He didn't say anything this time, he just tried to punch Light Son of God again. Light Son of God's eyes went cold as he fired another 5 beams of light. Han Sen tried to evade them, but the beams really were too quick. He could not dodge them, and again, 5 more bloody holes appeared in his armor. But this time Han Sen did not fall. His legs carved 2 deep marks into the hard floor of the arena. Han Sen used his hands to maintain his grip and not fall over. Although things looked dire, he didn't fall. Blood continued to drip. Seeing Han Sen still managing to stand up, the chests of many people felt heavy with sunken emotions. When the light son of God looked at Han Sen again, there was no longer disdain in his expression. Instead, he looked at Han Sen with respect. He considered the dollar he was up against to be a genuine opponent. Now I will treat you like a real foe. You can quit now if you'd like. If you choose not to, understand I will not allow you to live. The light son of God offered, continuing to look at Han Sen. Han Sen did not answer, he just raised his fist to try to punch him again. The light son of God's body finally moved. His entire body became light, and he teleported in front of Han Senator. Several beams of light were cast, which stitched together to strike Han Sen. Arg! Han Sen's body was smacked into the air as more and more blood began to pour from inside the dark purple armor like a red peony. Pang! Han Sen's body crashed down onto the ground with a heavy thud. Not a single sound came from the audience that looked on, as the light son of God's power shocked them all. But in their hearts the faint flame of hope was yet to be fully extinguished. Stand up! People chanted this line in their hearts but did not dare shout it out loud. They felt their hopes were pitiable, and nothing more than false hopes. They thought it was like trying to light a match in a typhoon. They hoped the match could continue to burn, but they feared if they said something, its fire would go out. Even though they did not speak, however, they still understood its futility. The wind itself was what would extinguish a match that was lit inside a typhoon. But Han Sen was not a little flame. He stood up. A few cracks delicately traced and adorned his armor, blood seeping through them. Despite his wounds, he stood up straight in defiance. He waved his fist towards the light son of God again. The light son of God snorted and moved. The beams of light were cast again and they all struck Han Sen's body, which summoned even more spilt blood. Han Sen did try to dodge it, but again his foe was too fast. He could not see the attacks and as a result could not evade. He was repeatedly knocked down, but he never stayed there. Every time he was knocked down, he got up again. His armor was coated with a vast number of marks. His dark purple armor was now dyed red in his blood. "Stop fighting! Give up!" a woman cried out with a soft voice. She tried to hold it in, but no longer could. With a voice that was as soft as a prayer, she pleaded. She did not want to see Dollar suffer a slow, brutal death. Han Sen could not hear her voice, and even if he had, he would not care. He looked far worse than he actually felt. If it was ordinary armor he was using, he would have been killed far sooner. Under the constant attacks, the armor would have broken a long time ago. The Devil Ant King armor had very strong recovery abilities, however. Han Sen simulated the Ant King's energy flow, which allowed it to absorb the damage that was being dealt and not wholly break. The damage he had taken earlier was healed before he suffered the latest hit. This was what allowed Han Sen to pick himself up again and again. Without the protection of the Ant King armor, he would have been shredded into nothing but bits. Han Sen, who had been beaten down again, stood up once more. He raised his fist but could never get close enough to the light Son of God to even touch the cloth of his garment. Han Sen wasn't being reckless, but the light Son of God was too fast and he simply could not follow. If he hadn't been able to sustain the attacks, then his inability to defeat the spirit would have been assured. Han Sen needed to get a grip on the light Son of God's attack pattern. If he could just touch him, he might have what it took to beat him. Heavenly Go's formation allowed for the prediction of an enemy's attack pattern. He could react before they started attacking, and this even allowed him to dodge bullets. When the opponent started firing, it would be too late, of course. You would have to dodge just as the gun was raised. Dongxian Sutra could do this too, but perhaps even more effectively. The light Son of God was too fast, though, and Han Sen could not even see when he chose to raise his finger guns. Therefore, Han Sen had to analyze the light Son of God's attack pattern. If this was anybody else, doing so would have been impossible. But Han Sen had the Dongxian aura. He had been using it this entire time to observe his enemy's energy flow. The energy moved before the body did, and the energy inside the light Son of God could not lie. Han Sen had to better learn his energy flow so he could predict the spirit's movements and evade before he unleashed an attack. "I'm almost there. I just need a little more time." Now, the light Son of God's energy flow was starting to appear more clearly to Han Senator soon. He would be able to predict his every movement. But the humans who were watching could only see him getting beaten down repeatedly, with seemingly no advancement. People felt their hearts slowly break as they watched the blood paint his armor. Pang! Han Sen was hit by the white beams once more. He crashed onto the ground head first, his helmet carving into the arena floor as he slid another few meters. His head had formed a trench in the ground, which shocked the people watching. This hit to Han Sen was the same as before. It wasn't deadly, but his neck was already injured and he struggled to stand up immediately. He rolled his neck a few times first to ease the pain. But this movement, to the people who were watching, strained their suspended hopes. All they could see was Han Sen being beaten down another time, now unable to lift himself up. They thought his neck had been broken, despite his urge to continue the fight. They thought he was dying. It was as if it was only his will that kept him coming back for more. Even those who did not like Dollar were tense. "Dollar, stand up." No one knew who started it, but every human present began chanting those words. It did not matter whether it was in pity, or whether or not Dollar could even hear it, but they wanted to shout this out in his honor. They didn't want to believe he was dead. They wanted to see him stand up, and for as long as he stood up, they knew there was a chance of victory. Han Sen could not hear what they were saying, and he only bent his neck to make himself feel a bit better. But after that, he chose to stand up. Of course, the others thought they had given him the encouragement needed to defy a looming death and get back into the fray. With grand excitement, they now started to feel emotional. The bodies of a few vibrated in the release of tension. Even Queen, who hated Dollar to her core, now felt enthusiastic. She clenched her fists and although she did not say it out with the rest, chanted in her heart, and hoped for a happy ending. Dueler. Fong Mingquan was watching the match as well. Usually, he could talk a lot when commentating a fight, but he could not do that on this day. All he could think to say right now was to call Dollar's name. The light son of God was powerful like an ancient deity, but his eyes suddenly revealed a glint of panic. He noticed Han Sen's body was recovering once more. Even scarier was the fact that he couldn't strike the same wound twice. Han Sen had now read the light son of God's energy flow. Whenever his foe drew upon energy, Han Sen could calculate the exact time he'd make his next move. Dongxian Sutra was now beginning to prove its worth. Han Sen wanted to dodge the light son of God's attacks before they were even executed, and later lead him into the exact position he wanted him to be. By doing this, he had greatly improved prediction and formation. From the beginning up until now, that was what Han Sen had sought to achieve. But the light son of God was too fast, and Han Sen's attempts were lacking as a result. The crowd couldn't see any of this, but Han Sen was doing something. Subtly, he was preventing the light son of God from hitting him in the same place twice. Now that Han Sen was familiar with the light son of God's energy flow, his abilities of prediction and formation were getting better and better. The light son of God's body was like lightning, and he repeatedly slashed with his lethal white beams. Not one hit Han Sen, but still, each evasion was only accomplished by a scant few millimeters. The light son of God was flabbergasted, unable to believe Han Sen had managed to dodge his attacks repeatedly. He dodged it. Hua Ping's eyes brightened. This was the first time he had seen Han Sen dodge the light son of God's attacks. Tung Jinlu and the rest saw him dodge the attack, too, and were all shocked. Dollar had taken a lot of damage and, if anything, should have been in worse shape now than earlier. But now, after all the damage he had sustained, he had managed to evade an attack from the light son of God. Coincidence? Everyone asked themselves. The light son of God was unable to believe what had happened. So he started to move again and used the beam to attack Han Sen once more. Everyone who saw his next attack were unable to tell if Dollar could dodge it again. Although people believed his earlier dodge was purely a dollarcidence, people were still praying for some sort of miracle to occur as they watched the fight. He dodged it again. Dollar dodged the light son of God's attack. Fong Mingquan was overwhelmed with excitement and leapt off his stool. Those who had been disappointed in how the fight had been going up until now suddenly felt the reignition of a warming fire. They were feeling hope once more. With wide-open eyes, they paid extra attention to the arena. As for the girls who shed tears earlier, their salty streams ceased. Drying their eyes, they perked up and refocused their attention. Impossible! The light son of God's face suddenly looked dour. His body glowed with a holy light, which slowly consumed his entire body. He raised all 10 fingers and pointed them at Han Senator. He hastily unleashed 10 beams as he did so. Han Sen started moving his body like a street-crawling drunkard. He looked so very unstable, but within those strange movements, Han Sen managed to dodge every single beam. And during Han Sen's wobbling, he inched his way closer and closer to the light son of God. This infuriated Han Sen's nemesis, as he and his holy-looking body kept casting beam after beam, trying to kill him. The crowd's eyes opened wider and wider, watching the stage. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The light son of God, who had previously looked indestructible and flawless in his composure, was now unable to deal damage to Dollar. Although there were still some beams that grazed Dollar, such hits were nothing grievous enough to slow his advancement, and nowhere critical on his body was dealt damage. The beams didn't pierce his body like they did earlier, either. The chance of the light son of God hitting Han Sen became increasingly lower. The holy-looking light son of God, who could not previously lose, started to tremble. His face hungered for feral violence. His calm composure from earlier had now evaporated, and his boisterous look was nowhere to be found. Heavenly Go? Is this Heavenly Go? Kill Dollar really was Dollar himself. Heavenly Go can really be used against light son of God? Someone recognized the skill Han Sen was using, or so they thought. After taking a closer look, they noticed how it seemed to resemble Heavenly Go, but different in some way. It looked even better than Queen's Heavenly Go. No wonder Queen didn't stand a chance against Dollar. Dollar is good at Heavenly Go, too. He might even be better at it than Queen. I thought only Queen knew Heavenly Go. How does Dollar know it as well? And how is his version even better? Dollar's Heavenly Go does seem strange, and it is indeed different than the real one. Everyone was talking about it, and even Queen looked at the scene weirdly. Although it did look similar, she knew he wasn't using the genuine Heavenly Go, and the difference between the two was something only she could tell with absolute certainty. Even if it wasn't Heavenly Go, what Queen saw was a skill that was better than her own signature move. The world has a better formation skill than Heavenly Go? Queen didn't want to believe this, but from what her own two eyes were telling her, she had to. If Queen was in Han Sen's shoes right now, and used Heavenly Go, she wouldn't have been able to dodge the light sun of God's attacks. What Dollar was doing was unequivocally better. People were perplexed, having seen the tables flip like they had. Dollar was getting ravaged earlier, but now the light son of God was unable to do a thing. Although Dollar could only dodge for the time being, at least he wasn't being injured. If he could keep this up, he might have a clear chance of winning. Han Sen pushed his Dongxian Sutra to the max. He used Dongxian Aura to sense the light sun of God's energy flow, and all the while continued to evade his foe's blisteringly fast attacks. What the others saw was unbelievable. It was as if Dollar could predict what move was coming next, and always remained one step ahead. Even the light son of God himself was shocked, unable to understand how the human before him could predict his every move. It was like the human was peering directly into his soul and understood everything he thought about. The powerful light son of God began to harbor doubt in his heart. When he looked at Han Sen, he could no longer retain his look of supremacy. The purple-red body in front of him seemed unreachable, and it seemed as if his human foe had a thick fog or haze obscuring him from his vision. The light son of God suddenly regretted torturing him in the beginning, and how he didn't simply blow the human away right when the battle began. No longer caring for divinity's bout, all he wanted to do right now was kill the human that threatened him. But he couldn't. Now the real fight begins. The light son of God was firing on all cylinders, trying to catch Han Sen with his beams. But he couldn't. No matter how fast he fired, Han Sen seemed able to predict his every move, resulting in a miss every time. Han Sen knew this was his opportunity. He knew he could keep dodging the light son of God's attacks, and all he would have to do was touch him to claim victory. The light son of God was ridiculously fast, and it was clear that the spirit's primary trait was indeed speed. But this came at the cost of physical toughness. If the spirit was this quick, it wouldn't have the defense of a super creature. He only wore a robe instead of armor as well. This clue suggested that the spirit did not depend on vitality. I just need to hit him. If I do that, I'll have a chance. I am only one step away from the Son of God's reward. I have to risk it no matter what. What if I am given a super beast soul? Or even a super spirit? Han Sen gritted his teeth, dodging in a way to position the light Son of God exactly where he wanted him to be. He can actually dodge the light Son of God's attacks like that? This is amazing, but still, dodging alone cannot secure victory. His attacks are too slow. He might not be able to hit the light son of God. Hua Ping was full of both excitement and worry. He had watched many second gods' sanctuary divinities bouts over the years, and Dollar was the only evolver to come this far. He really hoped Dollar could win, and thus claim the light son of God's position. But there was still a gulf of power separating the two. Even though Dollar could utilize his magic dodging moves to avoid the light son of God's attacks, the speed of Dollar's enemy kept them distanced from each other. He would most likely not be able to touch the light son of God, and that was enough for the spirit to maintain his throne. Everyone knew Dollar had opened his gene lock to fight, which meant his time was limited. Ordinary evolvers, in a fight this long, would already have exhausted their strength and had their gene lock shut down. Dollar was abnormal, it would seem. His fitness was much higher than the average evolver, and it seemed as if he could last far longer with an active gene lock. But it was not infinite, and no one knew exactly when it might fail. In fact, Han Sen's ability to hold on this long was not solely down to his fitness. It was because he had long live and Jade Sun force. Energy replenished constantly, giving him what he needed to hold on. But Han Sen was still bound by his evolver status, and while he could indeed last a long time, he could not last forever. He would still have to beat the light Son of God, sooner rather than later. Han Sen's eyes were so calm, and his body was so composed. Slowly, bit by bit, he was threading the subtle movements to lead the light Son of God into exactly the right position. The light Son of God, by this point, was madly attacking Han Sen like a rabid laser dog. He hadn't noticed up until now that he had been driven to the edge of the arena. The moment the light Son of God backed into a corner, Han Sen made his move. Although he wasn't as fast as the light Son of God, he was quick enough that others could not even see his body. Even the spirit himself was spooked and taken off guard by the sudden burst of speed from his opponent. He did not expect Han Sen to possess a speed like that, and he had unwittingly let him get close. Han Sen's eyes burst into flames. His heart pounded like a hammer, as his bones and flesh vibrated. A white light coursed through his body to give him greater speed. He simulated the light Son of God's own energy flow. His fitness prohibited him from being as powerful as the light Son of God himself, but it was still effective. And this was a move that went beyond the audience's wildest expectations. Han Sen's fitness was 217. The fitness of a super creature was around 300. The difference between them was 30%, so there was no chance the spirit could completely dominate Han Sen. How can he be that fast? Many people stood up in reaction to Han Sen's sudden, blazingly quick attack. With a speed like that, maybe he can. Fang Mingxuan's excitement was through the roof. Hua Ping clenched his fist and stared at Han Sen's next move with unblinking eyes. If this speed did not allow Han Sen to close the gap and touch the light Son of God, there wouldn't be another chance. A lot of people held their hands, in the hope that Han Sen could now hit his fearsome foe. The light Son of God was already on the corner of the battleground, and he had been spooked by Han Sen's sudden change of pace. When he realized what was going on, he quickly dodged Han Sen's attack and went right past him. He managed to slip away from the corner. The audience could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for Dollar because, after all that, the light Son of God had still managed to dodge the attack that had so much build-up. His enemy was still too fast. If you want to compete with my speed, you have a long way to go, the light Son of God said with a mocking smile and disdainful look, as he passed Han Sen by. I do. Han Sen stood where he was and coldly looked at the light Son of God who had gone right past him. He opened his hands and tried to grab the light Son of God. It is useless to compete with my speed. Nothing in the second God's sanctuary rivals me. You pitiful humans will never be able to achieve the same. The light Son of God sped up again and created a gap between him and Han Sen once more. Han Sen's hand had not been able to even touch his clothes. Seeing Han Sen's hands trying to grab him, the light Son of God simply pulled away even further. The people who were watching were starting to once again feel weak and without hope. But then suddenly, the light Son of God, who was quite far from Han Sen, had his whole body sucked towards Han Sen like a magnet. He was thrown through the air towards his human nemesis upside down. When the gap closed, Han Sen grabbed his head. Let's try that again. Han Sen raised his fist and brought a punch down directly on the light Son of God's suddenly distraught face. Pang! The light Son of God's head suffered a terrible strike, which sent it backward. A large red mark painted the center of his pretty face, and his nose had been bent out of shape as it now oozed blood. After that heavy attack, the light Son of God's body did not slip away as he intended it to. He was sucked back into Han Sen's hand. Without hesitation, Han Sen struck again, his fist unleashing the elephant disc punch upon his foe's face multiple times. Punch after punch it raged, the skull of his enemy clanging like metal. Every punch was strong, and even the bones inside rattled and collided against themselves. The light Son of God was in total shock. He tried to squirm his way free to resist and fall back, but he couldn't. Some strange force drew his body towards Han Sen, one he couldn't escape. His speed had slowed down, and in this frenetic panic Han-sen had managed to catch up. Pang! Pang! The infernal fists crashed down on the light son of God's face like a landslide. The sound of each punch was an audible pleasure. The boisterous light son of God was like anybody else now, with a bruised face and bleeding nose. The light son of God wanted to block the hits that kept pummeling him, but the force continuously sapped him of his speed. His moves were still being predicted, and Han-sen reacted accordingly every time. Han-sen punched him every time he made half a move. Being unable to dodge, all he could do was flail his hopeless hands. The spectators all froze in their seats. The light son of God was getting pummeled by Han-sen over and over, until he was black and blue from head to toe. Left punch, right punch, elbow strike, knee strike. The light son of God was like a punching bag, getting attacked without reprieve. His face was a sordid, disfigured mess. The sound of beaten flesh and rattled bones was almost sinister, and hearing it shocked all those who watched and listened. People couldn't believe the light son of God could ever be treated so poorly and have such a wretched day. But amongst all these hits, there was one thing Han-sen could not do. He could not break the light son of God's bones. The bodies of super spirits were too strong, and even the light son of God, who had no prioritization of vitality, had unbreakable bones. You can't kill me, you pitiable human. You can't kill a son of God. Once your energy has depleted, I am going to make you suffer my wrath and end you. The light son of God was seething with rage, and he gritted his teeth to spitefully curse his opponent aloud. He had been drawn to Han-sen by a strange force. Despite all he tried, he could not break away and create distance between himself and Han-senator. All he could do was suffer the repeated blows. The punches he had received were innumerable, and his pretty face was now a maimed wreck. His heart only wanted one thing right then, and that was to kill Han-sen. But he was stripped of all strength, and he could not use his hands to utilize his great speed and power as he did before. In such close-quarter combat, he was unable to compete with Han-sen. But the light son of God was aware that humans did not possess an infinite amount of energy, and using such exhaustive powers to restrain and pummel him was sure to be taxing for the caster. Once Han-sen's energy had depleted, he would fight back and destroy his assaulter. Han-sen did not care what hostile words the light son of God spoke, and he just continued casting his elephant disc punch all across the spirit's body. His head, especially. I am going to kill you. I am going to kill you, the light son of God screamed in a frenzy. He wished he could tear Han-sen apart, as his face had devolved into a hideous hodgepodge of bruises and blood. I'm not sure you'll get the chance to, Han-sen replied coldly. Han-sen pushed the energy in his right arm to the max, and elephants trumpeted and stampeded all about his body. A primitive, beastly power now energized his fist. It was like God himself was going to smite his enemy with all his might. Boom! That horrible fist rocketed into the light son of God's face, shattering his skull. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere while the rotten, headless corpse was still propped up by Han-sen's other hand. When Han-sen first began punching the light son of God's head, he used in-force and elephant disc punch. To finish his foe off, he used elephant rex strike. It detonated the in-force that had built up inside his enemy's head, causing it to explode from the inside. Outside the battlefield was all quiet. It was like the audience had turned to stone upon seeing the headless corpse in front of Han-senator. They could not believe Han-sen had overcome the odds and beaten the light son of God. The body of the light son of God began to disintegrate into sparkles, as he was returned to his spirit stone. Han-sen exited the divinity's bout battleground and returned to the Crystal Palace. Han-sen collapsed and hit the floor. He had exhausted far too much power over the course of that fight. Jadesun force and long live could sustain him for a long time, but when he drew too much power at once, it took a long while for it to recover. He didn't only use Elephant Rex Strike this time. He simulated the energy flows of multiple creatures. With such a large energy output, in addition to the damage he had already sustained, it was a miracle that he lasted as long as he did. If it wasn't for the reward of becoming one of the 10 Son of Gods, Han-sen would not have held on as long as he did. Fortunately, even though the light sun of God's speed was frightening, his body was not as tough as a super creature's. This was what allowed Han Sen to finish him off in the way he did. But beating the light son of God was largely because of his usage of the gourd's energy flow. He initially thought the energy flow was useless, but the opposite turned out to be true. He never expected the suction of the gourd's energy could draw the light son of God towards him. Although it didn't totally restrain his body, it lowered the light son of God's speed enough for Han Sen to keep up. If it wasn't for this, Han Sen would most likely not have been able to defeat him. I don't ever want to struggle through a fight like that again. Han Sen continued to lie on the floor as his entire body rocked with pain. He couldn't even muster the strength to move his fingers. Zero approached, holding the silver fox in her arms. Zero tried to heal the wounds he had sustained, while the silver fox used its tongue to lick the greater traumas he had incurred. Quietly, Han Sen recovered. The Alliance, on the other hand, was busy. Dollar had just beaten the light son of God and earned a position amongst the 10 son of gods. This made him the first human son of God in recorded history. For humanity to be able to achieve something as big as this, it was no small topic. People were going crazy. All the news organizations reported Dollar's victory over the light son of God, and his earning a position as a son of God. Each and every one gushed praise over his heroism. The night after, Dollar's name became synonymous with the word hero. The fight between Dollar and the light son of God was on the tip of everyone's tongue. Dollar is too strong. He is the first son of God in the second God's sanctuary. I still can't believe he did it. Dollar actually beat the light son of God. It was brutal. He blew the light son of God's head off. There are no other gods following Dollar. To assert a position as a son of God is a staggering achievement, and the first God's sanctuary's divinity's bout does not offer half the challenge. This Dollar isn't too bad. After all these years, it has been nice to have ourselves a son of God. It's not easy. Ordinary people were more than pleased over Dollar's simple victory, whereas those in the Alliance were dying to find out where he might be. His performance was terrifying, especially the manner in which he killed the light son of God. Without a doubt, Dollar had managed to absorb a life geno essence. All they would have to do to learn his secrets was track him down. But their investigations all led to dead ends, and they were unable to find the elusive figure. Han Sen's doppelganger remained in the goddess shelter while he rested and recovered in the Crystal Palace, waiting for divinity's bout to end. He decided to never join another divinity's bout. With his current level of power, fighting super spirits was still a difficult and dangerous affair. Beating the light son of God was solely because of his usage of the gourd's energy flow, and if he had not done that, he could never have managed to beat him. If he had gone up against a super spirit that focused on vitality instead, he would never have managed to break through its defense. The first 10 rewards were randomized. He didn't need to fight and achieve a higher place for the chance of earning an even better reward. Gunning for first place would be impossible as things were right now anyway. Dollar was a household name and super famous across the entire Alliance now. Although the fights could not be recorded, someone animated a recreation of the battle. It was only 3 minutes long, but it became the most watched video for a whole week. A lot of people were inspired by the battle to create video games of it, too. Dollar did not show up for the final few fights, which established the Son of God rankings. People expected as much, so they weren't too disappointed. After all, everyone had seen how injured he was following his previous fight. In such a state, he couldn't continue fighting and had already achieved 10th place. That was enough for him. History seemed to repeat itself. Back in the first God's sanctuary, Dollar had managed to beat down his final enemy and reach 10th place in the Son of God rankings. He didn't continue after that and was happy to sit where he was. But compared to the first God's sanctuary, this 10th place earning was far harder fought and worthy of far greater praise and recognition, and rightfully so. The name Dollar would go down in the history books for being the first person to ever become a son of God in the second God's sanctuary. Han Sen continued to rest in the Crystal Palace, and as a result, missed out on the enthusiasm everyone shared for Dollar. He could see the rest of the Son of God rankings from the Crystal Palace, and the other 9 were all spirits, as expected. Each of those were stronger than the light Son of God, too. Right then, Han Sen was feeling lucky he had gone up against who he had. If it had been another spirit, he feared his chances of victory would have been even lower. Han Sen waited until Divinity's bout ended, so he could collect his reward. He could claim it from the Crystal Palace's arena, so he didn't have to worry about others seeing this. You have obtained title of 10th Son of God. Your randomized reward is opening. Han Sen placed his hand on the tablet, which caused it to shine. A lot of different images spun around in front of him. There were beasts, animals, handsome men, and pretty girls. Han Sen started to get excited. Amongst the images, Han Sen also caught sight of many different spirits. He could not guess what level they were, however. Not long after, the tablet stopped spinning. It stopped on the image of a beast. Han Sen was a little disappointed at first, as he was hoping to receive a super spirit. He wasn't sure when he'd achieve the power needed to earn a super spirit for himself. After all, fighting an entire shelter's worth of foes was different than going one-on-one and toe-to-toe with a soul super spirit. Such shelters were also bound to include a number of super creatures as well. You have obtained a super beast soul. Devil Unicorn. The voice made Han Sen feel happy again. Although he did not receive a super spirit, receiving a super beast soul wasn't too bad. A pitch-black beast suddenly appeared in front of him, and it resembled a unicorn, minus its grace. It turned into a black light and entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Super beast soul. Devil Unicorn. Possession beast soul. A possession beast soul could directly increase the power of a human or another beast soul. Han Sen wondered what this beast soul might be able to possess. Han Sen summoned the Devil Unicorn and watched a black smoke rush inside his body. It was a beast soul that could possess a human body. When the beast soul entered Han Sen's body, his body began to produce a dark smoke that resembled a black flame. Han Sen looked like a devil that had just walked out from the pits of hell. Han Sen clenched his fists but noticed that his power and speed had not increased. It made him curious what benefit the black smoke was providing. He found a rock and punched it. The rock broke, but he did not feel as if the black smoke helped. Amidst Han Sen's confusion, the silver fox suddenly unleashed a silver lightning bolt at his master to shock him. But strangely, the lightning did not touch Han's senator. It evaporated as soon as it came into contact with the black smoke, dissipating some of the smoke as it disappeared. Soon after, the black smoke that had disappeared returned. It seemed like the powerful lightning bolt could not deal lasting damage. Han Sen was overjoyed with this, and he thought to himself, the Devil Unicorn can actually block and absorb elemental power. In other words, it's an elemental shield. But elemental only. It most likely cannot absorb physical damage. Although it could only block elemental damage, it was enough to delight Han's senator after all. He had what it took to dodge physical attacks. If he met an elemental super creature like the blue seahorse that could spew blue flames, he could rely on this super beast soul to see him through. I wonder what the damage threshold of the black smoke is? If it's powerful enough, then maybe I can indeed go up against the blue seahorse. Han Sen called out to the silver fox, telling him to unleash as much lightning as he could. He wanted to stress test the limits of his elemental defense. Han Sen was overjoyed with the results, and he was pleasantly surprised by the black smoke's sturdy defense properties. The silver fox's strongest attacks could not penetrate his shield anymore. If there was one issue, however, the speed of recovery. When the silver fox unleashed lightning, it would evaporate some of the black smoke. If it attacked repeatedly, the black smoke would be used up at a quicker rate than it could regenerate. This opened up a hole in his defense. Han Sen guessed that the black smoke could block an adult super creature's elemental attack, but only about 2 or 3 times at the most. After that, it would take a while for his defense to return. If it was an AoE attack, and the attack was not focused on him entirely, the black smoke would manage to hold on for longer. Its regeneration would most likely be able to catch back up, too. This is some pretty good stuff. It'll be useful for the times I must go up against an elemental super creature. Han San happily returned the devil unicorn to the Sea of Soul and fed it a black crystal. When it evolved into a berserk super beast soul, its elemental defense was sure to be stronger. Han San quietly snuck back into the goddess shelter and put away his beetle knight. Han San thought to himself, "Now, where can I find and slay a second-generation super creature, so that I can fill up my super geno points?" Becoming a surpasser meant he'd become a champion, and he'd have little reason to worry about the events of the Alliance. Aside from celestial beings, it'd be impossible for him to be threatened as well. Because of this, Han Sen wanted to become a surpasser as soon as he could. He needed to be stronger so he could not only protect himself but his family also. Han Sen was wondering whether or not he should resume his super creature hunt on Devil's Mountain. But while he was in thought, Yang Monli approached to tell him that someone wanted to see him. "Didn't I tell you I don't want to see anyone these days?" Han Sen frowned. "I wasn't sure if Captain Qin counted as anyone. Therefore, I have come to double-check with you," Yang Monli said, looking at Han Sen. "Qin Xian is here? What are you waiting for? Send her in." Han Sen was happy to hear of her arrival. "There are others accompanying her, however, and they are not from our special squad. I am afraid you will have to meet with them, as well," Yang Monli explained. "Who are they?" When Han Sen saw Yang Monli's face, he knew they must be important figures. "I don't know who they are, but Captain Qin treats them with much respect and politeness. There is also a young man amongst them, who acts as if he has a crush on the aforementioned captain," Yang Monli said with a smile. Han Sen went to the meeting room post-haste, and saw Qin Xian engaged in conversation with a few others. The group was a mixture of men and women, and there were 8 in total. 3 of the women were quite elderly, and they looked as if they were in their 80s. Of course, they only appeared as if they were in their 30s because they were evolvers. Han San scanned each of their energy flows to decipher their true age. There were 5 men who varied more in age. There was 1 old man, 3 middle-aged men, and 1 other young man. The young man stood closest to Qin Xian, and he was talking with her. Between them was a white-haired old man, who looked really intimidating. It seemed as if he possessed a lot of power. He examined Han Sen, acting as if he was far superior to him. It wasn't just the old man acting like that, but the rest seemed to as well. Their bones stiffened with a snobbish pride, and they behaved as if they were far above everyone else. "Han Sen, allow me to introduce you. This is Angel Gene's director, Mr. Zhao." Qin Xian saw Han Sen approach and immediately introduced those in her company. When Han Sen heard her mention Angel Gene, he quickly understood why the people with her had such proud looks. The Alliance had 2 organizations that excelled in the field of gene research. One was Donglin and the other was the Zhao family called Angel Gene. Over 80% of the exclusive geno solutions for hyper-geno-arts in the St. Hall were developed in association with Angel Gene. Aside from that, Angel Gene produced many products for the benefit of human genes. These products ranged from nutrient fluids to such things as hardware and technology, all for the cultivation of one's genes. Angel Gene had an excellent product line, and this allowed them to maintain a large portion of the market share. The Zhao family described themselves as being a core component for the functioning of the Alliance. While such self-serving consideration painted them as a loyal bunch, it was a means of letting everyone know that the Alliance wouldn't be what it was without them. Han Sen had heard a lot about the Zhao family's pride, as a lot of their family members were councilmen. The Zhao family's influence was so great, they had even been known to affect the entire swing of presidential elections. This alone was an example of how powerful and influential their family was considered. As a result, they had every right to be cocky. Zhao Hong was one of the directors and played a pivotal role in the family. The young man amongst the people that had come to visit was called Zhao Haiyang. He was the chairman of Angel Gene and grandson of the organization's leader. "Monli, come and pour tea for the Zhao director and Mr. Zhao." Han Sen believed the reason they had come to see him was because of his little angel. If that was the case, however, he wasn't sure why they had brought Qin Xian with them. Of course, their association was not a strange one. The Zhao family had ties to a great number of different factions and organizations. It was not a total surprise, seeing them together. You are Han Sen of the Ji family, yes? Zhao Heng asked. As he looked at Han's senator, it was like an elderly asking any young person a question. I am Han Sen, Han Sen answered. Zhao Heng had believed him to be a true member of the Ji family, and he wasn't sure what to say in response. Not long ago, I had a chat with Ji Ruozhen. The topic of you came up, and from what I hear, you are quite nice, Zhao Heng said. Thank you for the compliment. Han Sen frowned, unsure what this old man was looking to sell. Although Ji Ruozhen was younger than Zhao Heng, he had already achieved more than the old man had, and he was on the verge of becoming president. Zhao Heng was only one of the dozen directors of his family. The way he spoke would suggest he was superior to Ji Ruozhen himself. His voice oozed arrogance. The leader of the Zhao family would undoubtedly possess the same tone of voice. People always said the Zhao family had chutzpah, and it's true. It looks as if their heads are in the clouds and they hardly pay heed to anyone around them. Han Sen thought to himself. Qin Xian noticed Han Sen's apparent displeasure at the company he had suddenly received, and quickly sought to remedy the situation. She said, the reason they have come here today is to request that you hunt a super creature on their behalf. Or at least it is a beast that looks like a super creature. But before Qin Xian could continue speaking, Zhao Haiyang took over and said, you don't have to come. You can just sell us your super pet. There will be no difference. When Han Sen heard this, he did not look mad. He just thought it was strange that a person like Zhao Haiyang could have survived this long in this world. Sorry, I'm not selling my super pet, and I've been quite busy recently, so my schedule is full up for the foreseeable future. Han Sen never considered helping others hunt super creatures, particularly people like the Zhao family. Young man, please consider our request. Zhao Heng blurted out at the sight of Zhao Haiyang, who looked ready to blow his lid after the sudden rejection. Han Sen wanted to say something dismissive again, but Qin Xian suddenly coughed and said, Director Zhao, please have a drink of tea. Han Sen, there is a classified document from the squad you should have a look at. I brought it over for you. Han Sen, in the exclusive company of Qin Xian, exited the room and moved to his office. Team Qin, what's going on? Has the squad ordered me to help them? Qin Xian had a wry smile, but she shook her head and said, no. If this was a matter concerning the squad, things would be simpler. After Qin Xian explained, Han Sen understood. The Zhao family had many seats in the council, and Ji Ruozhen's election was running so smoothly because of the backing of the Zhao family. No wonder that Zhao Heng randomly mentioned Ji Ruozhen. That's why, Han Sen coldly laughed, and then continued to say, I don't believe the Zhao family will stop supporting Ji Ruozhen due to my rejection. That Zhao Heng and Zhao Haiyang are only bluffing with their projection of power. The Zhao family's support for Ji Ruozhen provides them with benefits, too. You're right that they won't so simply give up supporting him. Qin Xian had a brief pause, but then continued by saying, but think about it. If you reject Zhao Heng, and the Zhao family complains to Ji Ruozhen, is that something you can accept? They can make Ji Ruozhen order me to help them? Han Sen asked with a look of confusion. The presidential election is in its final stages. The Ji family will not allow any disgraceful events or controversy to tarnish their name. The reason the Zhao family has asked for your help now is because they know the Ji family will not be willing to reject them. If the Zhao family looked for Ji Ruozhen, I am afraid he will have to agree to their requests. Sometimes, even the Ji family have to concede to the plights of others, Qin Xian said. That means I have no choice. Han Sen owned 5% of shares in Sky Technology. If something went bad during the election, and Ji Ruozhen was not made president, the stocks were sure to plummet. If Ji Ruozhen really was to become Han Sen's father-in-law, it seemed he would have no choice but to agree. You can still talk about the terms and conditions with the Zhao family. It's either talking about them with that lot or with Ji Ruozhen. Who would you rather have such a talk with? Qin Xian smiled. Well, if things are like that, I'll go and help them, Han Sen said with an evil smile. In an ancient forest resided a gentle spring and basin. It did not flow with water, nay, it flowed with blood. A creature guarded this spring, and had done so since it was born. The Zhao family believed this beast to be a super creature. They had done battle with it many times, and on each occasion, their forces were dealt grievous harm and forced to retreat. Fortunately for those that fought it, the super creature never left the spring it guarded. It never gave chase, and this allowed the Zhao family to continue provoking the beast and attempting the same fight many times. Han Sen and Zhao Heng hammered a deal out, and then Han Sen followed him out to the spring. Qin Xian accompanied them, too. This pleased Han Sen because he had no fondness for the Zhao family, and he feared he'd die of boredom without someone he was fond of talking to being present on the journey. On the way, any creatures that sought to bar or prohibit their passage were dealt with by members of the Zhao family. The 8 Zhao family members wanted to impress Qin Xian and Han Sen, as they had each unlocked a gene lock. Zhao Haiyang was quite powerful, and he was more than keen to flex his muscles. There was one thing that interested Han Sen a lot, and that was the fact that the Zhao family members' fitness levels were higher than those of most people who had unlocked their gene lock. While they were taking a break, Qin Xian quietly told Han Sen that the Zhao family had a geno-optimization solution, and that the family members were provided with a special training regime since they were born. With a controlled diet, their genes would actually improve. This was why the Zhao family had greater strength than those who were at a similar level. And that was also one of the many reasons they were pompous braggarts. Qin Xian, try this. It is a nutrient fluid from angel gene, and it is good for your body. These things cannot be bought at the markets, you know. Zhao Haiyang approached the two and handed over a pen-sized bottle to Qin Xian. Inside, a transparent purple concoction swirled. Thanks, but I have my own. Qin Xian did not accept the fluid from his hand, and a hurt look crossed his face. Han Sen was laughing on the inside. The Zhao family members really seemed to think themselves as gods, as if they could do whatever they pleased. The special squad had an important rule, however. Unless the situation was dire and the absolute need arose, squad members were not allowed to accept items from others. This also applied to the people on their team. You drew from your own supply strictly, to avoid problems arising further down the line. Qin Xian's rejection of the fluid was normal protocol, and even Han Sen would not even think to offer her an item. He was positive Zhao Haiyang knew about this rule, but, perhaps unexpectedly, he sought to bend the rules and offer her the gift regardless. After the rejection he sulked, and it looked as if his overbearing ego had been dealt a hearty blow. But quickly, Zhao Haiyang returned to normal. He sat down next to Qin Xian and resumed talking with her. Han Sen listened in on them for a bit, and he felt sorry for her. Zhao Haiyang was so self-obsessed that he could only talk about himself and about the power his family possessed. All Qin Xian did was smile and nod, without making a single vocal contribution. It wasn't long before Han Sen got tired of listening to the inane blabber and decided to sit next to a tree away from the others. There he rested his eyes for a bit. He also sent a message to Princess Inyang, who was far away right then. On a mountain, a good distance from them, Princess Inyang was leading another party. Zero and the Silver Fox were trailing directly behind her, with Wang Yuhang at the back. He appeared to be sulking. "Hey, Princess? Might I ask where we are headed?" Wang Yuhang asked miserably. "Just follow in silence. How can you incessantly drone on about so much dragon poop?" Princess Inyang sternly responded, giving Wang Yuhang a peeved look. The entire time the party had been traveling, Wang Yuhang had done nothing but complain. "Well, pray tell that which the boss man has pleaded we do. Communicate with me here." Wang Yuhang ran in front of Princess Inyang and asked with a wide smile. He had previously tried to ask Zero, but he felt as if his presence before her was invisible. She didn't respond or even look at him, as if he was nothing but an annoyance. Only Princess Inyang would occasionally tell him something, but nothing she said was particularly explanatory or revealing. Princess Inyang ignored Wang Yuhang and continued walking. Han Sen's intent for bringing Wang Yuhang and the rest was by no means good. The Zhao family had pretty much forced Han Sen into fighting a super creature, and he was not going to bow to their desires quite so simply. The Zhao family would never expect Wang Yuhang and the rest of Han Sen's team to be following them. The road was long and taxing, and getting attacked by other creatures was a common occurrence. The noise of such fights would not make for a stealthy tale. but the silver fox had the ability to repel creatures. So, fortunately, they could follow the larger group ahead without stirring any trouble. The Zhao family had no idea of they were coming. This ancient forest was the abode of a host of dangerous creatures, and they had killed a lot on their way in. There was a fair share of sacred blood class creatures, too. Han San and Qin Xian were never given the opportunity to fight, and as a result, could not reap a single benefit or reward. Zhao Haiyang offered to share some meat with them, an offer they both rejected. Near an ancient tree, a river ran by that was blood-red. It was like the gentle gush of a freshly opened wound. Follow the stream of blood and ascend. In about 20 miles, we will see the blood spring and its creature. Zhao Haiyang reminded them. The Zhao family were arrogant, yes, but they weren't dumb. They were borrowing Han Sen's strength to finally slay this super creature of theirs. Once and for all. If they couldn't capitalize on his presence amongst them this time, they weren't sure they'd get another chance. After walking 20 miles, the ancient forest opened around a red, craggy hill. It wasn't tall, but there was a crack in the middle. The crack birthed the blood-red spring, which flowed to create a pool of blood at the bottom of the hill. In the blood pool a black beast rested. It had black fur, and its head was crowned with 2 curved horns. It was impossible to tell what it was. The shape seemed to resemble a dog, but it looked a little like a cat as well. Its size was equivalent to an adult tiger, and therefore quite small compared to most other super creatures. But after reading its life force, Han Sen could tell with 100% certainty that this was indeed a super creature. According to our deal, you will need to cooperate with us for the length of the fight. And also, you must provide us with the final hit. Zhao Heng told Han Sen. Okay. Whatever you say. Han Sen nodded. Summon your super pet to fight and we will look for an opportunity to surround it. Zhao Heng said. No problemo. Han Sen did not say much and simply summoned his Adorade. Zhao Heng and the rest looked at the Adorade with genuine admiration. There was also a glint of envy towards Han Senator. It confused them why a person such as he had been fortunate enough to find a dying super creature he could easily finish off, and then be rewarded with such a pet. Han Sen commanded the Adorade to attack the super creature, while he also sent a message to Princess Yin Yang. The Zhao family spread out and encompassed the area, but little else. Clearly, they were waiting for the Adorade to beat the super creature into a near-death state so they could swoop in and claim an easy kill. These assholes! Han Sen swore in his heart. He looked at the super creature, then opened his gene lock and scanned its life force. The super creature's energy was all clouded. He could tell that it was a strong creature, but still, the cloudiness indicated it was a first-generation super creature and therefore nothing he was particularly interested in going up against. Although the Adorade might have been a little stronger than the super creature, the power gap wasn't enough for it to dominate. The super creature was of similar strength to the Adorade, and like the Adorade, it didn't excel in any particular department. That also meant it wasn't weak in any other department either. So it was a well-balanced monster. The Adorade went ahead to slash the monster. Even though no particularly deep wounds were wrought, the attacks were enough to surprise and impress Zhao Heng. In the past, they had tried to lay siege on the monster themselves. But every attempt was a failure, and they could never seem to deal any damage to the beast. Now here they were, watching a pet go up against a super creature, dealing lasting wounds with a great sword. The sight led Zhao Heng and the rest of the Zhao family members present to view the Adorade with great admiration. But Han Sen's vision was drawn to the blood spring instead. The super creature they were fighting was quite strange. He was sure that the super creature was intelligent enough to know it was fighting a losing battle, and that it should be running away rather than staying to fight. But the super creature was determined to remain, and nothing could compel it to flee. There was something strange about this place and the blood spring in particular. Han Sen used Dongxian aura to take a look at the blood spring, and he was surprised to see that it abounded with energy. What was coming out was no ordinary spring water, that was for sure. The center of the spring contained life, even. As he watched the crack in the rock, Han Sen suddenly felt the presence of an extremely strong life force. The power he sensed suddenly sent him into a cold sweat. Damn it! Inside that crack, a scary creature resides. Han Sen continued to look at the crack on the craggy hill, and suddenly, he felt as if he was being watched. Like the peering of an evil eye, a malevolent gaze had fixated on him. It made his heart race with uncertain panic. Quickly, he deactivated his Dongxian aura and averted his eyes away from the spring. The creature inside the crack can find my Dongxian aura. Can even find out where I am through it. Whatever is in there is something ancient and something evil. The Zhao family have no idea what they are doing, coming here to disturb this place. For all I know, they are openly seeking suicide. Han San was frightened, and his continued to chill. Han San did not even see what the creature may have been, yet it terrified him even so. And the creature, whatever it may have been, did little else other than look back at him. Whatever the case may be, there was a super creature inside the source of the spring that was more powerful than anything he had ever encountered before. Han San was considering whether or not he should grab his little angel and depart. They wouldn't receive any benefits from slaying this super creature, and all the while, he feared the unknown malice was continuing to peep on him. But if Han San returned now and didn't finish the job, it would be a waste of time. Han San gave another look in the direction of the crack, then turned his head back to watch the super creature engaged with the little angel, then gave up his idea of fleeing. The creature inside the crack did not seem as if it wanted to leave its current abode, and after Han Sen gave it some more thought, he came to the conclusion that he didn't have to escape just yet. If something were to happen, he could escape more quickly than anyone from the Zhao family, anyway. So, if the creature was hungry, Zhao Hong and his people would be the first to fill up its tummy. Therefore, there was no need for Han Sen to rush and escape just yet. When the time came, he could simply return his Adelaide and get moving. Team Qin, no matter what happens, stay behind me. Do not run off. Han Sen approached Qin Xian and spoke to her in a lowered voice. Why? What is it? Qin Xian looked at Han Sen with sudden surprise. The creature was already being suppressed by Han Sen's pet, so it was weird for him to suddenly say something like this to her. I feel as if something is amiss. Whatever it is, it disturbs me. It's an instinct, and my instincts are rarely incorrect. Whatever happens, do not leave my side. Stay near me. If something does indeed go wrong, we have to escape first, Han Sen told her. Okay. Qin Xian looked around and did not notice the presence of anything out of the ordinary. But still, she agreed. The little angel's greatsword continued carving marks into the super creature. Despite blood now having dyed its entire coat, it refused to escape the area. It roared to the sky and adamantly remained to fight with the little angel. Zhao Hong, with great excitement, said, Han Sen, tell your pet to put more effort in, make her deal heavier damage to the super creature and prevent it from escaping, if it chooses to. Director Zhao, this is a super creature. This isn't a scuffle between a cat and a dog, Han Sen replied coldly. Zhao Hong didn't say anything in return, acknowledging that this wasn't really something that could be rushed. And fortunately, the super creature continued to not show signs of wanting to escape. Zhao Hong then commanded his people, who were still surrounding their foe, to move a little closer. If it did want to escape, they could do their part in prohibiting its flight. But the super creature was almost behaving stupidly in its stubbornness to remain. Its inability to fight back against the little angel was plain to see, yet it continued to do what it could as the gashes and wounds mounted and caused it tremendous pain. It was bleeding heavily now, and its attacks slowed. Death would greet it soon. The little angel was like something holy. It flapped its wings, flew behind the super creature, and slashed the greatly injured neck of the super creature. A deep cleft had now been made in its neck, and the spine looked as if it was ready to snap. More and more blood seeped to the surface and bled to the ground. The super creature was knocked down to the floor. It writhed and squirmed for a while but did not get up. Han Sen, do not forget your promise. Command your pet to return and we will finish it off. Zhao Hong shouted to Han Sen, as he commanded his people to draw even closer. My job is done here, yes. You can finish it off. Han Sen did not say anything in complaint and simply returned his little angel. He could feel the creature inside the spring begin to move, and a scary aura seeped through with the water. The hill now looked frightening, and he suspected the dark menace within was about to escape its subterranean home. The super creature had not yet died, and even if it was killed by the little angel, Han Sen was not willing to walk up and claim the rewards. All he wanted to do was run away as far as he could and end all involvement with these events and this place. The 8 Zhao family members now ran close to the fallen beast and attempted to kill the super creature. They used all the different weapons they had at their disposal, striking the exposed wounds of the dying creature. But then a sudden scream sounded. The dying creature stood up again and leapt onto a man of the Zhao family. It tore the man's head off with its teeth, and its claws tore the rest into shreds. Zhao Hung shouted and used his lance to thrust at the most grievous of the wounds, on the back of the super creature's neck. The creature roared in pain and fell back down to the ground. The rest of the family ran up again and tried to strike the beast simultaneously. Although someone had died, they did not want the little angel to help out anymore, as they were afraid the little angel would finish it off with ease. Although the super creature was on the precipice of death, it had managed to lash out enough to deal damage to numerous members of the Zhao family. But now, the damage it had incurred was too great, and it would soon fall for the last time. Zhao Hung was incredibly excited. He commanded his people to attack the super creature by saying, "Come on! It's going to die soon." Out of the 8 family members, 3 had been killed. The rest had incurred at least one trauma or injury, but the thought of felling a super creature rallied their courage to continue their fight. "Let me kill it." Zhao Haiyang peered at the monster that could hardly stand and spoke aloud with great excitement. "Okay." Zhao Hung wouldn't disagree. Out of the 8 who had come, Zhao Hung was the eldest, and Zhao Haiyang was a direct descendant of his. But before Zhao Haiyang delivered his attack, the super creature that looked grievously injured was rejuvenated. It pounced on another family member and took off running into the forest. Zhao Hung and Zhao Haiyang looked shocked. They did not expect the super creature to run away, now of all times. Earlier, the super creature, despite being at an obvious disadvantage, did not run. Now it was dying and could barely stand. Where had the vigor come from? "Go, chase it. Do not allow it to escape." Zhao Hung reacted first, immediately commanding the others to take off after it. But suddenly, they heard the sound of rock breaking. This was a surprise to all of them. They turned around to take a look, and the little hill that was the source of the blood spring exploded outwards. The spring was no longer a crack in the earth, as a giant red centipede writhed out amidst a cloud of dust and spewed rubble. A dark red body that was thicker than the carriage of a train loomed out. A single segment of the centipede was 20 meters long, and its legs wriggled ceaselessly, carrying it towards the fighters. A second later, 2 of the remaining Zhao family were spiked to death under the centipede's wretched legs. The rest of them were almost frightened to death, and their thought of pursuing the escaped super creature quickly evaporated. Running away themselves, they shouted, "Han Sen, use your pet to restrain it. Are you kidding me? You want me to send my pet to its demise against a monster such as that?" Han Sen called back, as he and Qin Xian had already turned to leave. "Han Sen, do not forget the deal we made," Zhao Haiyang reminded him. "Our deal consisted of me helping you slay the other super creature. I have done my part. This wasn't a part of it, so it is no concern of mine." Han Sen was far ahead of the others, yelling back as he ran alongside Qin Xian. Zhao Haiyang was furious. The blood centipede was a Goliath, and it terrified them all. This was surely a foe no human could hope to compete with. A second later, the creature's mandibles grabbed another Zhao family member and sloppily devoured him. There were only 3 people of the Zhao family left now, but the blood centipede did not continue to pursue them. Instead, it took off in the direction the other super creature had gone. When Han Sen saw it, his heart jumped. The super creature had been attracted away by Wang Yuhang, but now the blood centipede had, as well. Things were taking a turn for the worse. How can Wang Yuhang be so unlucky? There is always some misfortune waiting to befall him. Han Sen was planning to go after Wang Yuhang, but then stopped and went towards the blood spring instead. "What are you doing?" Qin Xian asked, from behind. "I'm just going to take a look. You get away first." Hansen said, as he ran back. When Zhao Heng saw Hansen run back, he was amazed, but they didn't dare follow. They watched Hansen run back all the way to the blood spring, unable to comprehend what his intention might have been. But to them, right then, they thought it better if Hansen were to get himself killed. The Zhao family had sacrificed many people this day, all to no avail. The creature they sought to kill had gotten away, and all they had incurred were great losses as a result. Hansen did not care what the Zhao family thought of him. He reached the broken rocks of the spring and jumped beyond. Earlier, when he turned on the Dongxian Sutra, he had detected the presence of a life force inside it. He already knew there was something in there, and now, while the blood centipede was away, he thought it would be okay to take a proper look at whatever lay inside. Beyond the broken stones was a tunnel that led into a cave. Inside the cave rested a blood-red egg. It was like a football, but it was completely red. The strong life force Hansen had detected came from the egg. Hansen was overjoyed at the discovery. He had eaten the devil ant king egg not too long ago, so he knew that this had to be some good stuff too. There was no life geno essence inside, and it could be eaten to immediately receive super geno points. Its consumption was a much easier process than absorbing a life geno essence. Hansen had not expected the centipede to create an egg, but regardless, he leapt over and quickly pocketed it, before turning around to exit. Hansen was still wondering how he might hope to save Wang Yuhang when suddenly, he heard a sharp, monstrous, shrieking sound emitted from the forest. In the distance, he noticed many of the ancient forest trees getting toppled in a wave that moved towards Hansen, and he figured that the blood centipede had sensed its baby being stolen. Hansen did not linger, and quickly ran in the direction Zhao Heng had been running. He was much faster than Zhao Haiyang, and quickly managed to catch up with him. Zhao Haiyang looked back with surprise. Hansen was directly behind him, but behind him the giant centipede also came. The giant, slithering body was uprooting trees and spoiling the earth as it rampaged towards them. It was like a crazed dragon. "What have you done? Why did you bring it back this way?" Zhao Heng inquired in evident anger. "Me? Oh, I didn't do anything," Hansen said, as he continued running forward and leaving them behind. Zhao Heng cursed Hansen, praying the worst death would strike him and strike him soon. Hansen had attracted the monster their way, but he was now leaving them behind like bait. They wished they could kill Hansen. Hansen was far ahead of them now due to his speed. The blood centipede, however, looked likely to catch up with the Zhao family members. Hansen caught up with Qin Xian, who was still firmly ahead, leading the escape. When he turned to look back, he noticed another person of the Zhao family had fallen victim to the vile creature that chased them. "Let's go." Hansen grabbed onto Qin Xian's waist, summoned his wings, and flew to the sky. But then he heard the blood centipede roar. It was 100 meters long when looking down, and Saw watched it spread transparent blood wings, took off into the skies towards them. Bollocks! Hansen thought he could fly away with relative ease. He didn't expect the monstrous foe to possess wings of its own, and it flew with such great haste. It was much faster than the berserk sacred wings. "You run that way." Hansen gritted his teeth and returned to the tangled forest floor. He put Qin Xian down and ran in another direction, attempting to draw the centipede away.